that kind of thing. Mine is let's make it fun. Because I think about when I was young, what are the things that made learning fun for me? What are the things I still remember now? The truth is that the things I still remember now are all the things I did to fun. I tell people that, when you think of the Monopoly game and the streets of London, you only remember them because of the Monopoly game, not because someone taught you. So my idea is fun learning that makes it effortless, learning that makes children want to learn and they want to excel. And so when my son is now doing very well in school, he's like, yes, this is the secret, this is the secret. I'm not a genius. That's what he thinks now. Look about how you learned this, various countries, rivers in Africa. If I tell you, remember the rivers in Africa, I'm sure you remember them because we had this fun song. There are 7 rivers in Africa, 7 rivers in Africa, oh now, Niger, Senegal. So those are the things that we remember. Anything that our teacher taught us that was really fun. Years later, if someone asks you, you're just amazed at how much you remember it. And then with technology now, it helps us transform those fun elements, all those gaming elements. And that's really what games do. They transform the gaming element, scoring points, climbing levels. Do you understand? Dressing up, getting things for your avatar. They're all fun things that we associate with the things that we are learning. The fact that I'm doing coins, I'm doing against, playing against my mates. They're all competitions that we already do in the classroom. So the things that we already do physically, the only difference we've done is that we've made them digital. We provided them as digital content. Even me as a parent, marking my son's worksheets can be tiring. But when he's playing a game and it's a digital content, the answers are already marked. So it's stressless for me. So it's a two-way thing. I'm happy, he's happy, and we're all happy. Before I started, Niger Kids with my two partners, what I'd done is I was working in a consulting firm. So I worked in KPMG for over a decade, risen up to the role of senior manager. And then I left and then joined a colleague that set up a fast food restaurant. So that was really my first step into the entrepreneur journey, being an entrepreneur. Before then, I'd been in corporate. But all that while, I'd done things in education. So not only that, I sit on the board of an NGO that provides free education to children in poor communities. So I'm passionate about education. So it was just a lot of my loves coming together. My passion for fun, learning. My passion for creating things. Creating content. I did that from my consulting background, creating content, and then I just added the education, the games, the gaming elements, and all those loves just came together to then form what currently is Niger Kids. So what happens is that we have it on the App Store. So we have it online, we have it on the App Store. So you can download the app and then go subscribe to play the games. Select your child's age. The games are not only on academics, because when it comes to development, I believe in development of the total child. So I'm a proud Nigerian. People say, oh, Niger Kids. I say, yes, I'm Niger, proudly so. So I'm always promoting things about Nigeria. So we have games that promote things about Nigeria's culture, Nigeria's food. Apart from Nigeria, I'm also about people being successful. When I look at my career, I'm saying that we need to raise up the next generation of successful people. So financial literacy is key for me. I want my children to know how to spend money. I want to retire early. That kind of thing. So financial literacy is also another thing. So we bring all that together that makes the child complete. And then lastly, values. So we're also looking at values of honesty, of integrity, of hard work. So we bring all those elements, not just the maths, the English, and the science. No, it's everything together. So it's really on the App Store. So either you do it on Android or you do it on iOS, which is on the Apple Store. So you download the app, you sign up, and then your children can play any of those games. The initial idea was really not about making money, but of course, when you go into a business, then you have to make money to pay your bills. So that was really the plan. So we sat down, we had this wonderful plan. Then we now started meeting the obstacles. What were the obstacles? The obstacle was internet is expensive. A lot of people don't want to do a lot of things online. So we now have to say, we have to develop an offline version of it. Then apart from that, then people don't have devices. Devices are expensive. So maybe, okay, how do we do it so that it's both on the mobile devices, can also be online? So that was it. It was challenging. So we went to market schools, and schools were like, oh, they don't have the infrastructure for it. It was challenging. Education technology was challenging. Honestly, it was a very slow grind. I think the luck that we have is that because there are three partners. When one person is discouraged, the other person comes up and peps up. So it was hard at the beginning. So we had to start balancing with a lot of things. A lot of people wanted things they could take away because they don't have to. We then created an activity book version of our game, something that is hard copy. So that also helped them bring you. In business, you have to pivot, innovate. And then guess what happened? COVID happened. COVID happened, and then suddenly all the schools that were like, no, there's a physical classroom. So they didn't need technology. Technology wasn't a mandatory thing to have. Then COVID happened. And then all the talk about technology just changed. The landscape suddenly became enabling. You know what's so interesting? In 2020, when I started the year, when I was praying to God, I said, God, I was thinking that it was going to be a government policy that would come and create the enabling environment. I didn't know that Almighty God was going to just open the heavens, so to speak. And then that's what happened. So 2020 honestly was our best year. 2018 was like a year of struggle. And I remember months that we look at the revenue and nothing has come in. We look at the revenue, we pay our staff and we'll be the last people to be paid, and we're like, how do we hustle together? So it was tough in the beginning. There were a lot of those obstacles. Even getting parents to say there has to be fun in learning. Say, no, let him go and read this book. Each one is playing games. No, the computer is a distraction. It's a distraction. So when I see all of us now, our kids are constantly on devices, I'm amused, because in 2018 no parent was really about that. But 2020 opened up a whole new world, a whole world of a lot of collaborations, and so we have so many collaborations of people that want to now have the games in their classes, have the games on their various platforms. We've had a number of corporates that we partnered with in 2020. So 2020 was an awesome year, and we came into 2021 all excited of the various things that will happen. There's pandemic, but I'm happy that technology is now, a front burner. We have been saying that, honestly. I tell people that when you look at all the jobs now, technology is such a key part. So you shouldn't bring up children without technology. And it can do so many things. Now, in the last, 6 to 9 months, the schools have implemented all sorts of technology, apps, learning management system, and they can see the difference. Of course, there's also the other side to it. But they can see the difference in terms of the learning. We had a library before in the school, but now with the digital library, they have access to thousands of books that you don't even have in your physical library. So technology opens, it removes all the restrictions. It has its own challenges, but it removes these restrictions. I think one of the things was about keeping an eye on the financials. So because I'd come from a consulting, auditing firm, even as the entrepreneur that I was with, my ex-boss, we were always looking at the money. So we're looking at the income, we're looking at the expenses. How are we going to pay the next bill? How is the money coming in? What products are making money, what are not? How do you cut off? I think that was really the most important thing that I took away from that you have to keep an eye on the money. I now tell every entrepreneur that you have to have these financial skills. If you don't know about money and you don't have one of your partners that do, it's going to be a major issue for you. So you need to know about the money. What's coming in? How is it coming in? What are you spending money on? Do you have money, what we call runway? Do you have money for the next 1, 2, 3 months? What if this doesn't work out? How do you keep the books? How are you funding it? It's so important you have that financial literacy. I think the second thing is about building structure. One of the things I've learned, is you have to have a structure for everything. Try and standardize everything. We have team meetings, we have templates for everything. We're having the team meetings, we're having even offer letters. A lot of those structures from corporate was what I brought. So when people see me, they're like, you are so organized. I'm like, yes, that's the background that I have in terms of managing things, ensuring there's a structure to everything, plan it, schedule it, time it, documents, even in setting up our own system and even moving remotely, and it was easier for us because we had done a lot of those things. We had meetings that we could have virtually. One person is not around and the person calls in on Zoom. So those are things we're already doing. We already had a way of communicating. We had our emails. We had things on the cloud. So a lot of those structures that we had made it easier to move to remote learning. So that's one of the things that I took back. You have to have structure in your business. You have to keep upskilling your staff, because you can't be everywhere. As you become the face of your business, it means that you're doing a lot more things than the actual operations. So when you're attending interviews, when you're going for all the marketing, you're not there in the operation. So you need to build that operation into a lot of documentation. We take time to document the process so that whoever is there knows what they need to do. And then we're always saying, what skills does the staff need? How do we train them? How do we help them improve? So those are, I would say, 3 key things that help, and then just make it easier when you hit it big. Or when you're in the process of hitting it big. What I tell people, that whatever you want to do, just start. Don't think about the money. Just start. In hindsight, I converted a little store in my house to my office. So I brought out everything from the store, cleaned it up, put 2 tables and put 2 chairs, and that's where we started. Till you get to a place where you're going to pay rent. So I'll say, start with what you have. Look for your first customers. I'm wiser now in the sense that the next products we do, I'm already looking for who is going to buy it even before I fully produce it. So I'm like, okay, this is our next idea. But I'm saying, let me go and talk to this corporate, let me go and talk. So it meant that in terms of money, that's really not your major hindrance, is to plan to have a goal. Start with your family and friends. The first people that I sold anything to were my family and friends. I still do it now. I write a list of 50 people that are my family and friends, and I'll start sending them SMS messages. I said, are you interested in this? Once you have that interest, then you already know the people. And I said, okay, can you prepare for it? Can you prepare for it? So that means I already have the money for it. Keep your expenses low. So when you do that, where you're not, going large, you're always looking for what's the cost-effective way of doing this thing. In the beginning, people can go and order people to come and do the videos. In the beginning, you do the videos on yourself. You get your husband or your son to hold the camera. Mommy wants to do a marketing video. So my advice to people is that don't think about the money. Think about the idea. Look for the first group of people that you sell it to. Ask them if they trust you enough to pre-market, to pre-order. So you have some of the initial money, and you know that, okay, worst comes to the worst, I have the people that will help me break even if I don't make a profit. I think keep good records. You need to keep good records. Separate your personal money, so you know everything that is coming in and everything that is going out, and see that it's balanced. But I would tell people, just start. Don't think. It's not the money. If you say you want to start a salon, don't start with go rent a salon. No. Go and say 7 people that I'll be making their hair for. Who are these 7 people? Let me start to them. So I'll come to your house. Don't worry. Hey, madam, you need to buy the attachment. Send me the money. So that way you don't really have any cost. The only cost is the transport, which will be catered for by the person that makes, that pays you. So I say money is not an issue for any idea that you want to do. It's just start. It will not be perfect, but just start. When you start as an entrepreneur, you don't have all the skills. So you have for the core thing, but you don't have all the things. So you start collaborations from. I remember that in the beginning, I'll call a friend of mine who's working in a company. I said, you want to do some PP? Okay, you help me with the graphics, So I'm saying collaborations can be something as simple as that, in terms of when you don't have everything, who are the people that you can work with? And then the collaborations that we now do are other education technology companies that already have the market, but they don't have the gaming element. So recently we partnered with Gradely. Gradely is another ed company, but they prepare videos, learning videos for children. So we provide the games. We've partnered with Edvis. Edvis also provides a school management system. And we say, okay, can our games be on your platform? We keep partnering with various people that we say, okay, these people already have a platform, they already have a market, but they don't have what we have. Can we partner with them? Currently, we're partnering with Glow to have our games on, and we went live this week to have our games on there. So we keep on looking for those partnerships. Sometimes the partnerships are not even that we are having our games on. So sometimes partnerships are, can you just garner the visibility? Our main clients are parents that have children within the ages of 3 to 13. When we first started, we were looking at parents that had the ages of primary school, so between 6 and 10. But as you have more demand, that people come and say, oh, I have a 3-year-old, so we went down to people that are in nursery school, and someone says, oh, but my child is in GSS 1, GSS 2, do you have something? Then now we've gone up to, junior secondary school. So it's really driven by the demand. And that's one of the things that we need to be careful about. When we first started, we were driven by my passion, what my son likes. But I had to sit back, get the feedback of saying, okay, I like this, but not everybody likes this. So I think one of the things that's important is that you're always evaluating what are your target market and what do they want. So a number of things are driven by what their demand is. So when we started with some of the games, people say, what about in maths, in science, in values? We have the ones that we are passionate about. We also have the ones that are being driven by the customer. So increasingly get feedback from customers, and that's so important in your business. Your business is not for you. It's something that you need to always remember. It's for your target market, and what are they saying? What are their demands? So even concerning the games, when I look at where we started to where we are now, people will say, okay, the games are too heavy to load, so that means I need to share some of the excessive graphics that I've put in there. So your customers are key. So we started with parents, and now we've moved to corporates. A lot of corporates, especially during this COVID period, saw, oh, there was suddenly children could not go to school. They wanted to give back. They wanted to give back in providing, like a stopgap. And that opened up a new well of partnership with both, corporate organizations and NGOs. The Nigeria element is that making the learning have local context. If my child is doing an exam and they ask him, choose the odd one out, and orchard is there, he most likely would not know what it is, because the examples are made from people that those examples were relevant to that context. So that's where the Nigeria is, that we are teaching Nigerian child, even though we are now moving to Africa, but we are teaching the child, let's use the examples that are local. So when I'm going to give an example in math, or when I'm going to give an example in science or in English, I'm going to first of all ensure that that example is relevant, that the child understands what it means without too much of an effort. I think the other part of it is that I just want us to be proud of who we are. Countries are not perfect, to be honest. When you think about them, they're not perfect, but they promote themselves. They promote the good part of it. I told someone that I remember the first time that I went to Dubai. I was amazed that Dubai had a place that looked like Adeniji Adele inside Lagos Island. Because when they're promoting it, they don't go about promoting all the bad parts of it. And that's really what I wanted to do as well. I wanted to promote to the next generation the good things about Nigeria. It's not all bad news. So we have this game called Who Wants to Be a Brainiac? And I will ask you, who's the richest man in Africa? He's a Nigerian. The country that scored the first gold Olympic in football, in boxing, they were Nigerians. Who is the first person to write a novel? It was a Nigerian. So there's that thing of being proud of who you are. It's not all bad stories. And I noticed a lot of other countries do. They promote, that's why there's the American dream. So for us, it's promoting things that are Nigerian. We also want the values. When we look at Nigeria today, I'm saying, what are the things that can help us change? It's also our value system. Let a child be ethical. Let a child, want to be responsible. Let a child understand the relevant values for, building our nation building, because this is where we, so to speak, have our bread and butter. And so we need to build up. So I think that those are all the Nigeria elements of the Nigeria kids. We need to build our country. I'm into nation building. I might not go out and, wave a flag and join the riot, but I'm saying I can put those values and that, patriotism in the next generation through all that we do. So they see things all around them that denotes their country and they're proud of it.
Teaching online takes creativity. Online environments can be challenging to master at first, but with a little effort and time, your students will be getting the best experience possible. With the home environment being surrounded by potential distractions, keeping students engaged, motivated, and interested in their lessons can be one of the biggest challenges online teachers face. Teaching online requires you to use completely different skill sets compared to those used in teaching in person, and it's also important to keep the process as fun as possible. The following are some tips that will guide you in making learning fun for children through digital content. 1. Present your best online self. If your students can see you via a webcam, make sure that not only do you look presentable, but the location that you're in does too. A simple background works best to eliminate any distractions. Also, your visual materials must be top-notch. Make sure your slides look clean and clear, and any videos you use are of good quality. Try changing the tone of your voice to introduce new activities or mix up the tempo of your class. Practice your storytelling skills and offer praise out loud. This can make a huge difference in encouraging your students. Also make sure that any audio clips you plan to use are of good quality. Number 2, use technology to your advantage. Teaching online comes with its challenges, but it also puts a whole load of really cool tools at your fingertips. Whether you use whiteboards, pointers, virtual games, text editors, drawing tools, file editors, breakout rooms, or screen sharing tools, you can use the technology you have to add variety to your lessons and keep students on their toes. Number 3, find what inspires your students. The good news is, just like in any face-to-face classroom, the real key to getting your online students involved is to find out what inspires them and give them reason to be engaged in the classroom. Number 4, keep it interactive. In a face-to-face class, it's typical to give students some quiet reflection time to work alone or read a text. But these kinds of activities don't translate well in online classrooms. Planning activities that keep your students actively clicking, typing, or talking throughout the lesson is the way to go. You can do this by asking lots of questions, including games, and making sure learners have to physically do things like use drawing tools or type in the dialog boxes. Number 5, break down the lesson. It's a good idea to keep a fast pace and break down information into small, easily digestible chunks. This means to steer clear of lengthy explanations and slides with too much text.
That thing of the grass is always greener on the other side. I have a lot of people that have relocated, that's jackpot, so to speak. But they tell you the truth. They tell you how hard it is. They tell you the fact that yes, they will never be looked on for the promotion because they are black skinned. They have the passport. But in the end, when we go to our offices, it's not you don't actually bring out your passport, let me know what country you're from. It's your skin color that immediately tells you where you're from, so to speak. So it means that the grass greener on the other side, it's grass greener on the other side with commas. Meanwhile, I know people here in Nigeria that have done awesome things. I know people that have a lot of, grass to riches stories that have made it in this country. So for me, I'm like, we can make it here. It's tough. Yes, it's tough, but it's not easy anywhere else. It's not easy anywhere else. It's tough everywhere else. But people that make it against the odds. I mean, look at the story of Tyler Perry. He's in the same great American, but when you listen to his story, it's a story of against the odds. So Nigeria too is a story of against the odds, to be honest. But are people making it? Yes, people are making it. We have outliers. We have the outliers of the likes of Dangote. But we have other people that, started. Look at the banks. When I was growing up, it was only First Bank and Union Bank. Then a new generation of people came and built banks. Look at telecoms. When I started work, I was so junior, I didn't have a mobile phone. Even when mobile phones came out, because it was 30K. But look at it now. So people are building things in Nigeria, making a difference, building the economy. All sector is now not the only major thing. Financial sector is reigning, telecoms is reigning, because people stayed here to build. And that's what I believe, that if each of us take our own corner and build, then there's hope for this country. If we all run away, then, but this is the place where we are home. This is the place where we are first-class citizens all the time. This is where your money matters when you've arrived. Do you understand? With no comma. So let's stay and build it. I believe that if we stay, we build it, it will be a Nigeria that we're proud of. Like I said, when you start, it's tough. You need to start and say, what do I need? The things I don't need money for. So like I said, when I started, it was the one storage in our house that I sorted out all the stuff, through all the things, just got 2 tables and chairs and started that way because I didn't want to pay rent. So even when I started renting, so this place that I rented the first year, because we actually live in the front part of our house, so my office is at the back. The first year I told my husband, I'm not going to pay you no rental. So what's my business? I said, no, he's lost income. I said, that's your business. Your investment in it. So that was, but I said I wanted to be an ethical business. I want to do everything right. So I found a list of all the things I need to do. I found out about, payee. I have to pay, you have to pay your taxes. So I said, okay, how do, in terms of taxes, I have to do pension. When I said, yeah, pension. When I just wanted to pay the salaries, I found that I had to business develop. So I think what I did, like I said, you have to really have financial skills. I went and said, what's in terms of the taxes? Spoke to a friend of mine that's a tax consultant and said, in terms of structuring the salary, how can I structure the salary such that adhered to all the things, but we are paying that. The pension, what do I need to do? So she then told me how we needed to structure the salary, because pension is based on a particular amount and your taxes as well. So, that's the first thing. So you need to know all that your business, that's what I'm just saying, in terms of registering your company, when we first started, our company was a business name. So we just had to register the business name first. And then when you register the business name, it means that there are some taxes you don't have to pay. But as you grow as a business, to be able to do business with other people, to get investors, then you have to transition. So you need people to help you. That's the point I'm very. Don't go for anyhow. My friend was a consultant, tax consultant, PwC. I'm not. So when I need expert advice, I don't penny pinch. I may not be able to pay. Do you understand? Or that we need to do it for you. Oh, Titi is just starting out. So you need to find out those factors. This is Titi Adeosi, and our app, Naija Kit, is 100% Naija made.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you don't talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa. Hello and welcome. I am Justin Akadonye, and this is the news brief on Plus TV Africa. Muhammadu Sanusi II, the new appointed Emir of Kano, has formally received his appointment letter confirming his position from the governor, Abba Kabir Yusuf. Our correspondent Stephen Enoch reports that Sanusi received the letter on Friday at the Africa House Hall of the Government House, Kano, in a grand ceremony attended by top government officials and security agents. The development is sequel to the signing into law of the amended Kano State Emirate Council law by the governor on Thursday. The amended law abolished the 5 emirate councils and sacked the emirs appointed by former governor Abdullahi Ganduje in 2019, paving way for the re-enthronement of Sanusi. Speaking while presenting the letter, Yusuf said Sanusi is a victim of the immediate past administration who is now being restored to his rightful position to lead the people. The governor added that the law that brought back Sanusi to the Kano Emirate throne cannot be changed.
Today, as I stand before you, I'm going to present letter of reinstatement to the Emir of Kano, Alhaji Sanusi Lamido Aminu Sanusi. this gentleman was victimized in 2019. We all had a feeling that we will have to bring back what is due to the good people of the state. The bill was signed into law around 5:30. There was no any problem. Once a bill is signed into law, it has become the law, and nobody can change it. By the powers conferred on me by the Council and the Council Chiefs, meaning Appointment and Disposition Law of 1984, and in consonance with the Common Emirate Council's Reform Law 2024, and supported by the recommendations of the Common Emirate Council's kingmakers who are here with us. I, Governor Abaki Yusuf of Kano State, have the singular pleasure to confirm the appointment of Sanusi Lamido Aminu Sanusi as the Emir of Kano.
Now, Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf has promised to report Justice Mohammed Liman of a federal high court for allegedly ordering the reinstatement of Sanusi Lamido as the 16th Emir of Kano from the United States. The order was granted in an application filed by the Sakin Dawaki Baba of the Kano Emirate, Aminu Baba Dan Agundi, to stop the Kano State government from enforcing the Kano State Emirate Council repeal law, which dethroned all 5 emirs in the state. Yusuf emphasized the importance of following due process and ensuring the rule of law remains in Nigeria. Now, the Emir of Kano, Mohammed Sanusi II, has described his reinstatement as God's will, thanking the government for the rescue mission. Sanusi was reinstated on Thursday and received his appointment letter a day after, following Governor Abba Yusuf's signing of the Kano State Emirate Council Repeal Bill 2024 into law. The move led to his reinstatement 4 years after the immediate past governor of the Northwest State, Abdullahi Ganduje, deposed him. At an event to receive the appointment letter from Governor Yusuf, Emir Sanusi said his reinstatement was divine. Now, the Kano State Governor, Abba Kabir Yusuf, has ordered the immediate arrest of the deposed Emir of Kano, Aminu Ado Bayero. The order was contained in a statement on Saturday by the Director General, Media and Publicity, Government House, Kano, Sanusi Tofa. The governor said Bayero should be arrested for allegedly creating tension in the state. In other news now, members of the Rivers State chapter of the All Progressives Congress APC and some other groups have staged a 1 million man march in support of the President Bola Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda in Rivers State. The Solidarity Walks, organized under the aegis of the Renewed Hope and led by the Caretaker Committee Chairman of the APC in Rivers State, Tony Okocha, witnessed participation from members of the party and other groups from across the 23 local government areas of the state. The rally started from the popular GRA junction on Aba Road and stretched to the party secretariat along artillery axis of same Aba Road in Port Harcourt.
This is not purely APC event. This is Renewed Hope, Mr. President's family in Rivers State. The other reason I told them, I gave to them, was in the fact that this man called Ezewaye Sowike is a game changer. He has a Midas touch. And I remember, you will remember, that we have been wooing him to come over to Mississippi to help us. This is again one of those attempts to woo him to come over to aid us and help us so that we will continue to win election for Mr. President, particularly when election comes for 2027.
Okocha called on the Rivers State government to key into the renewed hope agenda of the president by creating an enabling environment that will strive for peace and prosperity in the country.
Somebody we elected to be governor of the state, who we expect should be the man who will push peace and make sure that there is development in the state. Are you not surprised that he's the one drumming war? What does the governor mean when he said, John will not mature? On television, national television, the whole world heard it because that's all social media can do. What jungle has matured, even in his own state.
Staying in Rivers State, the governor Siminalayi Fubara has asserted that a higher standard of leadership style will be set by his administration, adding that it will set new bar in improving the quality of life and socio-economic status of residents. He made the assertion at Ogbogoro town, venue of the official flag of the Okania-Ogbogoro road project in Obiakpo local government area of the state. The governor said that there are determined overtures by detractors who are bent on distracting his administration from set goals with unproductive fights, emphasizing that fighting back would be a waste of energy.
They want us to miss our goal. They want to distract us. If we fight with them, we'll be wasting our energy. So what we need to do is continue to do that thing that we promised our people. So our style will be to set the standard that will be above them. That when they come, people will say, but what the people are doing, everybody's saying it now, and it is about the people. So that will be our style of leadership.
Speaking on the road project, the governor insisted that the Okania-Ogbogoro road project will not end at the stage of flag off, but will be completed and inaugurated in the next 5 months.
Most of these roads, this one in particular, is a road that will take off some pressure from the main route that we are familiar with. And we thought it wise that it is proper for us to fix this road. Fixing this road will also improve the economy of the people living here. It will also improve the security state of this environment. So we're thinking not just for ourselves, but also thinking for the good and wonderful people of our states. So I want to say, support us so that we'll continue to deliver on our promises.
Well, straight now to Delta State, where a socio-political group, Integrity Group, has applauded the governor, Honorable Sharif Oborowori, for his wisdom and peaceful disposition in handling the Okwama community issue that claimed lives, including that of military men. The group made a commendation in a press briefing as part of the activities of celebrating the governor's 1 year in office. The convener, Dr. Oke Idawine, said Governor Oborowori has shown commitment in assisting all stakeholders in enhancing peace and security for the benefit of law-abiding citizens. He stressed that the governor has set up committees to build up internally displaced people's camp for the people of Okwama.
The recent Okwama crisis, if not for wisdom, would have plunged into more difficult situations. But what did the man do? God gave me wisdom. Today, we said earlier on that Okwama shall rise again. Today, Okwama is rising again. A committee has been set in place to take care of the people, rehabilitate them, give them first aid, give them solutions to their immediate problems for the Okwama. And the Okwama building for Okwama is already in process for us to have a more beautiful Okwama. Kudos for that initiative. And Permit me, Adijo, to appreciate the 3 senators from Delta State for the peace building that supported the governor in synergy to make sure that Okwama, that has been the most traumatized situation for us here, was addressed, and NIP, that today is already history that it has happened. Before I go further, we should also remember that security challenge can come up anywhere, and how you manage it matters a lot.
Foremost human rights activist and the 2023 presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, AAC, Omoyele Sowore, has described the present administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as insensitive to the plight of the citizens. Sowore made the comments in Benin while speaking with journalists at the party's campaign flag-off ahead of the Edo governorship elections in September. Expressing frustration over the hardship Nigerians have been made to face owing to what he described as poor policy decisions, Sowore expressed the hope that the country will one day bounce back if only the people are allowed to take charge of their affairs.
When I say survive, because successive regimes in Nigeria have always been worse than the one before. I've survived at least 7 or 8 presidents. And I can tell you that there's nothing these guys have nothing to offer. But the important thing is that you said it during the election that these guys have nothing to offer. Why waste your time? But people, you know, they always often listen when it's too late. Yes. Inflation has gone almost the percentage that's ever been seen before. Unemployment has become a major problem. Insecurity got worse in the last 1 year. The minimum wage, as you know, remains. That's the only thing that's pretty much static in this country today. The value of Nigerian currency, it used to be called naira, now it's a toilet paper.
Yes, we just flagged up our campaign, and now we'll have to move around all the wards again, like we have always done, engage more people. We have a schedule for our campaigns before we start moving local government to local government. We will be going around all the wards again, like we have always done.
The need for the youth to fully participate in Nigeria's electoral process has yet again been re-emphasized. The call was made at a one-day sensitization program organized by the non-governmental organization Gatefield, held in Benin, the Edo State capital. The program was aimed at encouraging the citizens, especially the youths, into getting into politics. Speaking during the program, the project manager of the organization, Mahmoud Jafar, said they hope to train and enlighten over 600 students across private and public schools.
What I've actually gained about democracy, with the youth, democracy is actually lacking the youth in involvement in politics. We should endeavor to go get our PVC for this next election coming up. Let's come out, let's vote, cast our vote, let the people know, let the old ones know that yes, we the youth, we are capable of, you know, of our future.
Not being relaxed and not wanting to participate in politics and then complain about it, that is very wrong, and that's something I took today from Dr. Charles, and that's something I would want you to also take.
We have almost 200 students participating in today's event, and all around Nigeria as we're holding this forum, because this is just one of the 6 forums that are organizing around the country, and we aim to fully empower at the very least 600 university students and youth to be able to fully identify and counter authoritarian influences within not just their school but also within their communities and Nigeria at large.
You know, the taste of politics or the democratic process is involvement in the process. The process must be driven by youth who are willing to participate in the process. We may not have gotten it right, but we are nothing like late coming in the political process. We must shape our future by involving in the political process. For youth in Edo State, elections are around the corner. It's another opportunity to redeem self and break the stereotype of the youth can no longer do well in politics. You know, I like the recent incidents of a youthful deputy governor appointed in Edo State. It's a signal that youth can do something better.
The chairman of Ovia Northeast Local Government Area, Honorable Collins Osamide Ogbewe, has been commended by the state government for his bid to sustain in peace and security in the local government. The Commissioner for Public Safety and Security, Kingsley Uwagbele, gave the commendation when he attended the monthly Peace and Security meeting at the Council Secretariat in Okada, the administrative headquarters of the local government area. Speaking shortly after the meeting, the council boss expressed appreciation to the state government for acknowledging the effort of the local government.
Attending of Peace and Security by the Honorable Commissioner for Public Safety and Security, Honorable Kingsley Wagbale, in fact, was on the big addendum to the Peace and Security meeting today. You know, as directed by His Excellency, that a peaceful environment is key, because business can thrive when the environment is peaceful. People can stay, harmonious relationship can be maintained if the environment is peaceful. So His Excellency Governor Yasir Obaseki is an advocate of peace. So in that line, we have key into that on monthly basis, on weekly basis, we get report from security agencies. We also assist security agencies in our own regard.
To be in Okada and on the vision of the chairman, Collins Ogbe, Honorable Collins Ogbe, I wanted to thank him because Okada is calm, relatively calm compared to other parts of the state, and we work together day and night, myself and him. We collaborate a lot. I just felt it was important for me to also come to here, put my face to a few of the issues, get to know a few of the issues, and then go back and brief His Excellency on what is going on here.
The chairman is a dynamic chairman. He has been working, and community has been testifying that the chairman has done a lot, especially since we've been holding this meeting. There has been a lot of changes because each security agency and apparatus had the opportunity to always go back and relate to their various departments.
You're still watching the news brief on Plus TV Africa. I'll be right back. Stay with us.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts, and even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
To other parts of Africa now. South Africa's government has hailed as groundbreaking a ruling by the World Court that ordered Israel to halt its military assault on the southern Gaza city of Rafah. Judges at the International Court of Justice earlier on Friday backed a South African request to order Israel to halt its offensive in Rafah, a week after Pretoria called for the measure in a case accusing Israel of genocide, an allegation Israel has denied. While welcoming the court's ruling, President Cyril Ramaphosa's office said South Africa remained concerned that the United Nations Security Council had not succeeded in stopping the human suffering in Gaza. Moving outside Africa now, U.S. President Joe Biden has welcomed Egypt's commitment to allow UN-provided humanitarian aid to flow into Gaza on a temporary basis through the Kerem Shalom crossing. Biden also told Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi in a call that he supported efforts to reopen the southern Rafah crossing on the terms acceptable to both Egypt and Israel, and that the United States would send a senior team to Cairo next week for talks, according to a White House statement. Sisi agreed to send the aid temporarily until legal mechanisms are in place to reopen the Rafah border crossing from the Palestinian side. Some of the food supplies waiting to enter the Gaza Strip from Egypt have begun to rot as the Rafah border crossing remains shut to aid deliveries for a third week, and people inside the Palestinian enclave face worsening hunger. The more than 300 people and over 1,100 houses have been buried by a massive landslide that leveled a remote village in northern Papua New Guinea. Hundreds are feared dead in the landslide that hit Kaukalam village in Enga province, about 600 kilometers northwest of the capital, Port Moresby, around 3 a.m. on Friday. More than 6 villages had been impacted by the landslide in the province's Mulitaka region, Australia's Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, DFAT, said on Saturday. In business news, now on Friday, the Naira depreciated in the parallel market to 1,520 Naira per dollar from 1,515 per dollar on Thursday. However, it appreciated to 1,482 Naira 81 kobo per dollar in the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market, NAFEM. Data from the FMDQ showed that the indicative exchange rate for NAFEM fell to 1,482 Naira 81 kobo per dollar from 1,485 Naira 66 kobo per dollar on Thursday, indicating 2 Naira 85 kobo appreciation for the Naira. The market recorded an intraday high of 1,511 Naira per dollar and an intraday low of 1,400 Naira per dollar, resulting in a bearing of 111 Naira per dollar. The volume of dollars traded increased by 35.7% to $556.25 million from $167.55 million the previous day. Well, sports news now. Nigeria's head coach Finidi George has named his squad for the upcoming 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifier against the Bafana Bafana of South Africa and the Cheetahs of Benin Republic. Leading the names on the 23-man list is, in the inform Atalanta forward Ademola Lookman, whose hat-trick on Wednesday handed his side the Europa League trophy. Victor Boniface of Bayern Leverkusen is not left out of the squad after being instrumental in the Bavarian side winning their first league title in 30 years, while going unbeaten for 51 games in the process. Also on the list are Victor Osimhen, Alex Iwobi, Terem Murphy, was Udinese of Italy goalkeeper Maduka Okoye returning to the team after being out for some time. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, on X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channels at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. When they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Minding your mannerisms in public signals civility. Your behavior determines how others perceive you, and if you can leave a good impression, why not?
When it comes to that, it's about really making sure that you don't do something that will make people upset. So let me give you a typical example, public toilet, right? You want to walk into that washroom nice and clean. And at the same time, you want to leave it clean for someone else to use it like that. But what you find is that some people use it haphazardly. They don't care about who's coming in next. And of course, people are disgruntled by the way the place is dirty, not kept well. And of course, we have a problem there, health and hygiene, right? That's a public place. When you think about the airplane, for example, the same thing as well. You are on the plane and you have children, and the children are making a whole lot of noise. You're disturbing the elderly people and other people who are sharing the same space with you. So when you're on the plane, you have to be mindful of other people that are going to be using it. So even when you're sitting down, it's a confined space, right? So you don't want to disturb other people. You want to make sure that you have a smooth ride without upsetting anyone while you're in that public space. What about when you're at the cinema as well? You know, a cinema is a place where, and a library, where you have to keep quiet. You don't want someone to keep telling you, shh, shh. What does that mean? You're not supposed to use your phone when you're in such places, like a library, for instance. Then you're in the supermarket as well. A whole lot of things. And many places where people are, I won't say maybe ignorant of other people, right? They think they're in their home. So you're in a reception in a restaurant, or you're in the reception of a hotel. You're not going to put your feet on the desk or on the table as if, and you're watching the TV as if you're in your sitting room, right? So people wouldn't like that. I've seen cases where some people are in a, they're in the not waiting room. There's a public place where you can sit down in a hotel, right? And some people have taken off their shoes, put their feet on the table, and their hand behind them, they're watching the news and like, hey, this is not your sitting room. You don't do things like that. Then when you talk about dining environments, you're in a restaurant. I have literally seen people, and I've done videos on it as well, where they've given you a napkin, it's for your hands. Wipe your hands down because you're about to eat. Then guess what happens? You see them using the same napkin to wipe their face, to wipe their hair. I've seen them do this. I'm like, oh, this is not the bathroom. So it's really about perception and how you want people to see you when you're in a public place.
When in the public, it is important to be courteous and respectful of others. You might not always know the rules, but if you make a genuine effort to be considerate of others with the intent not to disturb them, the conscious effort would show.
For me, I would love to see an environment where when we see something that is not right, we correct. I've done that severally, and I'm brave enough to do that. And most times when I finish speaking to the person says sorry, because maybe at the time they were doing it, they didn't realize how bad it was and the consequences to another person. But most times you find that they are truly sorry because it just didn't come down to that.
The rules of behavior when we're in public vary from culture to culture.
If you've ever been to Singapore and you're in a public train or any public environment, you're not allowed to chew chewing gum. And they made it a law. And so now people are very conscious. Don't chew chewing gum, you get fined, you can be imprisoned. So they've made it part and parcel of their life.
However, culture is an ever-evolving phenomenon that changes as the needs of the people changes. We all have rights, but it has limitations where the exercise of your rights begins to infringe on the rights of others. Behaviors such as playing music or videos loudly on your phone in public, receiving calls loudly in public places, or even blowing horns arbitrarily can be seen as offensive. Here are some common etiquette to take note of in public. Offer up your seat. If you're in perfectly good health, offer your seat to anyone who is either in poor health or pregnant. Make commuting easier for those who need it. Let the waiter come to you. Never yell or wave your hand at a waiter while dining. Make their job easier by being patient or politely get their attention when they pass by. Know your audience. Be aware of who's around before engaging in hot topics. Respecting people's sensibilities is the proper way to behave. Make sure to tip. Tipping is essential for certain employees to make a decent income. Make sure to leave a tip as a token of your gratitude whenever possible. Even services you might not think of, like a haircut or dog grooming. Say excuse me. It's the polite thing to do when you bump into someone. Even if you're not really the one to blame, why not just avoid conflict and brush off the situation? Use a coaster. Spilling isn't the only way to make a mess with your cold beverage. Say please and thank you, especially to those closest to you. Smile at the cashier, the bank teller, the security man, your co-worker, even if he or she doesn't smile back. Hold the door for the person behind you, and if someone holds the door for you, remember to say thank you. Step outside to answer your phone calls. Sometimes you have to take an important call. It is important to step outside to take your call because it's not fun to hear your conversation when we're trapped behind you in a line. Give people a pass. Cranky salesperson, nasty driver, you have no idea what's going on with that person right now. You don't have to reward ugly behavior with your own nastiness, which only perpetuates the cycle. Look at the person who's speaking to you. It is polite to listen to people who are talking to you and not just type away on your smartphone. Let someone go in front of you in line. Cough or sneeze into your elbow. Put your smartphone away during meals. Be on time. Ask before posting. Not everyone wants to be all over social media, and you're not a reporter, so stop spreading the news. Keep the noise down at work. Silence the ringer on your phone. Speak quietly and turn the sound down on your dinging emails so it's not bugging everyone you work with. Wash your hands after using the bathroom. Park your shopping cart on the side of the aisle. Ask permission to use someone's first name. Clean up after yourself, at home, at work, at a friend's house. Ask before bringing a guest. Don't assume they're automatically invited no matter how well you know your host or hostess. Stay at home when you're sick. Reach out to people who are grieving. Don't pretend nothing happened. If you don't know what to do or say, you can simply say you're sorry. Let people get off the elevator first before you get on. The same rules apply to trains and buses. Silence your smartphone at the movies and stop crinkling that candy wrapper so loudly while you're at it. Help someone who's clearly struggling. The next time you see someone straining to reach something on the highest shelf at the grocery store, help him or her out. Skip controversial or nosy topics at parties. Politics, religion, or asking when they're getting pregnant or how much weight they lost. Those topics are sensitive and should be off the table. When you enter a room, greet everyone. Return calls. If someone takes the time to leave you a voicemail, take the time to call him or her back. Use an earphone or headphone in public while scrolling through social media. Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no
Yes, let's begin by celebrating in advance the future generation, our children, as they gear up towards marking yet another Youth and Children's Day. If you ask me, I'll say the younger ones should be celebrated and encouraged every day.
Every single day, John. That's so well said. The continuation and preservation of human race and specie, no doubt, is dependent on the children and the youth of today, for upon them really rests the hope of tomorrow. However, the conversation is whether we have adequately and positively equipped and prepared them for the big task that is ahead. Thank you for joining us and welcome to the one-stop show for everyone. I'm delighted that together with you we will be enlarging both our knowledge and information territories today.
Such huge words from you this morning. So once again, it's an all-female outing, almost, if you take me out of the equation. Well, it's an indication that today we'll be thrilled, entertained, educated, and informed. It's a must-watch outing, and I would like to welcome you on board, especially. I am John Senaya.
And I'm still and always on Helen Odeleye. You are watching Today with John and Helen live on Plus TV Africa. Please stay with us while we go on this very short break. We'll be back before you know it.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
So good to know you're still there. Today, we shall go from celebrating the Nigerian uniqueness through adventure, fearlessness, and more to tapping into the obvious result of kindness and compassion, especially in the lives of,
abused and abandoned.
Abused and abandoned. You got it right,
yes.
And abandoned children.
And finally, we shall end the conversation with answers to the many questions being asked about the trending Japa divorce syndrome. Our guests are Pelumi Nubi, Temitayo Benson, and Eno Martins. If you just joined in, you're welcome and right on time.
Yes, right on time. A quick run through stories that made headlines in the week, Helen, and we shall then quickly make our way for Chizo, Bam, Ofegu, and her guest, Pelumi Nubi, as they take a look at the daring Nigerian spirit. So, anything to talk about? The rain?
The rain, yes. Very welcome.
The heat.
It was getting very warm.
Yes.
The heat, 1 year in office of the new administration. Is it still a new administration?
Yeah, there's still.
And Mr. President said to us, no cause. We shouldn't be worried anymore. The worst is over.
The worst is over. I heard that this morning.
And how did that make you feel?
Yeah, I felt real good about it.
Okay,
yeah, but it's not just the words.
Let's go to the market tomorrow and let's see some changes, right?
Well, yeah, we wish that that all of that hardship will just go away. That's right.
Okay. There's a lot to talk about, but we'll just put a pause
we'll
there
put
now.
A pause. We'll pick it up next week.
We will. Okay. All right. So I believe that the best thing that had happened to Nigerians right now, based on what is around us, is the readiness. We're ever ready, and the ability to weather all of the storms that come our way. For many, me inclusive, or I inclusive, the slogan now is, bring it on.
Bring it on.
Whatever it is, we can take it.
Yeah, these are indeed very interesting times. And so with the state of our nation behind us, it's time to draw inspiration from Pelumi, the young Nigerian lady who dreamed it, prepared for it, and actually drove solo all the way from London to the smart city, Lagos.
Yeah.
Chizabam Ofegu takes over from here. Please stay with us.
Welcome to another exciting episode of Culture Conversations. My name is Chizabam Ofegu. I remain your host. Today we are going to have an amazing conversation with an amazing human being, the first woman to do a road travel from London to Lagos successfully, Miss Pelumi Nubi. She's going to be joining us virtually, and we're just going to be picking her brain on the daring Nigerian mind. What kind of mindset did she have to be able to make that kind of journey? And she chronicled it, so we saw the difficulty of it. And at some point, I was like, if it was me, I would have just turned back or become a native of this community that I'm having that problem in. But she moved on, she dared, and she finally got to Lagos in good health. And there was a warm welcome, and she's still being warmly received all over the world. But today we have the onerous privilege of having an interview with Pelumi Nubi. She is a purpose-driven travel content creator and connector who thrives on exploring less commonly visited countries. She's currently living in Dubai, and she's the first woman to solo drive from London to Lagos, calling both the UK and Nigeria home while having ventured to 80 countries across 6 continents. Her engaging content inspires her community to embrace life with fearlessness and embody true freedom. She is committed to showing that travel can be safe, easy, and achievable, particularly for Black women who want to travel solo. She will be my first guest, and she's joining virtually because she is in London. So let's meet Pelumi Nubi.
Wow,
Hi, Pelumi.
What a warm welcome. Thank you for having me. I'm like, is that me?
Wow. I'm sure this is a very summarized version of everything that you have done and achieved. Thank you so much for doing what you did, because you changed a lot for women especially. It might not even be just the woman who wants to travel. It might be the woman who is going through something, a journey of hers that might not need to be on the road, right? But it's a journey she's on, and she's been thinking, this is too formidable for me. But watching you as you chronicled, there were a lot of mindsets changed and a lot of new mindsets planted. Thank you so much for what you did, Pelumi. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The Nigerian mind is a fantastic mind. I mean, we're touted all over the world as just being superhuman, and I agree. Do you understand? So for you, how did you get there? What was, when you thought about it, because you're well-traveled, so obviously you knew the stops you were going to make. You knew it was going to be sort of a difficult journey. You knew it was going on your own. You had sort of an idea of some things you would meet. At what point, what day, what was the thought process that led you to the day that you said, I'm doing this?
I believe reputation is such a big thing. Seeing someone else do something similar to you has always been a great, and that's why I wanted to do this adventure, because I found within the Overland community, there was not enough representation. So that's the first thing first. And even more importantly, what you just said about, I use travel as the, model. But what I want people to look at and say, you know what, if I thought, London to Lagos, solo drive is impossible, and now I've seen Pelumi do it, I can then go on to do other things I consider impossible. So the date or the month in which I knew that this journey was going to start was in September 2002. So it took a year plus of planning. And I always believe and advocate for planning too as well, to make yourself as ready as you can. But it's until you set that goal, which I was like, you know what, on the 24th of January, it is my niece's birthday. I'm going to, pick up the engine. I bought the ferry ticket I was going to use to cross from the UK to France, and it was going to happen whether I liked it or not. So yeah, there was definitely a set deadline that had to come into place.
Okay. So I'm sure on the journey you got to know a lot about yourself that you did not know. You found out a lot about yourself that you did not. Can you just give us 3 things that you found out about yourself that shocked you or pleased you?
Pleased me was definitely the strength I had. I knew I was a strong, audacious person, but like you said, there were circumstances during the road trip that if I said deuces and I packed my bag, nobody would be upset with me. Post-accident, for example, when it happened in Ivory Coast, if I just said, you know what, I'm looking after my health, no one would have questioned me ending the trip at that point. But there was this depth that I didn't realize I had, or this strength. They say when you hit rock bottom and you're able to crawl out of that, that's when you really appreciate your strength. So that's definitely something. Number 2 is how self-motivated and self-resilient I am in terms of just, hearing naysayers, who sent you, just people that have opinions and they will not do such an adventure by themselves. Then that was definitely something I learned. I learned I'm crazy, and crazy is such a good thing. I tell people, look, if nobody has called you crazy this year, you're playing it too safe. You're really playing it too safe in life. It means that you're not being audacious. I say, if someone call me crazy, it means I am doing something that they cannot even comprehend. Do you know how powerful that is?
Yes.
So that is something that I definitely just, got to know more about. Community, the importance of community. I was able to build my online community from 12,000 followers to more than 300,000 on just one platform. We then went to TikTok, on YouTube, Facebook. So just storytelling and connecting with people, really getting them into the journey like they're participating in it. And many, many, many more lessons I learned for us on the road. But those are a few things that definitely stood out.
Yes, I mean, certainly we saw, you said something about if you're not being called crazy, you've not even started living yet, really. If you've not been called crazy, you haven't. And we're looking at you, and I was like, hey, God, just keeps your daughter safe. She has to make you home. She has to make you home. She has to make you home. Because
lots of prayer.
Lots of prayer. Lots of prayers went with you. And I think that's really the beauty of the Nigerian community, because see how we also showed up for Tunde as well for his, his fit as well. So you stopped at a couple of countries. I'm sure you saw the worst and you saw the best of Africa in a different light. I mean, you've been to African countries before this, but what was the difference between the Africa you saw on those trips you were on, and the Africa you saw on this particular trip?
I think with this one, there was a lot more immersion in it. It wasn't just a drive. It was a drive where I've been between 2 to 3 weeks. I was able to spend more time. It took 2 months and almost 2 months and a half, the whole journey. So there was definitely enough time to spend in these almost 13 African countries. And it was just amazing. Getting to learn the culture, getting to immerse myself in it, getting to, like you said, it had 2 sides of the coin. There was this beauty that Africa as a continent, had. For example, in Yamoussoukro, seeing one of the largest church, seeing the largest church in the world, pardon me. And people don't talk about it or speak about it so much in Ivory Coast. And then you also see the other side of, like, for example, the border issue that I faced. And I kept highlighting it as being a thing. I traveled through Europe and it was almost like borderless. But once I got to Africa, or West Africa specifically, it was just back to back in terms of it's so different from when I was flying from one place to the other. land border is not for the weak. There was so many challenges and reformation that needs to happen in our borders for just easier flow of tourism and trade as well. It's just is not conducive right now. So, you know, it was so many experiences in terms of people realizing that we are more similar than different and seeing overlap of culture, you know, food, music, all of that good stuff. But also seeing, you know, the not so good side of things, which I detailed as much as I could on my social media platform.
Yeah. So I didn't know about the church, but yeah, I didn't know about that church. And that's, I mean...
Most people don't. People don't. And that's why it's so important that we tell our story as Africans in terms of we can't be upset that the narrative out there is not positive. We are not actually adding to those narratives or changing them in a more positive light.
Yeah. So, Pelumi, I mean, with your experience, it will not be far-fetched and it is obviously well-deserved if you're made Minister of Tourism, Culture, or something, right? And I pray that comes to be, if that's something you would gladly take on. You know, but now we're talking about border issues, right? We're talking about border issues. So if you were put in that position, I mean, what are 2-3 things you would do to what you will implement, policies you would implement to take care of that?
So the first thing I would definitely do, and I would love to be such in a power position because I already kind of do just showcase Africa or even anywhere I go to. But in terms of the border, the main issue is number one, there's no level of accountability. Who are these people accountable to? Who can I report you to? Once you feel like you have no one in control of you, you step out of line. You know that no one can hold you accountable. You know, use the power of social media because some of these officers straightened up once they saw a camera. I'm like, so you're scared of the camera. You know what you're doing is wrong. So really speaking to, for example, content creators that use these tools frequently and everyday travelers. So something I didn't do, for example, was I did not want special treatment. So I didn't reach out to my embassies, for example, because this is the issue. The people that are in charge of policies already have this entitlement. They go with their official vehicle, they get cleared without facing any issues. So for them, the borders are fine when they are not. So really seeing the everyday man's kind of like, you know, experience, hearing from them and really making sure that we put things in place, which is that, you know, if you have your full documentation or anything like that, someone is asking for a bribe, this number you can call and make a report straight away. You know, really tangible thing there that is present. And knowing that, you know, if it does, rotating the officers, again, having these people there for long duration of time just makes them stale and they just feel like, again, they have nobody they're accountable to. So rotating them frequently, they don't settle up or have bases there and they're able to have new eyes. And please don't get me wrong, they were not all bad people. They were just bad apples, which I feel will be picked out easily if there's more of this check within the borders.
Yes. Oh, nice. So we see that you're prepared for that position. Heaven.
Oh, yes.
Heaven, we are calling for the position. We're calling for the position. So you've met a lot of women, old, young, who are enamored by what you did, rightfully so. What are some of the questions? What are some of the questions that you've had thrown at you by these women, you know, coming from what you've done? Like, you know, I mean, they might have had issues that they are letting you know about. But what are some of the prevalent things they've talked to you about ever since this feat that you have achieved? The women, especially.
You know, the one that just popped to my sheet is how. It's almost like there's this, you know, again, this is why representation matters. This is why representation really, really does matter because it's as if they've never even fathomed that they could do such a thing. That, you know, they could step out of these conventional roles that the society puts us in on a constant basis. They constantly feel like, you know, there's this, you know, motherhood, marriage, blah, blah, blah. And once you step out of that, it's almost a taboo. So when they see someone that is not necessarily doing the conventional, the question really is, how do I live an unconventional life? How do I chase my goal without feeling like a failure or failing the society as a whole? How do you do it? You know, affordability, finances, which has been a big thing. How do you know, really pursue your goal when you sound like a crazy person to everybody that you love around you? So these are the constant questions, you know, and for the younger generation. So I love that you really highlighted it. This journey went from, 8, 10 years old asking their mom, where's Pelumi Nubi right now? And I love the fact they use my full name. It's like, where's Pelumi Nubi? So you know exactly that they're following this story and they're inspired to go on their own adventure. And you get 65 years old women in my DMs, one left a comment the other day, like, I want to restart my life because of this journey you've gone on. Like, I want to do something incredible or remarkable like you have. And I'm just like, just go for it. Just do it, because life is short.
Yeah.
And honestly, at the end of my life, I just want to have less could have, should have, would have, less regret, and know that I lived it as fully as I could.
As you could. Pelumi, you're inspiring me here too. So, so I mean, final question.
That's such a warm comment. Thank you.
You're welcome. So, but like final comments, so I can leave you to do, your other business. Pan-Africanism is a big talk on the scene now, rightfully so. It's time for us to congregate, and the question, I mean, when talks are going on about Pan-Africanism, it's always almost like, we leave the West out of it. We're like, we don't want the West part of it. The West has done enough damage. But you come from two of this. You come from both cultures, being that you're in London right now, you grew up there. So is there, what would you say, and you travel the world, what would you say the right way to go about Pan-Africanism is?
Is there a right way?
Well, I mean,
that's more of it. Is there a right way? But I think, for example, people that do feel like it should be handled by our people, I think there's definitely lots of improvement that needs to be done, and it takes one step at a time. I feel like change has happened over the years, but more is to come. If you were taking something as small as ECOWAS, it's not functional. We need to break it down and make it a lot more functional. Actually asking the right people, holding the right people accountable, but more importantly, coming together. The fact that we are so separated is crazy. Like, why am I finding it? Why is a white man able to move through my continent easier than I am? It's just crazy, So there's definitely need for change in terms of how we perceive each other within the African continent and the freedom that we are allowed to, how do we see each other? Is it this constant hate? Or is there actually unity that will ever be formed? So those are the conversations. And yes, I don't think the West needs to per se be involved in it. But it's definitely needs to, again, move past conversation to actionable step. What exactly are we putting in place to make sure that we improve and not just keep talking and talking and talking?
Thank you so much, Pelumi. Thank you so much. Thank you for existing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for going ahead and doing. And just what you said, we have to have this commitment to live a life with little or no should haves, could haves, whatever. And that's what I'm taking home today. So I'm going home and I'm going to go and write a list of things I would love to do, considering that I am not leaving this earth very soon. So I have many years,
I'm into that.
Thank you so much, Pelumi. Thank you so much. Have a blessed day going forward. We had Pelumi in the studio with us. We are so grateful that she took out the time to be here, and we learned a lot from her. For the young person, for the old person, there were a lot of lessons to learn today. And we are praying, fingers crossed, that she's made minister in some way of culture, tourism, because she's one person that has the right. She has a resume. So let's pray together to make that happen, just as we pray together to make her trip from London to Lagos very safe. Okay. We'll be joining John and Helen in the studio. I remain Chizoba Mofebu. This is Culture Conversations. Stay tuned.
Fearlessness. It is a powerful state of mind free from the weight of limitations and challenges. Challenges that become thrilling adventures, propelling you forward. In the face of adversity, a focus that remains unwavering, fixed firmly on the exhilaration of victory rather than the fear of defeat. It can be built from that education that cultivates a bold and fearless generation of leaders, innovative thinkers, and entrepreneurial sons and daughters of Africa. This is the purpose behind Wigwe University, a beacon of knowledge that will guide the African youth through the realms of academia and the profound lessons of existence. With mentorship and guidance, shaping them into embodiments of fearlessness so that one day they shall proudly declare, "We the fearless. Welcome to the fearless generation.
All right, thank you so much, Chizoba, and thank you, Pelumi. That was awesome. Pelumi has been to 80 countries across 6 continents, and you will do well to keep your fingers crossed for her next feat. You are still watching Today with John and Helen live, and we are on Plus TV Africa, and we have the next guest already seated.
Yes, we do. We're about to share the story of compassion and unwavering commitment to rescuing, loving, and parenting. Now, we traced to the very first private for rejected and abandoned children. That's the Little Saints Orphanages founded by Reverend Mrs. the woman with the heart of gold.
Yes, this experience will be shared today not by Reverend Mrs. Diliji herself, but her daughter, Temitayo, who is currently Director and Trustee of the branches of the Little Saints Orphanage. There's 6 branches, in fact. Temitayo is an event manager, an entrepreneur, an anointed music minister, and the head of the Graceland Band. Temitayo Benson, like her mother, Reverend Mrs. Dilly George, has great passion and love for vulnerable children. Since 2008, our guest has worked tirelessly every single day, running the homes for the abused and abandoned here in Lagos, Delta State, and Ogun State. Temitayo joins us this week to speak to the topic empowerment and reintegration of vulnerable children into the society. I am so super excited to welcome to the family show today, Temitayo Benson. It's an honor to have you seated right here.
Thank you so much for having me.
How have you been? You look beautiful.
Thank you. The Lord's doing.
And really, we're delighted to have you.
Trying to keep up with my mother, who who's our fashionista.
And really, it's appropriate to start by congratulating you, your mother, and the entire team on the success recorded so far in the past 30 years.
Yes.
Amazing.
And counting.
I'm sure she'll be wondering, 30 years just like that.
It just goes, it looks like it goes by so fast,
Yes.
but a lot has been accomplished.
You tell us a lot. You tell us a lot. That lot that has gone.
And your smile is infectious, by the way.
Thank you. I can't stop smiling. That introduction alone it warmed my heart. It took me to many places of our journey, which I'll share with you.
Okay, Temitayo, let's start this way. I think we would want to know a bit about the mission and the vision of Little Saints Orphanages and how you became involved in this organization. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yes, it is. I would say this is God's vision, first of all. It was founded in June of 1994 by my mom, like you said, Reverend Dele George. And she said to us continuously that God told her, take care of my orphans. And that was after she started a mission where they were doing outreaches in general for like widows and homeless families. So I think it kind of graduated to take care of my children. And at the time, God saw a problem and he needed a vessel. And I think he found that faithful person in my mom, that person that he could trust with that vision. And it was very sad that at the time, a lot of women, young women, were having unplanned pregnancies for different reasons, we can't say. And they were abandoning babies in terrible places like dustbins. One even happened, my father had this company, Gold Mine, and there was a big truck outside our accommodation. And one day, just as they were about to drive, they heard the cry of a baby under the truck. Someone had come to abandon it there because apparently at the time there was so much, prosecution, I believe, so they were afraid of that because there were not many registered orphanages. They were afraid, what would people say? Would they expect them to be held accountable? But I think by the time my mom started the orphanage and women discovered that they can safely give up their children without having to dump them in those conditions, Now people just walk in and say, look, some even pregnant, and say, look, I want to give up this baby. I can't take care of it. I don't have the means. You know, I'm all alone. And then, you know, so many different things. And I'm very grateful for that, because I believe every child deserves to live, you know, and every child deserves a good and loving home. You know, so it's like you said, 30 good years of God's faithfulness, and it couldn't have been done without the love and support of caring individuals and corporate organizations.
We'll get to that later.
Yes.
Are we? Okay. As you're speaking,
there's a whole lot.
Yeah, just thinking. So, Lincoln orphanages. So many children have passed through.
Yes.
Some have gone to homes.
Yes.
Some are still. Would you have a calculation, somehow, an idea of how many kids have passed through in the past?
I would say it's over 1,000 have passed through. Yes, in the 30 years. Some have been adopted. Some came as babies. They were adopted immediately. Some were adopted when they were just toddlers. You know, and some are in the U.S. right now with families. Some are in the UK, some are in the Netherlands. And we even had some people from the Netherlands. They specifically wanted children with like disabilities to take care of, like, you know, the cleft lip. Yeah, all kinds of conditions, because they had the facility to take care of them abroad. So they were very lucky. And we have the children with us now that were not adopted, but by the grace of God, they're still getting the love and the care that they need. Some of them are in different levels of education, all the way from primary to the university. We have about 55 graduates right now in the orphanage, so God is doing wonders.
How sweet. Yes. I mean, all of these wouldn't have happened without being able for you to swim against the tide sometimes. Challenges here and there. Would you want to share some outstanding occurrences or whatever?
I think the toughest part initially was a lot of the children were at home. They weren't going to school because the cost of putting them in school was so much. You know, you have about, at the time it was about 200 children not adopted, and they needed to go to school. So thankfully, you know, we have a lot of citizens who responded to our letters for sponsorship, and they would take care of the different levels. They might say, well, I want to take care of a child's education for primary. Or I want to take care of another child's education for university. So that made a whole lot of difference. At the moment, a lot of them are going to school. Some are in primary, secondary, some are in the university. So we still need support in that area. So that's actually one of the challenges. Another one is we need mentorship. Because a lot of the children, people think that it comes naturally, even to administrators and people who work with children, teachers, to take care of some aspects of their development. But the reality is that one person can't do it all. They have so many different parts of them that need to be taken care of. Spiritually, we handle that by the grace of God. You know, my mom is a reverend, so they have a fellowship called the CYF Fellowship, Christian Youth Fellowship. So they have a relationship with God, a lot of them. They understand that they're in charge of their own spiritual growth as well. So emotionally, mentally, they need support. Counselors, you know, when you have a traumatic foundation, only God understands what you need to sort of overcome that. And I think skilled counselors coming in to identify with us would help a lot. You know, mentorship would help a lot, because a lot of them, they come out of school and they can't get jobs, maybe because they lack experience. So we need people to take them on and say, okay, come, I may not have 50,000 or 100,000 to just give you, but here, I will train you, I'll take you on. So many people did that. Like we have one of our sponsors, Diola Segu, at the time. She took on one of our sisters, and now she has her own fashion design business. You know, we have another sister that somebody mentored her in perfume making. So now she has her own perfume business, perfume line. And that graduated to dispensers. Now she supplies hotels with all their bed linen, perfumery and all that. So she's doing extremely well. We even have one of our brothers who, through a connection or so, ended up in the U.S. Army. Yes, so there's so many, and I think it takes someone to help someone. You know, even Jesus needed disciples. We need people to come on board and make it.
Now you're sounding like Reverend.
Did you catch something like this?
Yeah, sister.
One of our brothers.
Yeah. One of our sisters. I called the sisters.
Because they are all
brothers. Yeah.
Boys, they are Mr.
I
Mrs.
actually caught that. Now that's really sweet.
My parents are wonderful. My dad gave them his name, the ones that were not adopted. So it was like an indirect adoption because they needed a name to register, for example, at banks, even for their NIN, even for different levels of their education. So I have many spiritual brothers and sisters. We've become like one big happy family.
Yeah.
To be very honest.
I can feel it, and
Yes,
I have goose
them.
pimples all over me.
It's so funny that when I was young, I have an older sister and a younger brother, but when I was younger, I always wanted a little sister who I could play with. So I just got dollies, make their hair. I always wanted a little sister, and now I have so many.
Do you still want to add one brother? You have one here.
Age is not a factor, of course. The
Okay,
more the merrier.
So Timothy, I heard you humming a song earlier on, and I was like, she sings too. How does your work as a gospel music minister influence or enhance your job of supporting and empowering vulnerable children?
I think music is one of the gifts that God has given to us. I believe music heals. I mean, there was a time in my life, I would say, when I needed support, I needed direction. I was like a spiritual baby, let's put it that way. I wasn't really like a strong Christian at the time. And certain people's music, they sort of helped me gain perspective on my walk with God, how I should think, how I should carry myself in terms of purity, in terms of relationship with God, intimacy with God. And I think that music is just one means of transporting the words of God into the hearts of people. And as you listen, just like faith comes through hearing the word of God, faith comes through hearing music as well, and the right kind of music. Because I remember even when I was abroad, I saw a particular boy listening to some very strange rock music, and he just started kicking the chair in front of him, getting agitated. Yes, there's a spirit in the music, and I believe that the Holy Spirit is in music. And if you call any of our brothers and sisters here, they know all the songs. They know all the gospel songs. They know the next one, because I believe it encourages them. I believe that it's played a large role in healing them. That's why I believe that Nigerian gospel artists, they do deserve a lot of credit and blessings and endorsements, because they are doing wonderfully well. I really do believe.
All right, so in a few days, you will be celebrating big time. 30 years.
Okay.
Yes.
It's going to be loud. It's going to be loud.
And so, what are the key programs?
Okay.
From behind that you're going to crystallize into the event of that day, that have helped in bringing the Little Saint orphanages to where it is today?
Yeah, I think the highlight for me is when my mom will come and speak and share her journey, because the experience for her will be totally different than my experience. We were just starting by the grace of God. She had a lot more hands-on experience in the development of the children. When they came, they were very malnourished. She had to nurse them to a very healthy place, physically, emotionally. And I believe that, and she also had a lot of challenges in her 30 years. So I look forward to the highlights of that. And I look forward to the testimonies of people, who have been helped by the mission on that day as well. And by the grace of God, I'll be ministering there as well. So yeah, I've caught the vision, and I'm very, very happy that this is what God has called me to do. I tried many other things, and God, when He wants you to do something, like Jonah, you will find your way there. Whether
Can I make a confession? I was hoping that we could be friends.
Okay.
But you're so clean. So I don't think that friendship will work.
No, the friendship will work.
It will work.
She'll wash me clean. Okay.
We know how to package. We're going through our own things. Everybody has a walk with God. Everybody has their own struggles, their own challenges, And I think over time, people will see and get to know. It's not everything you reveal about your life, both the good, bad, and ugly in a moment. Absolutely. But there's a whole lot. I mean, I'm here to tell about the good things, because God has done so much
Absolutely.
good,
Yes.
you know.
Yes.
I'm here
So-
representing my mom, you know. She's at the point now where she wants to move on to another phase of the projects that God is taking her to. So she's done so well at creating a system with the Little Saints Orphanage where she feels I can effectively handle and manage and oversee while she begins another phase.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now,
Empowerment and reintegration.
yeah. Let me even go off that subject directly, you know, a bit. Now, let's look at trauma.
Okay.
Trauma, with physical trauma, yes, most times we can manage, but emotional trauma will be a little more difficult to handle. How have you been able to manage the emotional trauma that these little children, you know, would
Not
have
for
gone
1, 2, 3, 4, but for all along.
all together? How have you been doing that?
I believe that it takes more than one person to do that. And it starts with them as well, you know, wanting the help. And I don't think that it's anything that a human being can really handle. I think that you have to be filled with the Holy Spirit. I think that you have to have a lot of love. You have to have a lot of love. I think people respond more to love than constant criticism, you know, highlighting the negatives about them. So I have this, by the grace of God, ability to see the good things. You know, even before I correct someone, I would look for something good about them to create that foundation. You know, pay them a compliment, tell them the good things about, because some people don't hear it on a daily basis. They don't hear it. So one thing I've noticed that works with me, I'm a hugger. Like, I hug a lot. I believe in embracing people. Maybe that's my love language.
I got one when you came.
You got one, yes. You know, I hug them. You know, they know I love them. I hope they know, but I do love them very much. And I believe that, you know, God said Jesus came to heal the brokenhearted. You know, so I believe that when they have that relationship with God, they will see themselves as who God created them to be and not their situation. Anybody can be abandoned, you know, anybody can be abused, but the reality is, what do you do with that? Do you allow what perspective do you choose to have about that? So I think that's where it all happens. That's where the battle is, in renewing their mind, to help them see that even a child that's brought up in a home with 2 parents and siblings can still go through abuse and trauma.
That's right.
You know, so it's not about that. It's about what you do from now. It's how you overcome that trauma, you know, and become everything you were created to be.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
The Little Saint Orphanages does not exist in isolation. We work with a lot of people.
Yes.
So what role do you believe that the community and the society at large can play and has been playing, you know, in the empowerment and the reintegration of the children that are with you?
My mom always says that education is very, very important. If we can have more people come in to sponsor the education of some of the children, that would really be a big help, because I believe that without that education, their past will continue to traumatize them. They see their mates graduating, getting good jobs, buying all the things they want, going to the places they want, getting married. I believe that if they don't get that education, it might become a stumbling block. So if one person decides to, take up their education for university or take it up for secondary, we have about 150 children in the orphanage. So I believe that it's very possible for all of them to go through. And my mom wants them to have the best education. That's why she put them in private schools. She doesn't want any delay. And even the ones that maybe don't do so well in school, there's still vocational training. Like, my mom started Safe Haven for Children. It was actually a property that was donated to the orphanage in Ikorodu, Legional Village. So there's a vocational center there where they can get training. The classrooms are ready. The football field is ready. There's a canteen there. And it's not just for the children in the orphanage. It's also like an initiative for street children who are currently in Ikorodu and they don't have jobs. You know, I feel that until we get the children off the streets, I really can't say too much about Nigeria, how well we're doing in protecting vulnerable children. Because every time I see a child that is still begging on the street, I see it as a big problem.
Yes.
You know, especially when I see even disabled people still begging on the street. Like, I grew up for a few years in the UK, and they have so many systems in place. They have so many benefits. funding for disabled, shelter for disabled, funding for people who can't even find jobs, help to even help them find jobs. So this is what we're trying to encourage people to do. If the government can't do it all, then we, the citizens, we're ready to do that.
Whoa, I have a question for Mom. For Mom.
Yeah.
And I want to believe you'll be able to answer that question. It's a question that will take us through 30 years.
Okay.
Right? High points. Okay. Over the 30 years, could you just pick 1, 2 high points of the last 30 years for Little Saints Orphanages?
There are so many.
Yeah, that's why I said just
we have so many wonderful Nigerian citizens and corporate organizations. So they've done so much. I mean, the houses that the children are currently living in were donated by individuals.
Go.
Yes, the accommodation they're living in was donated. Some people donated buses so that they wouldn't have to all rely on public transport and always be late. So there's buses that take them to school. We have some success stories of some of our children, like I told you before, who have graduated because of this sponsorship of education. Some of them are married now. Like my mom says, she has many grandchildren now. Many spiritual grandchildren. And she knows them all. She relates with them all, So those are the highlights for me.
So she gave out all of these boys and girls in marriage?
Yes.
At some point?
Yes. And so many are still to come. Many more marriages, many more graduates, and so we're praying for mentorship. We have so many mentors that have already come, and there's still so much more to do.
All right, we've been told that we have like 2 minutes.
Okay.
And those 2 minutes, John, I think we should allow Temitayo to say her final thoughts. Perhaps somebody just tuned in the last 2-3 minutes and hasn't heard everything that you've said about the Little Saint Orphanages. What would be 2 or 3 things that you would like to register?
To live with us, yes.
To live with us, yes.
Okay. Well, Little Saints is not the only private orphanage. There's an association for the registered private orphanages in Lagos. It's called ASOHON. That was another initiative that was founded by my mom. So I would like people to identify, more. Google, connect, and it's not just financial. Like I said before, it's mentorship. We need mentors. If you give a child 50,000 for it, you've given them enough to eat now with all the prices that have gone up for like a week. But if you teach them a trade, how to start their own business, they will feed for a lifetime. So I will really pray that a lot more people will decide to identify in the area of sponsorship and mentorship. And I would just want to use the last few moments to thank people, because without them it's not possible. It's not possible. If my mom had no support from patrons and corporate organizations, she wouldn't have been able to achieve all this. If she didn't have the support of other missionaries who decided to come in and also volunteer their time and volunteer their talents and their giftings, it wouldn't have probably been as successful as it is now. So 30 years, there's so many people to thank, and I believe we're still going to do that over time. Keep thanking people, keep appreciating people, because God has raised people with real hearts of gold. She's not the only one with a heart of gold, like yourself. You've been with us for so many years, so many years. And I actually deeply love you. We're very, very close, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to come and speak. I'm so happy to meet you also. I'm sure that we're going to have our own, testimonies of all the wonderful things that is going to happen after this.
Great stuff. Great stuff. Great.
I do believe that the impact that the Little Saints Orphanages has had on the lives of children, families, and this society and this nation called Nigeria at large, since inception, is best imagined. We really can't see it. All right, congratulations.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you so much.
My love to mommy.
Thank you.
Yeah, wow. So dreams sure do come true. Congratulations for exhibiting so much unconditional love and selflessness. Our regards, like you said, to Mom, Reverend Mrs. George, the visionary founder of the Little Saints Orphanages.
All the best.
Thank you so much.
All right, so empowering and reintegrating the rejected, the abandoned, and vulnerable children into society by Temitayo Benson there. Next is a quick stopover. I hope we can do that very quickly at the gym with Dolly Phillips. We return after to unbundle the controversy surrounding Japa divorce syndrome with Enno Martins. You don't want to miss that.
Yeah. But right now, let's go keep fit and stay healthy and happy.
My name is Adejoke Lasisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste spin. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to like weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
And welcome to the fitness section of today's show. Again, my name is Dolly Phillips and we're at Alpha Fitness Studios in Lekki Phase 1. As you can see, I have my stool here and I'm using 2 kg dumbbells. Now you can use 2 bottles of water or 2 cans of beans, whatever works for you, or even go without. All right, so I'm going to be sitting down nice and upright and we're going to start. So we're going to start very quickly with a warm up. And we go deep breath in and out. In and out. In and out. Last one, in and out. Shoulder rolls back. 4, 3, 2, and 1. And forward. 4, 3, 2, 1. Extend your legs in front of you. Reach for 4 and up. 3 and up. 2 and up. 1 more. And up. All right, so dumbbells in hand, we're going to start with upright rows and bicep curls. And your time starts now. We're running for 20 seconds. Let's go. 1, upright row. 2, upright row. Very good. 3, make sure you're sitting upright. Don't slouch. Long body on that stool or that sofa. Very good. How many seconds do we have left? 3, 2, and 1. Rest it. Now, keep your weights to your shoulders. We're going to be pushing upwards and under our thighs. Are you ready? In 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Push up and 1. Now this one, we're working those arms, the back, and the abs as well, even while we're sitting down. Keep going. Have fun with this one. Go. Very good. Up and under. Up and under. And your time is over. Going back to the first one again. Remember, bicep curl and upright row. And your time starts now. Let's go. Upright row. Come on. Make sure the weights are lower than your elbows. Focus on your abs right here. Tell your arms what to do, but focus on your abs. Very good. Remember, we're sitting upright. 3, 2, 1, and time. Next one. Weights to the shoulders. We're pushing up and under our thighs. This is round 2. Are you ready? Come on. Let's go. Up and under. Good job. Up and under. Up and under. Up. Us bending over is like a crunch. This is good for your back right here while you're sitting upright. So stay with me. Those 6 packs are coming. In 3, 2, 1, and time. Now we're going to go side to side, working those obliques. Still focusing on the abs here. Are we ready? Let's go. Time. 1, very good. Up. 2, go side to side. Now don't use your neck too much. Let your body bend. Keep your head nice and straight. Just let the upper body do the work. Good job. Go side to side. Not bad, eh? We're sitting down, isn't it? Awesome. 3, 2, 1, and time. And now this one, we're going to kick towards the toes. Are you ready? In 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. 1. Ooh. As we raise those legs, we work those abs. So do this with everything you've got. Come on, let's go. Exhale as those legs come up. Punch. That's it. Full extension in the legs and the arms here. 3, 2, 1, and time. All right, going back to the oblique crunches. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1, time. Let's go side to side. Ooh, focus on those obliques here. Smaller waist coming up. Pull those weights to the pits. Let's go. A little bit extra here because me, I want a smaller waist this summer, so I'm doing more. Come on, side to side. Guys, you don't lose out. V-shape coming up as well. Come on, work harder. We have 5 seconds left. In 4, 3, 2, 1, and time. Awesome. Now we're punching towards the toes again. Get ready. In 3, 2, 1. Let's go. No time. Full extension in those arms and legs. The higher the legs go, the more you work those abs. Arms are working, back is working, legs are working, full body workout here while we're sitting down. Isn't that awesome? 3, 2, 1, and time. Wow, awesome workout. Thanks for joining me this morning, and I hope to see you soon. Bye.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 when they pay.
Thanks a million for keeping the faith and staying tuned. The program is still today with John and Helen live, and we are on Plus TV Africa. And
our next and final conversation is with a very strong and determined Nigerian. Eno Martins is a successful entrepreneur with over 20 years in advertising practice. She is founder, Girls on Wheels, an innovative business that provides female drivers for women. Eno Martins also created Japa Divorce Diaries, a platform which aims to provide a supportive community for individuals going through divorce brought about by long-distance marriage. Our guest is here to share insights aimed at fostering community and resources to help others, victims, heal and thrive. Welcome to the show, Eno.
Thank you so much for having me.
We are glad you could make it.
Thank you.
Now let's get right to it.
With all the rain.
So much to talk about. Now can you tell us more about what inspired you to address the issue of Japa divorces and what your primary goals are, with the initiative?
Actually, it was inspired by my story. It happened to me. My spouse left after being settled on the sojourn, going abroad and getting a better life for the family. So when that seemed settled, he decided, he wanted to move on with his life. So
break it down. He was living there.
He left from here there.
Okay, you were there also.
We were here. We have always been here.
Okay.
So the normal economic search for economic advancements that families exactly. You make sacrifices, you decide to do that, and then so he decided he wanted to move on at that point. So I feel that I know for a fact that it's not just me, because I've heard stories, and the phenomenon or the syndrome has no name.
Is it a phenomenon or a syndrome?
I call it a phenomenon. You probably call it a syndrome.
No, I think I'll call it a pheno syndrome.
We will go with that. And because it happened to me, and I know that it's something that has been happening, but it has no name. So that inspired Japa Divorce, knowing fully well that, especially now, more than ever before, more families are making these decisions to embark on this journey at whatever cost. And sometimes the marriage, the union, is what is sacrificed for this economic advancement.
Great.
So my personal story inspired it.
Wow. And then you said that you found that there was already community. It was not just you.
What I've discovered is, since sharing my story, my It Happened to Me story, I've seen people come forward to tell me it happened to me too. Okay. And, I saw these signs. What you said in that interview and stuff like that, and then it became a Me Too situation that, I now have to become the poster child for what happened to others, because it's about getting closure. It's about getting closure. It's about deciding to thrive, even though, it can be mind-blowing. It can be blindsiding when it happens to you. So there has to be someone talking about this thing. It has to have a name. So when you call it Japa Divorce, everyone can resonate with it, because it is actually a reality that people can say, oh, that makes sense. Oh, this is the type of divorce that happens as a result of the Japa thing. Oh, okay. It's a unique type of.
Now we're assuming that everybody understands what Japa itself is.
Everybody understands what Japa is at this point in time.
Okay, then from what we have gathered,
yes,
what are some common challenges? Because we assume a lot.
Yeah.
We've even added some other, insinuations or you know, whatever to this whole Japa thing is getting so wide, right? But tell us, what are the common challenges and, you know, that long distance marriages will face due to this Japa syndrome?
One, breakdown of communication within the marriage.
We have phones.
Yes. No, it's not the same, because there are insinuations. There can be, oh, you didn't call me as much as you should have. Or, okay, when I wanted to reach you, I couldn't reach you. Oh, okay, you're spending more time with the children. Or you're not giving me attention. You know, and things like that. So that, it's not like, oh, spouses are together and you can see each other and all that. So the distance, sometimes time difference affects. So it's not all the time that you're within the same time zone. Sometimes you're within different time zones, and it's daytime here, it's nighttime there. So there's sacrifices that have to be made on both sides. So as much as it affects men, it also affects women.
Good.
So, oh yeah, it affects both sides.
So it's not a men to women's thing.
Because even on this journey, I have seen dimensions of Japa divorce.
Talk to us about it.
Okay, good. Now, there have been stories of husbands divorcing their wives after probably they get their nationality and stuff like that. So at the point where it's supposed to be, okay, let's move, then they change their mind. And there have been situations of women. I heard a particular story of someone who actually sold his business, sold properties, sent the wife abroad.
Yes.
With the children. And then she decides, you know what, I don't think I want this life anymore with you. Okay. So it really, really affected this particular man. So these things are happening. I have situations where even a former colleague of mine relocated abroad with the wife, and then the marriage broke over there. Both of them were there. Both of them are there. He's moved on with his life. She's still single. So these things are happening. Or you have situations of men who have been there. They send for their wives. The wives come over.
They train their wives.
That's the one. I mean, you hear stories
then
of husbands killing their wives and stuff. They end up throwing the man out of the stories of people like me, people like, you know, someone called me when she saw one of my interviews online. She was like, those signs you were talking about, he did that. He's done that. Exactly. He did this. Those red flags.
Back home together here, or you moved together out there, or whether one partner went abroad after the both of you had decided, oh, let's look for greener pastures, you know, for the benefit of everyone.
Exactly.
You know. So what are those red flags? What should any partner, any person who is in this situation see or hear to begin to say,
okay. Now, when a spouse begins to withdraw, when a party begins to withdraw, the kind of withdrawal that you can't understand, begins to be more distanced, you know, is not available. Oh, I'm busy. It's work. It's work. It's work. I mean, how much work can an individual work? So when someone is beginning to be distanced for whatever reason, it's a question. And then when little things agitate, upset, and you can't even, like, what did I say? What did I say? What brought about this? It's not that, you know, you can't even understand why the person is so agitated and, you know, like short-tempered all of a sudden and all that. So these are common signs. There are issues of, okay, even visiting, when he visits, and instead of, oh yeah, we finally have time together and all that, but then there is that coldness, like, oh, I'm tired, oh, I'm jet lagged, oh, you know, those things, because you feel like, oh, we've been so distant. Oh, now that we're together, can we just, you know, have a good one-on-one time, you know? And then these things happen, and then when your spouse tells you, oh yeah, I'm home, I'm spending time with the family, but I'm going on a personal vacation. Hello. I'm going on a personal vacation after You are connected with your family. You want to spend alone time again after being alone
for so
from,
long.
you know. So these are things that you see, and when a spouse is not really spending time, I have a situation where someone's spouse decides not to sleep in the room anymore, sleeps in the living room, and no one can understand, why are you doing this? I just don't want to sleep in the room. So these things, it's almost like you don't know this person.
We need help.
So some of the things you can tolerate and welcome when you're living together on a regular and a permanent basis are things that would be of concern if you're not together.
Absolutely.
If one partner is far away.
Absolutely.
So,
We need help.
We do need help.
So what kind of support or resources do you think are most will be helpful for individuals going through these Japa-induced divorces?
The first issue on ground with a Japa divorce is the issue of shame on the part of the victim.
Okay.
When it happens to you, first of all, it's like everybody seems to look at you like, how could you not see that this person has the potential to do this to you? How could you not know? Oh, this person has this kind of character. How could you not have seen that he has the potentiality to do this? Then there will be the issue of, why did you allow him go alone?
Why did you allow her go alone?
Or why did you allow her go alone? You should have known. So if you can't go together, why go? But the thing is, it's not 100%. There is no 100% guarantee. So even when spouses go together, there is still. So the thing is, it's about commitment. It's about die-hard commitment to each other. Like, this is my ride or die. No matter what, this person, I'm not going to jeopardize this person. I'm not going to sacrifice this person for this cause. So it's about the individual.
It could be wishful thinking too.
And then
by the time you go out, by the time you go out and get influenced by cultures and laws and
challenges out there,
all
difficulties,
of that, you start thinking differently, you become a different animal.
See some routes to success or towards, making those difficulties easier, that will jeopardize the marriage relationship.
One major issue, like he said, is the issue of cultural differences. What we hold that is so sacred to us here in Africa, family, it's not that big of a deal. You can choose family if you don't want to be in touch with family. So here you can have aunties, uncles. The concept of family is stronger in
and the
Africa.
checks and the balances.
Exactly. So if someone gets into a culture where if you want to up and leave a marriage, it's not a big deal, where divorce is not a big deal, and you're coming from a culture that is pro religion that says divorce is unacceptable. So there are still some people who would stay in the man who would think, my mother, no, I can't even bring myself to mention it and let my mom hear that I want to leave a woman that has waited for me, or a man that has, sacrificed to send me abroad. I cannot do that.
So where is this initiative?
Yes.
At the moment.
Okay.
How much progress? And what help would you say it has come to provide?
Okay. One.
Final words.
Yes. One. Closure.
Okay.
Closure. Acceptance. I tell people, I said, one person cannot be in a marriage. It takes two to tango. Now, if one person does not want to be in, there is nothing the other party can do. You can't, no, you have to stay in. No, you can't. And then that issue of, I'm not alone in this. Finally, there is a voice. Because this Japa divorce issue has been happening for decades.
Yes.
For decades.
Yes.
But no one is single-handedly addressing the issue. So now we want to talk about it. It's a conversation we want to have. We want to name it. Because when you name it, you can now say, what do we do about it? So the sense of community, like, okay, I'm not alone. Okay, this person is thriving. We need to have people be courageous enough to accept what has happened and then move on with life. You can't, because you have stories. You hear stories of people who have gone to mental institutions, people who have given up on life, committed suicide because of heartbreak, because of things like this. So we don't want that happening anymore. We have helpline, you know, calls that will give clarity calls, and then that sense of community of you're not alone, because we want those who even feel like getting married should be able to move on with their life. And the earlier you accept that this chapter of my life has closed, the earlier you can say, okay, now what am I looking at? What am I running with? How can I come back, reappraise the present situation, and then begin to move on from there?
Whoa.
Yes.
So much said in just a few minutes. I think, you know what's going to happen is that we're going to have to maybe give you more time. Okay. Because as you speak about on this topic, you know, I can imagine what's going on in people's heads, because we've had stories. We've had stories.
Children are
loads
involved.
and loads of stories.
Children are involved who never saw it coming.
Yeah.
Who never wanted it, and then it happens.
People
because
just
one
go.
spouse wants to.
Families are broken every day.
Exactly. Because of the hope of this is going to happen after this sacrifice. This will happen, and then that gets
and then
snatched
everything just
away.
changes.
So it's really mind-blowing for a lot of people. And it takes having support system that is strong and saying, you're not alone, you can do this, you can pick yourself again, you can move on, you can thrive. That's what
Henry, congratulations. You look like someone who's picked herself up today.
Oh, yes.
So well done.
I have. Thank you so much. I have.
All right.
Well done.
John said it, you have turned your pain to gain. And you're not enjoying it alone. You're extending that to the rest of either men or women who probably need to get to where you are at now. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you
a support group. You talked about. I mean, what you're doing now is giving giving support to the community, and we really want to thank you for all of your efforts.
So much.
Yeah. So there we are.
There we are. What's next, John?
I wish we could keep up on that.
Do we still have time for your nugget?
We'll take my nugget quickly. I'll just quickly talk about my nugget. My nugget is this. My nugget for today is this. Asking questions is the secret of every good conversation. And that is a quote from Larry King. Asking questions is a good basis for starting a conversation. If you're sitting together with people, if you don't ask questions, it's more difficult to, so it's like it ignites conversation. So let's learn to ask questions when we come together. Yeah.
Awesome. So that's a technique that you have picked.
Absolutely.
Amongst your
yes,
together.
Because if we ask questions,
encourage them to ask
sometimes
questions.
we don't want to ask questions because we don't want to ruffle feathers. We don't want let there be peace.
You probably think my question is stupid. If I ask that question, do you
or my partner will be agitated.
So get the courage.
Great.
To
So
ask questions. That's our show for today. That director is screaming round up. Sorry, we're rounding up. All right. Thank you guys. Thank you for being a part of today's outing. We'll be back same time next week, and we know that you will join us there. Thank you and bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports on Plus TV Africa. I am your host, Mikhail Tinubu. It's a new day in the world of club football as the season is ended. And as an indication of how much of a new day it is, Klopp said goodbye and Arne Slot has been officially announced as the new Liverpool manager. He steps into very big shoes to fill. And I've been hearing this conversation going on for the last couple of weeks, and I haven't had my say on it. And I'm lucky to be joined on the show by Monday Thomas, a sports analyst who's joining us all the way from Abuja, making time for us out of his very busy schedule these days. Monday, happy Monday.
Thank you so much for having me, Tinubu. It's always a pleasure to talk sports with you. And of course, it's a new dawn for Liverpool. As they say, era has come to an end. What a fantastic era for Jurgen Klopp. And let's just hope for the best for the new manager from the Eredivisie.
Jurgen Klopp is a manager who is known and will probably be best known to Liverpool fans as helping them to end a long wait for a Premier League title, the first Premier League title in the history of the club. That's not to say they're not winners of league titles, but the first Premier League title is a completely different conversation. And it brought them level with Manchester United in terms of titles, league titles. But the last couple of weeks I've been hearing all this conversation, is Klopp a Premier League legend? Has he done enough? Especially when you weigh his achievements up against the inhuman, brilliant genius that is Pep Guardiola, who has now won 15 major titles with Manchester City and has won the first treble in England since Manchester United did it under Alex Ferguson. So, in your opinion, is Klopp leaving Liverpool a legend? Not just to Liverpool fans, but as a Premier League legend. Having won everything, maybe not won everything multiple times, given that Manchester City are celebrating their 4th Premier League title in a row, but still, what he has accomplished in Liverpool with the resources, they couldn't compete with the resources at City. Surely he has earned the respect and adulation of being called a Premier League legend.
Well, there are two things involved here, Tinubu. Quite all right. I mean, the word is still a legend, and we can still use it in this context. But being a Liverpool legend is one thing, and being a Premier League legend is another thing. If you tell me he's a Liverpool legend, definitely he's a bona fide legend for the Reds, for the Cups. He's a legend. He has won them the Champions League in 2019, and just like you rightly mentioned, the first ever Premier League title in 30 years. I mean, has gone ahead to win the FIFA Club World Cup. He has won whatever there is to win as a Liverpool manager. But when it comes to the Premier League, I'm sorry, but he was very unfortunate to come during the era of Pep's dynasty. And if there was no Pep, definitely Jurgen Klopp today, for me, in my opinion, would be announced as a Premier League, a bona fide Premier League legend. But in my opinion, I don't think he's a legend. He's won the Premier League just once. Of course, he's been competing. Of course, he's been asking the questions. Of course, he's been putting the pressure. But you know how cruel football is. You know how cruel league football is. That we have a league of 20 teams, and at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you do if you do not finish top. It doesn't matter what you do if you do not clinch the title. It's just like you telling me, oh, if Arteta wins the league next season, is he a Premier League legend? Because a couple of seasons he's been putting in the pressure, he's been finishing second, he's been wanting to win the league, and if he finally wins one, I don't think he's a Premier League legend. Is Jurgen Klopp a Liverpool legend? Outrightly he is. But Premier League legend? Well, I don't think he's a Premier League legend. And I'm pretty sure this particular opinion of mine is going to be solidified in the next 10 years when we get to have more Hall of Famers. And I'm quite going to be very honest and brutally honest, and I don't mean to ruffle on any shoulder of anybody, that Jurgen Klopp cannot make it to the Hall of Fame when it comes to the Premier League.
Let's face it, if the likes of Bill Shankly could get into the Hall of Fame as Premier League legends, even though how many titles did they win? They probably didn't win as many titles as Klopp, but they won. He won the Champions League. He won the league, I believe.
Definitely, he won more league titles. Like you said, league titles is different from the English Premier League. Bill Shankly is not just a Liverpool legend. He's an icon, English football icon. So I don't think we can compare the two managers. Bill Shankly.
But there's also a conversation to be had about the impact a manager has on the whole league, not just in how many trophies he wins, but in the way the reputation they leave behind, as well as the kind of revolution in the way the game is played. Love him or hate him, he spent over 20 years at Arsenal, and he did win plenty of titles. Never a European one. I'm talking about Wenger.
Arsene Wenger.
I'm talking about Arsene Wenger. Unfortunately for him, he never won a European title. He won a couple league titles, more than a couple. He had a period where they pushed Man United every season for the title. But more than that, it is the improvements in the way players diet, their fitness level, all of the way that he impacted the tactics in England, going from long balls to big men to playing it on the floor between small, shorter midfielders and the rest of the squad being able to tippy-toe the ball right into the net. It didn't work for most of the last few years of his reign at Arsenal. They couldn't win anything, as they famously said, with kids. But he did win big when it counted. But when people say, and people are going to say if they're not already saying it, Arsene Wenger is a Premier League legend. And part of his legendary status is down to the way he impacted the game with the fitness, with the nutrition, with the tactics. So when you consider an era where Pep has been all-conquering, and everyone for a time seemed to think the only way to compete against Man City was to retain the ball and explore spaces and positional play the same way City do it. Arguably, I could say that we've seen more evolution in the league because of the way Liverpool play, which has impacted even other teams that also want to play a possession style of football. But that heavy metal, that high pressure, that up the pitch pushing and pressing of defenders, all of that comes from Klopp in the Premier League era. Do you still think none of that raises his status to considerations about being a Premier League legend when such impact is what we are? It might not be tangible, it might not be obvious to us right now, but going forward, these are the things we will be talking beyond, talking about Klopp, beyond how many trophies he won.
Yeah, fantastic. I'm going to certainly agree with you. I mean, you brought up a different angle to it, a different angle in which people should look at it. But at the end of the day, I mean, yeah, football matters. Your style of football. If you take a look at the trajectory of Jurgen Klopp, I mean, staying in the Premier League for 9 years. In his first few seasons, he was trying to get the plan working. He was trying to take out players, sign new players. He had his own fair share of mistakes, and things started clicking when Mohamed Salah came to the league, and he finally completed the piece of the jigsaw, and he gave the likes of Robertson a chance, the whole City reject. He gave the likes of Trent Alexander-Arnold a chance. We're going to give him that. He's a manager with vision. He's a manager who knows how to, he's very flexible. He knows how to try different things, and especially when they are not working, he quickly switches. And when he finally clicks, we saw how formidable Liverpool were for, I think, 3 seasons in a row. But in my opinion, that doesn't still solidify him as, I mean, how did he win the title? I mean, how did he win it? When you talk of the likes of Jose Mourinho, they are Premier League legends because those are people who won the title in their first season. I'm not saying because he won a title in his first season made him a legend, because he won the title with a remarkable goal conceded. I mean, that is impossible for you to. That kind of record is impossible. But what record the Jurgen Klopp set as a Liverpool manager in the Premier League that cannot be broken? You tend to look at things that make legends, things that people cannot merely do in something that, okay, even if it's possible to do, even if it's possible to repeat, but you somehow would wonder how is it going
I believe Jurgen Klopp leaves Liverpool with the record of most points at home over that 3-year period. That 3-year period, Anfield was a fortress, and I believe before that, the only other club that had done it, that had gone as long as that, without losing as many games, without losing a game in their home ground, was Chelsea under Jose Mourinho, which also fit under that whole 9-year period where he hadn't lost a home game. But I think I understand your point, but what I'm saying is, because, and we are going to still get back to the point you raised about Arteta. Should he be considered a Premier League legend if he only wins it next season, but has been competing this season? I think there's a reason why we sometimes give Manager of the Year awards to the managers who don't come anywhere close to winning the title. Maybe they qualify their club into Europe. Maybe they keep their club up from relegation. Maybe they just happen to go through a tumultuous time at their club with accumulated injuries and still manage to achieve beyond what is expected of them. The consideration about Manager of the Season, and I think it applies to this conversation, often centers also around the kind of obstacles the manager must overcome. When a team has literally the very, very best players in the entire league, and possibly even in Europe, and they do what is expected of them from the very get-go, which is to win the title come the end of the season, do we say, yes, you deserve more than all the accolades we're already given to you? Because we're already saying you are the best. We're already saying there's no competition to you. But when a club overperforms under a manager that doesn't have the same level of resources, that doesn't have the same level of pressure and expectations on his shoulder, and he goes ahead and wins a Champions League title, defies City's monopoly on the Premier League title, and by the end of his era, he wins every single trophy, not multiple times, but certainly every single trophy that is available to be won. If you ask me, the amount of impact he has had on the Premier League justifies this conversation in the first place. And I would suspect that in the years to come, when conversations are being had about whether to consider or who to consider to join the other managers in the Hall of Fame, I think the impact outside of just winning the trophies will play a big deal, especially when it is weighed against the monopoly that Man City have had for so long. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is some point out some persons will definitely look at. I mean, me saying that he's not a Premier League Hall of Fame, all right, let me say it word for word. I appreciate the style of play of Jurgen Klopp. He's a fantastic manager, the only one that was able to challenge Pep Guardiola, like you said, in his prime dynasty, and he's been a fantastic manager so far. But when you are being considered as a Premier League legend, it's different from being a Premier League Coach of the Year. I mean, like you said, there are some coaches that probably did not win the title that year, but they did fantastically well. Like for me, Antonio Raiola, the head coach of Bournemouth, has done remarkably well. He's in the nominees of the Premier League Coach of the Year. He's done remarkably well. I mean, making Bournemouth to finish the highest they've ever, the most points in the Premier League history for Bournemouth. I mean, it's remarkable for the fact that they are a smaller side, for the fact that they didn't even start well, for the fact that no one expected Bournemouth to be beating the likes of Manchester United at the Old Trafford this season. No one expected them to be getting the needed results, but they were doing so. So Anthony Raola will all day pass us one of the best coaches for this season. But
I suppose I should give you two examples before we move on, and we can wrap up with that particular conversation. Would you put Diego Simeone in a La Liga Hall of Fame?
Yes, definitely I will.
Not a lot of league titles, not even the Champions League titles, but
2 league titles.
What? 2 league titles? Yes, that is one. That is one better than the Hall of Klopp. What about Ranieri? Would you put him in the Premier League Hall of Fame?
Well, I would. Ranieri was the head coach of Chelsea at some point. He did not win the title, but he did something stupendous with Leicester City. So it's a bit tricky. See, one thing can define you as a legend. Like I said, doing the unthinkable, doing the unsurpassed, the unprecedented things that, okay, even if it's possible, but people don't even think it is. People will not even dare try to do it. Who would want to win the league with, okay, let's say Leicester City returns, or let's say, okay, Bournemouth. Maybe Bournemouth can be used in this conversation with Leicester City. Who would think of winning the league with Bournemouth? No one. I mean, Ranieri, for me, can pass as a legend. It doesn't mean that he was consistently competitive all through his years in the English Premier League, but he did something that is quite unbelievable. So that's what qualifies people as legends, as Hall of Famers, because what you did will go down on the sands of time as something that will be very difficult to be repeated. So that's what people look at. I'm pretty sure I'm not the judge. I'm not the people who make Hall of Famers, but I think that's what they look at. I said Jurgen Klopp, fantastic manager, but what has he really done in the Premier League? How has he revolutionized the game to a point that no one can do it?
All right. Before we move on to the conversation around Arsenal, because that is going to eat up a bulk of our time, I want to look at Leverkusen. They've done the most stupendous thing any club could do. Go the entire season without losing. It's the only thing that could trump that is perhaps winning every single game, which is maybe impossible. But the tenacity, the ability to score so many late goals, and the fact that they're not just unbeaten thus far in the Bundesliga, they're still unbeaten in every other competition that they have played in. They are still to play the Europa League final, and they still have the DFB Pokal to also play, and they haven't lost in either of them, and they've gone about 50 games unbeaten in all competitions, which is a greater tally than anyone has ever done. Explain to me where this team will rest in the history of great clubs, because no matter how many unbeaten seasons Juventus had, even under Conte, no one called them invincible. Leverkusen might be the only ones right now that seem exciting enough to challenge that Arsenal moniker, Invincibles. Where does this team go next season? Because surely it's all downhill from here. Where do they rest in history, and where do they go from here?
The Bayern Leverkusen feat, we just need to wait for the remaining 2 games in the finals of the DFB Pokal, as well as the Europa League. I think they are much more of a better invincible than the Arsenal side if they can complete the finals, the 2 finals left without losing. They are greater. They're the greatest invincible, because Arsenal kept 49 games unbeaten run, and that was counting from the previous season. It started counting from the previous season. They've gone, I think they are 49th now. I mean, by the Gosen. They are on 49th unbeaten run right now. And it's all in all competitions. Arsenal that season were beaten in the UEFA Champions League. That season they even win. Did they win the Carabao Cup or the Carling Cup at that time? I'm not sure. So they possibly dropped points. But in the Premier League, they went invincible. And I would say that Bayer Leverkusen right now, they have a better chance of becoming the best invincibles. And like you said, Juventus were once upon a time had an unbeaten run in the era of Conte, likes of AC Milan, and as well as Arsenal. But now Bayer Leverkusen seems to completely trump that particular list. They are on top because they're not just doing it in the Bundesliga, although some people might say that the Bundesliga has just 34 matches, but what is just 4 matches short of what Arsenal did in the 38 game league? I mean, they might say it's 34 matches, but how about other competitions that you have to play home and away in the Europa League? For crying out loud, in the Europa League, there is a round of 32, right? And then the round of 16, then the quarterfinals. So it is much more difficult feats, and they had to also play in the DFB Gold Cup. I mean, it's quite remarkable, and I think I'll rank them better than Arsenal's invincible at the moment. And if they want, and many people will show. People are just waiting for them to see up the season, possibly after the DFB Pokal final and as well as the Europa League. In this invincible conversation, I think Xabi Alonso has done a much more magnificent job than Arsene Wenger did in Arsenal, because his invincible started counting from the previous season, and most of the games were a draw. I know, of course, Leverkusen have drawn games as well, but they've won more games, especially all those 90 minutes winners we've seen them.
Yeah, some might argue, and in the future, this will probably be the argument of a lot of Arsenal fans. Leverkusen only had to play 34 games as opposed to Arsenal having to play 38 games, which is a difference of 4 games. And at the end of the day, both clubs are level on points, with Leverkusen drawing 6 games, while Arsenal drew 12. The goal difference is also interesting because Arsenal scored 73 goals and conceded 26. Leverkusen scored 89 goals and conceded 24. So they scored more. They drew less games, and overall.
Yeah, and this season Arsenal won 28 games, and that is the first time Arsenal ever won 28 games in the history of the Premier League, and they've won more games than the invincible side. So the invincible side were possibly just ensuring that they don't lose. They were not really focused on winning. Well, there are some games they know that they can win, but when they come against the big side, they possibly just want to get a draw. They possibly just want to maintain their unbeaten run. But yeah, how many games did they win in comparison to this Arsenal's current Arsenal?
Also, there is something to be said for the quality of players. In the Arsenal Invincibles, you had players who themselves were destined to be in the Hall of Fame, the Premier League Hall of Fame. You had Henry, Van Persie, Vieira. You had Dennis Bergkamp. You had these stars who were not just stars in the club, but also stars for their national teams. The Leverkusen team is a team that no one really would have said they were underperforming. But when Xabi Alonso took over, they certainly overperformed. And it hasn't been for a lot of money. It hasn't been for a lot of clever, nifty deals in the market that brought superstars for nothing into the club. Because they don't have superstars. They have good players. They have a couple prospects. But they don't have a team that most pundits would consider a finished article, and yet they've gone as far as they've gone. They have the potential with 2 games left to carry a treble and be the first team since Arsenal to go, well, not since Arsenal, but I should say be the first team ever to go unbeaten in all competitions. I worry for their next season. I worry that after this, there'll be nowhere else for these players to go. There's no higher level for them to aspire to. They've won the league, defying the old name that they've been known by, which is Leverkusen, for going 50 years without winning a title, without ever in their history winning a Bundesliga title. And now they've carried their first ever, and they've done it in such a spectacular way. How does Xabi Alonso, because this is why I worry of, I thought it would probably have been the best option for him to leave in the summer. What more could he possibly achieve with this squad when you know it will be an uphill battle to keep them motivated?
Well, I don't think they will be under pressure to deliver from the fans' point of view, especially for next season, right? For next season, the pressure will not be so much because the fans have tested the Bundesliga for the first time. So they might probably just want to back in that euphoria, just like we saw Napoli winning the Scudetto for the first time in about 30 years. And this season, we've seen Napoli not living up to the expectations, and you don't really hear their fans come out to feel disappointed because it was a long time coming. They're still letting the trophies sink in. And I think that's going to be a similar situation with the Bundesliga, the Leverkusen. If Bayern Leverkusen do not perform optimally in comparison to this season, but I don't think so because Spanish managers are different class. Spanish managers seems to be insatiable. The likes of Unai Emery is a serial winner. The likes of Pep Guardiola, even the up-and-coming Mikel Arteta, of course, is still in the same conversation with the likes of Xabi Alonso. Spanish managers are I don't think they are known to sit back and just relax on the past glory. There is so much to be won, and it's going to be a different challenge for Xabi Alonso next season because they are in the Champions League right now. They are going to be, a lot of people would expect that they defend the Bundesliga, even if they don't get to win it back-to-back, but they should at least compete. So I think the pressure and the sense of a new challenge, yes, because like you said, you worry for them because you're thinking, what are they going to want to achieve again? Because they've done the impossible. What do you think they want? I mean, they have the Champions League to play for, so that is a new stage, a new terrain, and I think with that sense of challenge, that sense of new purpose, I don't think Bayern Leverkusen will wear off. Thank goodness we have the likes of Xabi Alonso who wants to remain for next season. Now the question is, will the good players that he has currently, the likes of Florian Wirtz, the likes of Victor Boniface, that rumors are out there that is already talking to English sides, if he can maintain these players, then he can do another great stuff next season. Well, if he can't, let him bring out the quality of that great manager in him to possibly assemble another talent that could, like you said, he did it with little or no money. No one knew these players. Florian Wirtz was just a youngster. He's still a youngster. This man, Victor Boniface, just came from, I think, Belgium, and already he's making a name for himself in Germany. I mean, these players are just little unknown. Xhaka was reaching his decline at Arsenal, and he's been rejuvenated at Bayern Leverkusen. So I think this man has that touch, that Midas touch, Xabi Alonso, to create the impossible out of nothing.
Invincibles. I'm speaking of the Gunners, not the team itself. The best season they've had in over 20 years. More points than even the Invincibles team that won the league last time for them. And yet they have come, this is the second time they've come close to it, but haven't quite done it. They've been better this season, more ruthless this season. Goal scoring wise, they've picked up the pace, but still not enough. still not good enough. And if you could boil it down to one game that cost them the league, it was that match against Aston Villa. Although you could also say the fact that they failed to win against West Ham during Christmas period also might have played a huge part in it. But the point is, we saw how difficult it was for Liverpool to consistently win the Premier League. They could only do it once under Klopp. They came close two other times, but it was all the way to the last day, and Man City's ruthlessness just kept them ahead of Liverpool at the end of the day. And it begs the question, will Arteta ever be able to deliver the league title for this club before Pep Guardiola leaves? Or will we all have to just wait around until Man City's changeover of coaching, of even a couple squad players, because Bernardo Silva is already talking about leaving. He might leave this summer, or he might wait one more season. You can imagine that when Pep's contract ends at the end of next season, if he leaves, Rodri won't be far behind. So will Kevin De Bruyne. These players have had the most successful era of their lives, of their career, playing under a specific manager. They can't possibly do any better than this with any other manager. Any other manager that comes out after Pep will have it so hard to fulfill such high pressures. So I wonder if Arteta just has to buy this time, or is it at all possible for this to be the time that he maybe has learned enough lessons in this second go round that third time will be the charm, as they say?
Oh, wow. At this point, I don't know what to say, because with Pep Guardiola in this league, it's certainly going to be hard for any manager to topple Pep Guardiola. And with the crop of players he has, I mean, he's capable of bringing in new quality. I mean, Manchester City, they've got the box. They can sign whoever they want to sign. People love to play for Manchester City because they're a winning side, and the hallmark of football players, for him winning trophies, for him having something to look at, and I'm like, I was a successful footballer, so everyone would want to come to play for Pep Guardiola. Now, this is it. Mikel Arteta is very close to doing it. It's very close. Arsenal used to struggle against Manchester City, but Mikel Arteta, especially for this season, getting 4 points against Manchester City, a win at the Emirates and a draw at the Etihad, is something really, really remarkable. But it's not just about beating Manchester. It's just about getting 4 points against Manchester City. It's about being good all round. It's about maintaining, having a bit of a mental stamina. I mean, when the stamina was needed for Arsenal against Aston Villa had lost against Crystal Palace at the end of the final day by 5 goals to nil. Arsenal could not get a single point from the villains home and away, and that speaks so badly about the Arsenal side. Yes, you might be able to perform, because we all know that rivalry. We all know that when two big teams, when two big elephants, let me use the Nigerian parlance, when two big elephants go at each other, we always do not know what to expect. And that's what has been happening for Arsenal. Arsenal are now the elephants in the room now, and they can challenge any big sides, and you wouldn't expect the side to beat Arsenal so easily. And this season, Arsenal were able to get the results against the top 6 sides. But what happened to the lesser side? Arsenal struggled to beat Luton after King Wolves Road. I can remember that game.
One Man City player certainly seems to agree with you. Rodri has claimed that Manchester City beat Arsenal to the title due to a superior mentality, criticizing the Gunners for not wanting to defeat the champions in their March encounter. That is a game that Pep famously thought that Arsenal played defensively. The Spanish midfielder rounded off the scoring in City's 3-1 win over West Ham to secure 4th league title in a row for Pep Guardiola's side. So he knows what he's talking about. And they've now finished 2 points ahead of Mikel Arteta's Arsenal. Those very costly 2 points. Rodri even went on as far as to claim that Arsenal settling for a point at the Etihad Stadium clash against City on March 31st was the reason they gave up the title. The claims come even though City failed to beat Arsenal in their 3 encounters this season, while Guardiola's side were also winless when they played their 2 matches over 3rd placed Liverpool. When asked how his side achieves such consistent success, Rodri told Optus Sport, "To be honest, I think it's in here," pointing to his head. "It's the mentality." Meanwhile, Mikel Arteta has vowed Arsenal will come back stronger and win the Premier League after they suffered title heartbreak for a 2nd season in a row. And he said that last season as well, that they would come back stronger, and they did come back stronger. So where is there left for improvement? Sorry?
They're back stronger. They're back stronger. Arsenal, I mean, if you're an Arsenal fan listening or watching, you should be proud. You should hold your heads up to the sky. I mean, it's been a great season for the Gunners. I mean, returning to the Champions League, getting knocked out by Bayern Munich in the quarterfinals. I think Arsenal lost the league in December. Yeah, they tried to make amends. They tried to make amends against Liverpool, beating Liverpool at the Emirates, going to the City ground where they had chances to possibly win. But as Rodri said, they possibly went there for a draw because everyone respects Manchester City. Everyone, it will be absolutely.
But when you talk about the mentality side of the game, it is such an abstract thing to talk about because this is a team that has proven itself. I'm talking about Arsenal, to be more ruthless than they were the previous season, to be more efficient in front of goal. They've even raised the level of Kai Havertz to be a more consistent goal scorer, even though they don't have a proper number 9 who's going to get you 20-25 league goals in the season and then another maybe 7 to 10 goals in the Champions League to allow you anywhere near the semi-final or Champions League final position. Is this all about mentality, or is this just a lack of the right personnel? Perhaps the crowning personnel, a top level striker that could do the business in a way that Gabriel Jesus cannot do, a way that even Kai Havertz, who's had a better goal-scoring season, can't do. Is this really about mentality? Because what more is there to do in shaping the mentality of this team to be ruthless enough to win? Because even Liverpool, even Man City have had games like Aston Villa, a club that is vying for European participation, that has all and everything to win and has a competent and tactically astute manager to set them up properly. Even they've fallen victim to such instances, and yet they've won the league regularly enough that they are now the yardstick with which we use to measure every other club that wants to compete for the title. Is this about mentality or just a lack of the final piece in the jigsaw?
It's not entirely about mentality. Of course, when you play against Manchester City, you need the right mentality because you need to knock them out. If you can't knock them out, I'm sorry, they say if you want to be a champion, you need to be a champion. But it's not totally about mentality. Yeah, mentality plays a huge role, but if Arsenal had done the job in December, Arsenal drew 3 back-to-back games in December. They lost against West Ham. They drew against Liverpool when they were leading. Quite understandable. They were at the Anfield Stadium. Arsenal should have seen things off because the fixtures they had in December was quite an easy one for them to extend their point tally. At some points, they were leading Manchester City. City were coming from 4th position, although they had some games to play. But knowing that, you can get the advantage because you have more games and City will have to play the outstanding, City possibly will be playing with a bit of, oh, we need to catch up now because Arsenal are right ahead of us. So Arsenal lost the league in December before that City game. Arsenal do not need to beat City. See, let me tell you something. Arsenal, yeah, I would say Arsenal, I'll accept the fact that Arsenal went into that game with a small mentality, with a low mindset that they needed just a draw. Yes, a draw would have been so perfect if they got the job done in December. At this point, it's not even December because December they couldn't get 3 points in any of the last 3 games at the end of the 2023 December. But what happens against West Ham at the Emirates Stadium? So I would stick to the fact that Arsenal did not have the right manpower, did not have the clinicality enough for games as tricky as that of Aston Villa, as that of West Ham. Because what mentality do you need to beat Aston Villa at the Emirates Stadium? What mentality do you need to beat West Ham at the Emirates Stadium? You need firepower. We need people that can take the chances. Then probably when you go to Manchester City, you can put up the mentality you get. So it's just been a conundrum of a season. And I hope Mikel Arteta next season and possibly gets outright strikers. It's quite fantastic what he's doing with Kai Havertz. He shows that he's a great manager. But great managers need great minerals, great resources to seal the deal.
All right. Thank you so much, Monday. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. Always a pleasure having you on the show.
Thank you always for always calling on me. You know, I love talking sports. I like doing this with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And to everyone at home or at work, wherever you've had the pleasure of joining us on the show, remember, life is never boring with some sports. Thank you for watching. Have a wonderful evening.
I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
May 29, 2023, President Bola Tinubu assumed office with an announcement that had grave impact on the people. Subsidy is gone. The president exclaimed during his inaugural address at the Eagle Square, Abuja, shortly after he was sworn in as the 16th president of the country. He also promised to lead the country with compassion and amity towards all.
Unfortunately, the budget that I've glimpsed before I assume office and what I've heard is that no provision is there for fuel subsidy. The fuel subsidy is gone.
Despite the assurance by the president's team that the subsidy removal was not immediate, the announcement sparked reactions across the country. As soon as the decision was made, fuel queues popped up across the country as most filling stations quickly saw an opportunity to profiteer of the situation. As expected, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) announced an upward review of its fuel prices across filling stations in the country, setting the stage for a nationwide increase in fuel prices. Also, at the dawn of this administration, the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) abolished the country's multiple exchange rate system and effectively floated the naira. The nation's currency had seen a free fall ever since. Like every other Nigerian, the civil servant is struggling to eke out a livelihood. These decisions by the government couldn't have come at the worst time, when he is struggling with high inflation, unemployment and poverty. Even the rich are not left out.
Honestly speaking, I think in Nigeria right now, anybody that tells you that is not feeling the pain is lying to you. Cost of living is very expensive in the market. All the landlord has added money for their rent. Transportation is not like before. So Nigeria is too hectic.
It doesn't be easy. The high rack of fare, feeding, no matter how, no matter what, it will survive.
In the wake of all of this, experts say the impact of the subsidy removal on the cost of living among Nigerians is expected to be significant and negative, at least in the short term. According to figures by the National Bureau of Statistics, the inflation rate could rise to 30% by December. Professor Christopher Imomolen is a serial entrepreneur. He speaks of how businesses have been impacted negatively.
And would have been done in a way that, despite the fact that subsidy needs to be removed, because we cannot run an economy where a large chunk of our revenue is being used to pay subsidies, and these subsidies has a kind of racketeering that is not even helping the economy. So if we are going to, which we must do, it must be done in a way that it does not largely affect the economy, which we currently see today. Inflation rate is at the highest rate ever. It's also have a ripple effect even in the exchange rate. We see how the exchange FX has shoot up tremendously just in the space of 6 months. We've had the kind of increment that we've not had since 1960. This has period effects just from one commodity which the nation is largely dependent on. I believe that before we can totally lift subsidy from the PMS, we must also ensure that we provide power, we provide alternative source of energy for the people. The world today is embracing green economy. It's not something that will happen in the space of 5 years. It will take a lot of time, but we must gradually do that. Everybody have their leadership style. So, but of course, we've seen the ripple effect of that decision on the economy. So we can at this point say that it was not really a good idea that was announced at that time it was announced. I felt that cabinet should have been drawn up because you need people to help implement policies. Your team, the team should have been on ground. As at that time, there was no ministers, there was no anybody on ground, and just that same day it was announced. It so happened so that all stations were shut down. It was very harsh. And looking at the fact that we are coming out from a very bad situation where Naira was scarce, people could not have access to Naira, and immediately you were going into, at the time when people were looking for hope, where people were seeking to say, okay, maybe this person could be the Messiah to rescue us from. So that's, it's obvious. So it's not, it's obvious that that decision at that time was not too good to the economy. It should have been done at the time where you would have consulted, and you cannot consult as a president, and you would have gone through your team, and that would have been done through after you have set up at least to a large extent your team inaugurated them. Then immediately you start running.
Mukhtar Mohammed is an international finance and economic analyst. Although he supports the removal of fuel subsidy, He sheds light on how the Naira float and recent policies are affecting the economy.
You just tell them that they pay high duty for bringing in those costs of those goods and services. That could encourage them to begin to think of establishing it here in Nigeria. Instead of you telling them you're banned, they'll find other ways to gain FX. And most of these 41 banned items are items that Nigerians generally want to make use of. So you need to also look at that also. So it all depends on the implementation of this policy.
As it stands, the elimination of fuel subsidy has brought both challenges and opportunities. It has led to a 150 to 200% surge in fuel cost. That is about 500 to 600 naira across the country. That is per litre. Food inflation is also skyrocketing.
It's not cheap at all. Though. Many people are suffering. To even get the money to buy food is a problem. And the market also now is very expensive. We are not making it at all. Even you that are selling it, there's no gain on the market these days.
Small and medium-sized enterprises are facing difficulties in accessing affordable power.
Come and tell us, how much did you buy it? How much are you buying it for?
Residents say they cannot afford even alternatives as they are disillusioned by the hack in liquefied petroleum gas, LPG.
We don't really, they should try and help us. The thing is tough, everywhere is hard, but they should, at least gas is what we survive with, we cook with it, so they should try and help us.
So what alternative do you think you will use outside of gas?
Charcoal stove, that's the alternative for me, because here you cannot use firewood inside your house.
The gas 1 kg is 900. So before we are buying it, is it 350? Yeah, so it is a cost now, so I think they should help us to reduce it.
As the debate on the merit and demerit of fuel subsidy removal and Naira float continues, how are ordinary Nigerians finding ways to mitigate the impact of these policies on their daily lives? While some have reduced unnecessary trips, others have adjusted their budget and spending habits.
We had to do away with so many things and just do with basic needs, and that is food, water, go and sleep. No unnecessary outings, nothing, because the pocket go tell you now.
The food matter, now that one was pass. Because before, how much be the week of rice? Not be 120. Now we dey buy at 1,900. 1,900. Just consider the person that get 4 children now. How you want to survive? I beg. Now beg we dey beg them. Make them help us so. This thing too much. Too much. Ororo, ma'am, rice, everything. Wetin happen? Wetin we do them? Make them help us. No smile, nobody dey smile. As I dey talk to you now, I dey vex. Yo. Because e no even easy. No water, no light. Fuel wey we dey even dey manage to buy, we no fit buy am. Everything just dey stand still for this Nigeria.
It's not been easy. In fact, it's only by the mercy of God that people are being sustained now. What you buy today, tomorrow it has added. What you buy this morning, by 2 hours time, the price has skyrocketed. In fact, we don't know who to cry to. We are only at the mercy of God now. Our children cannot feed well. Mothers are going hungry because of the children. Because when it's not enough, you have to feed your children first. We don't know who to cry to. All we are begging is that God should come to our intervention.
Persistent inflationary pressures in the economy have accelerated poverty in the country, with purchasing power continuing to slump over the past few months. As a measure to address these difficulties, the federal government had announced a 5 billion naira palliative for each state, including the Federal Capital Territory, to cushion the impact of the removal of subsidy. The fund was shared in the ratio of 52 to 48%. Experts are voicing out their opinions on the workability.
We spoke about student loan. We said September. Nobody's saying student loan. Talk about CNG. So everything is just like ghost. It's as if nothing is happening. And when people start talking, it's look as if maybe we're not against government. We must just talk so that this country will grow. We want this government to succeed. And this is what we are saying now. If everybody just keep quiet and everybody's nodding their head, no, you are doing the best, and this country will fail, and every one of us failed. So government needs to start looking at the right thing to do, and the people need to also adjust.
Going forward, here are some suggestions by experts on how to cope with fuel subsidy removal in the country. Reduce dependence on petrol-powered generators. Invest in alternative energy sources like solar panels, inverters, or batteries. These can provide electricity and reduce reliance on fuel-powered generators. Use energy-efficient appliances and bulbs to minimize electricity consumption. Adopt energy-saving habits such as turning off lights, fans, and electronics when not in use. Use public transportation or carpooling. Utilize public transportation options like buses or trains, which are generally more cost-effective than driving private vehicles. Consider carpooling with colleagues, neighbors, or friends who travel similar routes. This helps share fuel costs and reduces traffic congestion. Plan your trips and errands ahead of time. Make a list of places you need to visit and tasks you need to complete. Combining errands into a single trip minimizes fuel usage. Utilize online shopping and delivery services for groceries, food, and other items to reduce the need for physical trips. Adjust your budget and spending habits. Review your income and expenses, identifying areas where you can cut down or save money. Prioritize essential expenses and reduce discretionary spending. Consider taking up a side hustle or exploring additional sources of income to supplement your budget. Minimize air conditioning usage and explore natural ventilation options. Insulate your home to retain heat during cooler months and reduce the need for excessive heating. Make conscious efforts to conserve water and electricity, reducing associated costs. Explore fuel-efficient transportation alternatives. Optimize driving habits by maintaining proper tire pressure. Avoid rapid acceleration or braking, and keeping vehicle maintenance up to date. These can improve fuel efficiency. Engage in advocacy and dialogue. Participate in discussions with policymakers, community leaders, and relevant organizations to voice concerns and propose sustainable solutions. Advocate for policies that promote renewable energy sources and support initiatives aimed at reducing reliance on fossil fuels. Avoid long and unnecessary commutes. Optimize your travel routes to minimize distance and time spent on the road. Consider remote work or flexible work arrangements, if possible, to reduce the frequency of commuting. For shorter distances, consider using bicycles as a mode of transportation. Cycling is not only cost-effective, but also promotes physical fitness and reduces carbon emissions. Invest in a sturdy bicycle, proper safety gear, and accessories like bike locks and lights to ensure a safe riding experience. Familiarize yourself with bike lanes, paths, and safe routes in your area. And remember to take a walk. Walking will save your life. Hello and welcome. I am Justin Akadonye and this is the news brief on Plus TV Africa. Muhammadu Sanusi II, the new appointed Emir of Kano, has formally received his appointment letter confirming his position from the governor, Abba Kabir Yusuf. Our correspondent Stephen Enoch reports that Sanusi received the letter on Friday at the Africa House Hall of the Government House, Kano, in a grand ceremony attended by top government officials and security agents. The development is sequel to the signing into law of the amended Kano State Emirate Council law by the governor on Thursday. The amended law abolished the 5 emirate councils and sacked the emirs appointed by former Governor Abdullahi Ganduje in 2019, paving way for the re-enthronement of Sanusi. Speaking while presenting the letter, Yusuf said Sanusi is a victim of the immediate past administration who is now being restored to his rightful position to lead the people. The governor added that the law that brought back Sanusi to the Kano Emirate throne cannot be changed.
Today, as I stand before you, I'm going to present letter of reinstatement to the Emir of Kano, Alhaji Sanusi Lamido Aminu Sanusi. This gentleman was victimized in 2019. We all had a feeling that we will have to bring back what is due to the good people of the state. The bill was signed into law around 5:30. There was no any problem. Once a bill is signed into law, it has become the law, and nobody can change it. By the powers conferred on me by the Kano State Emirate Council chiefs, meaning appointment and disposition law of 1984, and in consonance with the Kano Emirate Council's reform law 2024, and supported by the recommendations of the Kano Emirate Council key makers who are here with us. I, Governor Abba Yusuf of Kano State, have the singular pleasure to confirm the appointment of Sanusi Lamido Aminu Sanusi as the Emir of Kano.
The Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf has promised to report Justice Mohammed Liman of a federal high court for allegedly ordering the reinstatement of Sanusi Lamido as the 16th Emir of Kano from the United States. The order was granted in an application filed by the Sarkin Dawaki Baba of the Kano Emirate, Aminu Baba Dan Agundi, to stop the Kano State government from enforcing the Kano State Emirate Council repeal law, which dethroned all 5 emirs in the state. Yusuf emphasized the importance of following due process and ensuring the rule of law remains in Nigeria. Now, the Emir of Kano, Mohammed Sanusi II, has described his reinstatement as God's will, thanking the government for the rescue mission. Sanusi was reinstated on Thursday and received his appointment letter a day after, following Governor Abba Yusuf's signing of the Kano State Emirate Council Repeal Bill 2024 into law. The move led to his reinstatement 4 years after the immediate past governor of the Northwest State, Abdullahi Ganduje, deposed him. At an event to receive the appointment letter from Governor Yusuf, Emir Sanusi said his reinstatement was divine. Now, the Kano State Governor, Abba Kabir Yusuf, has ordered the immediate arrest of the deposed Emir of Kano, Aminu Ado Bayero. The order was contained in a statement on Saturday by the Director General, Media and Publicity, Government House, Kano, Sanusi Tofa. The governor said Bayero should be arrested for allegedly creating tension in the state. In other news now, members of the Rivers State chapter of the All Progressives Congress APC and some other groups have staged a 1 million man march in support of the President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda in Rivers State. The solidarity walks, organized under the aegis of the Renewed Hope and led by the caretaker committee chairman of the APC in Rivers State, Tony Okocha, witnessed participation from members of the party and other groups from across the 23 local government areas of the state. The rally started from the popular GRA junction on Aba Road and stretched to the party secretariat along artillery axis of same Aba Road in Port Harcourt.
This is not purely APC event. This is renewed hope. Mr. President's family in Rivers State. The other reason I told them, I gave to them, was the fact that this man called Ezewaye Sowike is a game changer. He has a mean as such. And I remember, people will remember, that we have been wooing him to come over to Mississippi to help us. This is again one of those attempts to woo him to come over to aid this and help us so that we will continue to win a nation for Mr. President, particularly when a nation comes for 2027.
Okocha called on the Rivers State government to key into the renewed hope agenda of the president by creating an enabling environment that will strive for peace and prosperity in the country.
Somebody we elected to be governor of the state, who we expect should be the man who will push peace and make sure that there is development in the state. Are you not surprised that he is the one drumming war? What does the governor mean when he said John will not mature? On television, national television, the whole world heard it because that's all social media can do. What John has matured, even in his own state.
Staying in Rivers State, the governor Siminalayi Fubara has asserted that a higher standard of leadership style will be set by his administration, adding that it will set new bar in improving the quality of life and socio-economic status of residents. He made the assertion at Ogbogoro Town, venue of the official flag of the Okania Ogbogoro Road project in Obiakpo local government area of the state. The governor said that there are determined overtures by detractors who are bent on distracting his administration from set goals with unproductive fights, emphasizing that fighting back would be a waste of energy.
They want us to miss our goal. They want to distract us. If we fight with them, we'll be wasting our energy. So what we need to do is continue to do that thing that we have promised our people. So our style will be to set the standard that will be above them. That when they come, people will say, but what the people are doing, everybody is saying it now, and it is about the people. So that will be our style of leadership.
Speaking on the road project, the governor insisted that the Okania Ogbogoro Road project will not end at the stage of flag off, but will be completed and inaugurated in the next 5 months.
Most of these roads, this one in particular, is a road that will take off some pressure from the main route that we are familiar with. And we thought it wise that it is proper for us to fix this road. Fixing this road will also improve the economy of the people living here. It will also improve the security state of this environment. So we're thinking not just for ourselves, but also thinking for the good and wonderful people of our state. So I want to say, support us. so that we'll continue to deliver on our promises.
Well, straight now to Delta State, where a socio-political group, Integrity Group, has applauded the governor, Honorable Sharif Oborowori, for his wisdom and peaceful disposition in handling the Okwama community issue that claimed lives, including that of military men. The group made the commendation in a press briefing as part of the activities of celebrating the governor's 1 year in office. The convener, Dr. Oke Idawine, said Governor Oborowori has shown commitment in assisting all stakeholders in enhancing peace and security for the benefit of law-abiding citizens. He stressed that the governor has set up committees to build up internally displaced people's camp for the people of Okwama.
The recent Okwama crisis, if not for wisdom, would have plunged into more difficult situations. But what did the man do? God gave me wisdom. Today, we said earlier on that Okwama shall rise again. Today, Okwama is rising again. A committee has been set in place to take care of the people, rehabilitate them, give them first aid, give them solutions to their immediate problems for the Okwama. And Okwama building for Okwama is already in process for us to have a more beautiful Okwama. Kudos for that initiative. And permit me, Adijao, to appreciate the 3 senators from Delta State for the peace building that supported the governor in synergy to make sure that Okwama, that has been the most traumatized situation for us here, was addressed, and NIP, that today is already history that it has happened. Before I go further, we should also remember that security challenge can come up anywhere, and how you manage it matters a lot.
Foremost human rights activist and the 2023 presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, AAC, Omoyele Sowore, has described the present administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as insensitive to the plight of the citizens. Sowore made the comment in Benin while speaking with journalists at the party's campaign flag-off ahead of the Edo governorship elections in September. Expressing frustration over the hardship Nigerians have been made to face owing to what he described as poor policy decisions, Sowore expressed a hope that the country will one day bounce back if only the people are allowed to take charge of their affairs.
When I say survive, because successive regimes in Nigeria have always been worse than the one before. I've survived at least 7 or 8 presidents. And I can tell you that there's nothing to these guys have nothing to offer. But the important thing is that we said it during the election that these guys have nothing to offer. Why waste your time? But people, you know, they always often listen when it's too late. Yes. Inflation has gone almost the percentage that's ever been seen before. Unemployment has become a major problem. Insecurity got worse in the last 1 year. The minimum wage, as you know, that's the only thing that's pretty much static in this country today. The value of Nigerian currency, it used to be called Naira, now it's a toilet paper.
Yes, we just flagged up our campaign, and now we'll have to move around all the wards again, like we have always done, engage more people. We have a schedule for our campaigns before we start moving local government to local government. We will be going around all the wards again, like we have always done.
The need for the youth to fully participate in Nigeria's electoral process has yet again been re-emphasized. The call was made at a one-day sensitization program organized by the non-governmental organization Gatefield, held in Benin, the Edo State capital. The program was aimed at encouraging the citizens, especially the youths, into getting into politics. Speaking during the program, the project manager of the organization, Mahmoud Jafar, said they hope to train and enlighten over 600 students across private and public schools.
What I've actually gained about democracy with the youth, democracy is actually lacking the youth in involvement in politics. We should endeavor to go get our PVC for this next election coming up. Let's come out, let's vote, cast our vote, let the people know, let the old ones know that yes, we the youth, we are capable of our future.
Not being relaxed and not wanting to participate in politics and then complain about it, that is very wrong, and that's something I took today from Dr. Charles, and that's something I would want you to also take.
We have almost 200 students participating in today's event, and all around Nigeria as we're holding this forum, because this is just one of the 6 forums that are organizing around the country, and we aim to fully empower at the very least 600 university students and youth to be able to fully identify and counter authoritarian influences within not just their school but also within their communities and Nigeria at large.
The taste of politics or the democratic process is involvement in the process. The process must be driven by youth who are willing to participate in the process. We may not have gotten it right, but there's nothing like late coming in the political process. We must shape our future by involving in the political process. For youth in Edo State, elections are around the corner. It's another opportunity to redeem self and break the stereotype of the youth can no longer do well in politics. I like the recent incidents of a youthful deputy governor appointed in Edo State. It's a signal that youth can do something better.
The chairman of Ovia Northeast Local Government Area, Honorable Collins Osamide Ogbewe, has been commended by the state government for his bid to sustain in peace and security in the local government. The Commissioner for Public Safety and Security, Kingsley Uwagbeli, gave the commendation when he attended the monthly peace and security meeting at the Council Secretariat in Okada, the administrative headquarters of the local government area. Speaking shortly after the meeting, the council boss expressed appreciation to the state government for acknowledging the effort of the local government.
Attending of our peace and security by the Honorable Commissioner for Public Safety and Security, Honorable Kingsley Uwagbeli, in fact was on the big addendum to the peace and security meeting today. As directed by His Excellency, that a peaceful environment is key because business can thrive when the environment is peaceful. People can stay, harmonious relationship can be maintained if the environment is peaceful. So His Excellency Governor Yasir Obaseki is an advocate of peace. So in that line, we have key into that on monthly basis, on weekly basis, we get report from security agencies. We also assist security agencies in our own regard.
To be in Okada and on the vision of the chairman, Collins Ogbewe, I wanted to thank him because Okada is calm, relatively calm compared to other parts of the state, and we work together day and night, myself and him. We collaborate a lot. I just felt it was important for me to also come to here, put my face to a few of the issues, get to know a few of the issues, and then go back and brief His Excellency on what is going on here.
The chairman is a dynamic chairman. He has been working, and community has been testifying that the chairman has done a lot, especially since we've been holding this meeting. There has been a lot of changes because each security agency and apparatus had the opportunity to always go back and relate to their various departments.
To other parts of Africa now, South Africa's government has hailed as groundbreaking a ruling by the World Court that ordered Israel to halt its military assault on the southern Gaza city of Rafah. Judges at the International Court of Justice earlier on Friday backed a South African request to order Israel to halt its offensive in Rafah, a week after Pretoria called for the measure in a case accusing Israel of genocide, an allegation Israel has denied. While welcoming the court's ruling, President Cyril Ramaphosa's office said South Africa remained concerned that the United Nations Security Council had not succeeded in stopping the human suffering in Gaza. Moving outside Africa now, U.S. President Joe Biden has welcomed Egypt's commitment to allow UN-provided humanitarian aid to flow into Gaza on a temporary basis through the Kerem Shalom crossing. Biden also told Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi in a call that he supported efforts to reopen the southern Rafah crossing on the terms acceptable to both Egypt and Israel, and that the United States would send a senior team to Cairo next week for talks, according to a White House statement. Sisi agreed to send the aid temporarily until legal mechanisms are in place to reopen the Rafah border crossing from the Palestinian side. Some of the food supplies waiting to enter the Gaza Strip from Egypt have begun to rot as the Rafah border crossing remains shut to aid deliveries for a third week, and people inside the Palestinian enclave face worsening hunger. The more than 300 people and over 1,100 houses have been buried by a massive landslide that leveled a remote village in northern Papua New Guinea. Hundreds are feared dead in the landslide that hit Kaukalam village in Enga province, about 600 kilometers northwest of the capital, Port Moresby, around 3 a.m. on Friday. More than 6 villages had been impacted by the landslide in the province's Mulitaka region, Australia's Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade DFAT said on Saturday. In business news, now on Friday, the Naira depreciated in the parallel market to 1,520 Naira per dollar from 1,515 per dollar on Thursday. However, it appreciated to 1,482 Naira 81 kobo per dollar in the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market (NAFEM). Data from the FMDQ showed that the indicative exchange rate for NAFEM fell to 1,482 Naira 81 kobo per dollar from 1,485 Naira 66 kobo per dollar on Thursday, indicating 2 Naira 85 kobo appreciation for the Naira. The market recorded an intraday high of 1,511 Naira per dollar and an intraday low of 1,400 Naira per dollar, resulting in a bearing of 111 Naira per dollar. The volume of dollars traded increased by 35.7% to $556.25 million from $167.55 million the previous day. Well, sports news now. Nigeria's head coach Finidi George has named his squad for the upcoming 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifier against the Bafana Bafana of South Africa and the Cheetahs of Benin Republic. Leading the names on the 23-man list is in the inform Atalanta forward Ademola Lookman, whose hot streak on Wednesday handed his side the Europa League trophy. Victor Boniface of Bayern Leverkusen is not left out of the squad after being instrumental in the Bavarian side winning their first league title in 30 years, while going unbeaten for 51 games in the process. Also on the list are Victor Osimhen, Alex Iwobi, Terem Murphy, with Udinese of Italy goalkeeper Maduka Okoye returning to the team after being out for some time. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, on X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channels at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
From a very young age, we are asked what we would like to become when we grow up. And you're expected to have just one answer. Children deciding to be more than one diverse thing evokes frown lines on the faces of adults because the path to being a doctor is at odds with the path to being a musician. However, there are many people who are genuinely curious about so many things around them, and to choose just one thing out of their many curiosities and interests is unsettling. They soon discover that they are bored and want to pursue more things. Some people may refer to these people as confused. However, the term used to refer to such people is multi-potentialites or polymaths or the Renaissance man.
A multi-potentialite is someone with many interests and creative pursuits.
The idea of the Renaissance man or polymath came about during the Renaissance period and is the idea that anyone who applies themselves can be exceptional at poetry, art, science, mathematics, athletics, and any other field that catches their attention. Oyindamola studied human resources at the University of Lagos and graduated top 2 in her class. Since graduation, she has dabbled into music, acting, social media manager, digital marketing, content marketing, coding, freelance UX designer, and art.
For me, when it comes to passions, things that don't have to do with money, I work maybe, I can say once a week or on weekends. I have my easel here, so I do my paintings. If it has to do with resume writing business, I set up a schedule that enables me to work on that. I have people that work with me. Once a client comes in, there's step-by-step process. It's been assigned. We have processes. So these things, this structure helps me, keeps my life in focus. Everything, has a structure. And sometimes I don't like, I go with the flow as well. I can just wake up, I have my stylus pen here, and I'm just like, I feel like drawing on my phone. So this is always by my bedside table. And I can just spend like the first 2 hours after waking up just focusing on drawing. So sometimes I take the structured approach, and sometimes I just go with the flow.
The term might be new, but humanity has seen many Renaissance men, who include Leonardo da Vinci, who was active as a painter, draftsman, engineer, scientist, theorist, sculptor, and architect. While his fame initially rested on his achievements as a painter, he also became known for his notebooks, in which he made drawings and notes on a variety of subjects, including anatomy, astronomy, botany, cartography, painting, and paleontology. Leon Battista Alberti, who was an Italian Renaissance humanist, author, artist, architect, poet, priest, linguist, philosopher, and cryptographer. Benjamin Franklin, who was an American polymath, was active as a writer, scientist, inventor, statesman, diplomat, printer, publisher, forger, and political philosopher. Thomas Jefferson, who was an American statesman, diplomat, lawyer, architect, philosopher, slaver, and founding father who served as the third president of the United States from 1801 to 1809. Confusion, uncertainty, and always being a beginner is one of the many problems the multi-potentialite faces.
I've always been confused all my life. Ever since I was a teenager. I remember there was one time we had a camp in church, and they were talking about career. Some people knew what they wanted to do, photography, this and that. I didn't know what I wanted to do because my course was chosen for me. What I was interested in didn't seem viable. I wanted to be an artist. I never had any formal training in arts, but I wasn't allowed to do that. So I've always been confused because I'm good at a lot of things. People tell me, oh, you're such a good singer. Oh, you can draw. Oh, you can write beautifully. I was writing poems, I was writing stories. So which one will I do? I asked all the older people around me. They all say the same thing. Focus on one thing. If you focus on one, but I'm not the kind of person that can still my mind and focus on one thing.
It's easy to see your multi-potentiality as a limitation or an affliction that you need to overcome. But what I've learned through speaking with people and writing about these ideas on my website is that there are some tremendous strengths to being this way.
In the modern world, where a common job might require someone to be a social media expert, public speaker, writer, and data analyst, the polymath wins, and the deep subject matter expert is relegated to a back corner to be used as a resource for others, explained Jake Chapman in Specialization, Polymaths, and the Pareto Principle in the Convergence Economy. Although specialization has certain economic advantages, in the era of technological convergence, well-educated generalists will be those who are the most valuable. Emily Wapnick explains the multi-potentialite superpowers in her TED Talk.
Fast Company magazine identified adaptability as the single most important skill to develop in order to thrive in the 21st century. The economic world is changing so quickly and unpredictably that it is the individuals and organizations that can pivot in order to meet the needs of the market that are really going to thrive. Idea synthesis, rapid learning, and adaptability. 3 skills that multi-potentialites are very adept at.
The hair industry is a multi-million naira business in Nigeria. The industry has experienced impressive growth in recent years. From the sale of hair extensions, wigs, and hair care products, it is a huge market and it is largely buoyed by patronage from women. Women are mostly identified by their hair, but does that mean without hair they have no identity? Definitely not. There is a condition called alopecia. It causes the partial or complete absence of hair from areas of the body where it normally grows, and for women who have it, they experience baldness. We met an alopecian, Jasmine Oguns, who shared her story with us.
Alopecia is an autoimmune disease, but we alopecians like to define it as an autoimmune condition, so we don't scare people. So alopecia is an autoimmune condition that happens when the immune system attacks the hair follicles, thereby causing partial or total hair loss. You know, the immune system is actually supposed to protect us from germs, diseases, and sickness. But in this case, the immune system attacks the hair follicles because it sees the hair follicles as a stranger to the body system, so it attacks it. And once the hair follicles get attacked, then there's a problem in the roots of hair growth. Yeah, so that's where hair loss starts from. I started having hair loss in 2004. That was my first year in school, in higher institution. Before then, I used to have a very long hair, like very beautiful hair. And a particular day, I went to the salon and my hairstylist noticed a bald patch behind my head, just around here. It was very tiny, very insignificant, but she noticed it because she has been making my hair for a long time. Yeah, so she noticed it and called my attention to it, but I didn't pay so much attention to it because I felt it was a minor thing and my hair was going to grow back. So after 2 weeks, I went back to make my hair. She noticed another one on this side. She called my attention to it again, so I became scared. I informed my mom about it, and my mom also didn't see it as a big issue. She just said it would grow back. And after a while, the patches started increasing, and they started forming a map on my scalp. I stopped going to the salon to make my hair. It became a thing of concern, and someone told my mom it was lakpa caused by dandruff. But then I didn't have dandruff, so where did it come from? So she got sulfur, started applying sulfur on the scalp, but instead of it to get better, it got worse. That was how the alopecia journey started for me. How I knew it was alopecia. Okay, before I got to that point, it was the whole journey. Because after the lakpa episode, there was always an extended family member who would come up with one name or the other. In fact, it metamorphosed to spiritual problem. So they tagged it a spiritual problem. I know in this part of the world, anything we don't know is automatically a spiritual problem. So that was when the frustration started. They started taking me from one pastor to another, and because most of these people, they're about what they can get into their pockets, they second, you know, and it was really traumatizing, you know, and I didn't know until after 10 years. Yeah, I didn't know it was alopecia until after 10 years. So I'll share a bit of my experience in that journey. First, some pastors said someone took my hair to the ocean. That's why I don't have hair. But there are some sacrifices here and there that we could perform that would make my hair grow. So I had times that I killed cows. I had times that I killed chickens. There were times we just give out the cows raw, like the meat, the pieces, you know. raw like that. There were times we cook and feed people with it, just in the quest for my hair to grow back. And there were other ugly experiences I had too, ugly encounters I had of some spiritual men asking to have some form of intimacy with me before my hair could grow. Like, it was really traumatizing. It was annoying. It was frustrating, because at some point I got depressed, and I got to meet with a dermatologist who introduced some hairsprays to me that I used. It didn't work, and the moment I stopped using the spray, my hair fell off. In fact, at this point, I now lost my hair completely because the spray did not work. You understand? So it triggered some other hormones, and then I lost my hair completely. So I became completely bald. You know, initially it was just in patches, and then after applying those sprays, I lost my hair completely. And I used that spray for a period of 1 year and 6 months. And at that time, a spray cost 15,000 naira. So I must use a can, like I must buy a new can every fortnight. It was a fortnight thing. I was buying a new can every fortnight, and I administered it for 1.5 years. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. And I still did not stop. I wanted the solution. I wanted my hair back. So I approached another dermatologist who placed me on a wrong medication. And because I was so desperate, I didn't even bother to ask, what is this thing you're placing me on? What is this medication for? I didn't know it was using me as a specimen. For every time I got 0.1 mg, I took 5 as a dose. For every time I got 0.5 mg, I took 10 as a dose. So that was an abuse. And I discovered that my memory was diminishing. So at that point, I had to stop. But it had already caused some damage, and I became depressed, and I became suicidal as well. So at some point I became suicidal. I almost died because I made a suicidal attempt. But thank God my mother was at home on that particular day and she saved me. So it has been from one bad encounter, one bad experience to another until 2015 when I decided I was going to do a personal research to know what exactly my problem was. And that was how I stumbled on the word alopecia on the internet, and I realized it was a condition, or it is a condition. Like what I've been going through actually has a name, and the name is alopecia. So that was how I got to know that the condition is alopecia. I started embracing myself in 2015. Yeah, that was when I did the personal research that I became aware. And okay, I stumbled on a particular lady's story online, and I started following her up. Her daughter has alopecia, and I saw the way she instilled confidence in her daughter at every stage that her daughter was encountering. Like, it started with bald patch. From one bald patch, it increased to patches, and then she lost almost everything, and there were just few strands of hair left. I saw the way she would pack the hair into ponytail and go everywhere with it, you know. So I admired that. But I noticed that while I was doing my research, I didn't really see much of black people with the same condition. There were more of white people. And within me, I resolved that I could be a strength to other people, especially black people who are going through this same experience, who are experiencing the same thing. Because looking back to how my journey started, it wasn't funny. And at that point, I knew there were people who were going through worse situation than what I went through. So I decided I was going to be a voice to other people. I was going to to stand my ground and create awareness. Though in the process of doing that, I opened up to a few persons, media personnel, who did not really understand my story, and they made a mess of it because I wanted to do a come out video. You get? So they made a mess of it and turned it to a comedy skit. That was when I knew there's really no bad publicity, because that was when I met my deputy, Moshodat Badmus. I was really sad about it because the whole thing went bad for me. You know, it went viral. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people misunderstood the message because they actually did not pass the message right. A lot of people misunderstood it. So it went sour, and she came online, saw the ridicule and everything, and she started fighting for me. So she was like the voice I didn't have at that downtime, at that point in time. So I approached her and I was like, you seem to know about alopecia. Do you have alopecia? She said yes. He needed to see the joy that I felt that day. Like, I didn't feel that kind of joy in 10 years. I was so excited. I was so happy. I contacted her immediately. We started talking, and before you knew it, I was on my way to, then she was in Ogun State. I was on my way to Ogun State from Kaduna. I took a trip to Ogun State just to meet her because, you know, it was relieving for you to see someone or know that there's someone who can relate, you know, to whatever it is you were going through. Because before then, people around me could not understand. There were times I wanted to talk, I wanted to just, you know, explain how I was feeling, but I didn't have people to talk to, because even when I talk, they don't understand. You understand? It was more like a mental thing for me. But when I met her, it was relieving. I felt so much relief because she could relate. Yeah, she understood where I was coming from, and that was how the foundation journey started.
The National Alopecia Areata Foundation states that alopecia affects about 147 million people in the world, and according to Africa Prime News, there are over 100,000 persons living with alopecia in Nigeria.
It has not been easy running the Heroic Alopecia Foundation because, okay, one thing is for people to know what their condition is. Another thing is for them to come out, right? So, like I said, when I met Moshodat, that was when the foundation journey started. Though I'd already started single-handedly before I met her, and then we took the race together, and we continued the race. Then some other members joined, and we grew to about 13 members rather, and in the process, we got to know more. We got to know that alopecia is actually a journey. You get? Some would accept the fact that this is what it is. Some may never accept it. But it's a good thing that you are aware that this is what the problem is, right? And we realize that a lot of people are out there suffering that don't know what this condition is. And they really need to know, because if you know that you have a problem and you know what that problem is, I think your problem is half solved already. So what we do basically is try to reach out to people, try to create awareness. Thanks to BBC Pidgin, I was featured on BBC Pidgin last year, and as a result of that publicity, our member strength grew from 13 to 70. Yeah, so right now we have 70 members. Majority are Nigerians. We have few of them in Ghana, some in Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Senegal, America, London. So we still feel there's a need for us to create more awareness, because if you'd ask for my opinion, I would say only 2% of people in Nigeria are aware of this condition called alopecia. I think a lot has to be done, a lot needs to be done concerning awareness. There was a training I went for recently at Nikkei Art Gallery, and on the first few days of the training, I didn't go with my wig. I didn't wear my wig, and nobody really paid attention to the fact that I don't have hair. I only got comments like, your hairstyle is nice, and because of what I went there for, I didn't have that time to explain to them that it's not a hairstyle, but a health condition. Until after 5 days, I decided to wear my wig. So I went there with a wig, and after a while, I started feeling uncomfortable with my wig on, so I removed it. And people were like, it's better. You look better without your wig than with your wig. So another question popped up from someone else, that why the hairstyle? What inspired the hairstyle? And I told them it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. So that got a lot of people's attention, and they're like, oh really, it's a health condition, tell us about it. So while I was talking, I heard whispers of two persons arguing about one Tope somewhere that has a similar condition, and the other person said, no, it's not the same. Tope's case is spiritual. You know, they were arguing in their dialect, in Kaba actually. So I heard, and I paused and asked, why did you say Tope's condition is spiritual? He said, because hers is not completely off like mine. She has patches and all. I said, yes, the patch is a form of alopecia actually. Like, there are different types of alopecia. Hers is alopecia areata. That's the medical term for her condition. And they're like, oh really? I said, yes. So I went as far as explaining to them that there's also a condition called alopecia totalis, where it's just limited to the head alone. You know, the hair loss is limited to the head alone. And I also explained about alopecia universalis, where the victim loses the lashes, the brows, and every other part of the body that has hair. And they were amazed. So when they told me a lot about Tope, I told them I was interested in meeting Tope. But guess what? Tope is dead. Tope died as a result of isolation. Tope died as a result of stigmatization. I also heard of the story of one woman in Benue State that died as a result of stigmatization. She was tagged a witch because her hair stopped growing, and she was isolated, far away from people. You know, they stopped giving her food, and that was how she died. I also heard of some girls in Benin who were constantly tied and flogged with broom because they have alopecia. And at the moment, we have two parents in Kaduna who are representing their sons because they are kids. One is 6 years old, the other one is 7. There's this belief in the north, when strange things happen to you, they just assume you have Anjanu, like a spiritual problem, like evil spirits. I think Anjanu is evil spirits. And they kept burning their scalps with fire, that they are chasing away the Anjanu, until they met me. Someone actually told me about them, and I went to visit the family. So when I got there and I removed my wig, I saw the relief. You know, there was this sigh of relief that, oh, okay, so this thing is not happening to our son alone. There are other people who have this thing, and it's a medical condition. You understand? So a lot needs to be done concerning awareness.
Alopecia can affect anyone regardless of age and gender, and in many cases, it takes a toll on their relationships.
To an extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people, because I remember back then in school, when it started at first, I didn't start covering it immediately. I still rocked it, and after a while, I started covering it with a scarf. And my friends were surprised, like, when did you start covering your hair? You were not like this, what's the problem? And some of them just tried to be naughty and they pulled the scarf off. And when they realized that there was something strange about my head, some gave space. The naughty ones tagged it a name. Some started calling me an alien. Like when I applied the spray and everything fell off, like I lost every strand of hair on my body. I'm talking about my lashes, my brows, every part of my body. I didn't have hair. I had a friend who was constantly calling me an alien, like to my face, and people would laugh about it. It became embarrassing at some point. And then relationship, yeah, I had a major relationship then that failed as a result of alopecia because my supposed to-be mother-in-law called off the wedding introduction, 3 days to the wedding introduction, because of fear of the unknown. You know, she didn't want a situation whereby our grandchildren would have hair loss problems, so she called off the wedding introduction, not minding how far we had gone, and then the preparation for the event and all that. Then the last disappointment I got to was as a result of alopecia, because I went for a consultation with the person I was dating at that time, and he heard all the medical advice I got about me. Like the dermatologist advised that I should not bother myself because at this stage, at this point, the hair loss has really it has gotten to an advanced stage where my hair might not grow anymore, you understand? So he heard all of that, and his countenance changed on our way home. So out of curiosity, I tried to question him about his mood and everything, and he said he's scared, doesn't want to raise kids that would not have hair. So to a great extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people. Alopecia has really affected my family in a lot of ways. Like my mom, right now, she still does not accept the fact that it is a medical condition. She's yet to come to terms with the fact that it's a medical condition. She still feels that there's more to it and the hair would grow. Yes, the hair could grow because alopecia actually has a mind of its own. The way it decides to go off, like the way your hair decides to go off, it could just decide to start growing overnight. That's another mysterious thing about alopecia because it has to do with your immune system. So your immune system might just decide, okay, I want to be good, I want to be perfect, and then your hair starts growing again, you understand? So it has really affected my family because I remember when I didn't know what it was, I was constantly being stigmatized because my mother would always have a scarf or a cap or something beside her, and the moment someone knocks at the door, she's throwing it at me to cover my head. I didn't like that part. I didn't like the fact that I could not just be myself, you know, and feel free like every other person. I didn't like the fact that I have to always cover my head, you know. And another thing is it became a prayer request. Like till now, it's still a prayer request. Everyone is always praying at some point, at one point or the other, for my hair to grow back. Yeah, so it has really affected my family, not just me.
1 in 20 people with alopecia also has a family member who has experienced the condition, which implies that most people that have alopecia usually don't have family members with this condition.
I'm not too sure that the awareness is really there. Having said so, I mean, if we think about the patients who come into the clinic, alopecia is, at least what I would say, some studies have shown that is one of the top 10 dermatology consultations. And because the world is generally getting more visual, everybody's more concerned about appearance, and we talk about quality of life and all this. So you're seeing a lot more patients coming in. They're coming in. Areata in itself, a lot of people don't know. I don't think the awareness is really there. But remember that when you are dealing with a specialty, so if we talk in the general population, maybe no, but if you come into the specialty community, specialty hospital, we'll see we have a bit, a high enough number of cases. But I would say if you just ask for the general population, no. And so to the next question of how can we make them more aware of what you're doing? If we have people who suffer from, I remember that because of the stigma of alopecia, everybody knows that a woman's hair is supposed to be like her crowning glory. She wants to do things with it. She wants to look well. You don't really want to cover it. But with wigs and weaves, nobody knows who has what. Now, a lot of women will just take it out. So you don't know who has a problem because of the stigma or the quality of life. Very, very significant impact on the quality of life. So people are hiding. People are not able to get. And some people go to those who don't really know what to do. Some people, the salon, the hairstylist, who should almost be like your first sort of, oh, madam, or girl, as the case may be, what's happening to your hair? Do you think you need to see somebody? Most times they might give you their own version of what they think works, and the hair loss is worsening. Where ideally, if you present early enough in alopecia areata, you may just be able to break that autoimmunity.
Alopecia often develops suddenly over the course of just a few days. This condition affects the mental health of the victims and sometimes makes them withdrawn.
Dealing with stigmatization before I became aware was not easy. I had days that I cried. I had days I didn't want to see anybody. Like, I locked myself up in the room for days, for weeks. There were days I didn't want to see my immediate family members, my downtime and all, as a result of stigmatization. Like I mentioned earlier, that there was a time I was depressed. It was as a result of stigmatization, because I felt stigmatized by everybody, even those that were close to me. You know, at every point in time, I was expecting people to show me love. So at every moment that I don't, at every time that I don't get that kind of love that I expect, you know, I feel stigmatized. So it was really ugly for me. But the moment I got to know that this is what it is, I became free. You know, I got some form of liberty, I got some form of liberation, and I don't get stigmatized anymore. So when people try to mock me now, I just laugh at their ignorance. And if I have the opportunity to educate them, I don't hesitate.
Alopecia can cause a lot of anxiety and sadness. It is important we have more support groups in the society to help people living with alopecia deal with the psychological effects of this condition.
SA Designs is a fashion accessory label that specializes in the design and creation of handcrafted bags and footwear. I knew I was going to do something in fashion. I didn't know what exactly it was going to be, but I knew I would be in fashion. If it's to be the cleaner in fashion, whatever, but I have to be in fashion. When we started off with just strictly bag making. But then you get people say, oh, can I get a matching shoe? And then over time, people say, oh, I would like to give my boyfriend a wallet, but I want it with Ankara or something. So over time, we had to listen to our customers and infuse their ideas into our brand. Okay, we wanted something with the African touch, with the Nigerian feel. We make leather bags. But if I'm making a leather bag and I put it in a store, if you don't know SA Designs is Nigerian, you probably think it's a foreign bag. So what's the point of promoting something that is not, you look at, you can't link it to Africa, you can't link it to Nigeria. Wanted something to promote Africa, wanted something to promote Nigeria. We also want to empower our artisans here. So that's why we keep our content local, raw materials local, production local. We still get a lot of people from around the world ordering from our website. So I believe it's because of what we've built, the brand we've built over time, that still speaks for us. In the last 3 years, we've done over 10,000 items. We've sold over 10,000 items to both corporate clients, retail clients, and wholesale clients.
Have seen pictures of the newly elected Senegalese president Bassirou Diomaye Faye and his two wives, Marie Koné and Absa Faye. This is not the first African president who is polygamous. South Africa's Jacob Zuma is married to 5 women. King Mswati of Swaziland has 14 wives, while the late Democratic Republic of Congo's Mobutu Sese Seko married 2 sisters, twins at that, and the list goes on. So certainly not a first, but one could think that in 2024, in the kind of modern society we live in, polygamy would be a thing of the past. Well, not only does polygamy still exist, but it is still going strong in some parts of Africa, and more surprisingly, some young and educated African women are seeking a polygamous life partner. Today on Our Voices, we will try and understand what would make a modern African woman happily choose a way of life that used to be associated with the times of our grandmothers and great-grandmothers. And I say we because my opinionated and fierce co-hosts are here on set to discuss the topic with me. I'm Anastasie Tudiesh, and I am joined by Simini Shekoye and Oriane Itangishaka. Hello, ladies.
Hello. Hello.
How are you? So I have to ask you, I know you both are happily married, but in another life, say, would you have considered being a second or a third wife?
Straight up.
To a lucky man?
In another life, maybe, but not in this life.
Oh, okay.
But you know what I say is that as women who are not in polygamous relationship or polygamous marriage, whichever way you look at it or whichever way you feel about it, you have to really look at the context, historical context, religious context. When you are a woman or a child who grew up in an environment where it's the norm, your mother and most of the women in your environment have been in polygamous relationship, it becomes modus operandi for you. You don't question it.
Yeah.
But I would say, like in a country like my country, in Burundi, even most recently, the president on the International Women's Day this year reminded men to do away with adulterous tendencies and said that second, third, and fourth wife must be sent home because a man should have one woman. Yeah. So in that environment, there's not going to be no polygamous relationship. So I personally wouldn't, and actually the thought, let me say, the thought of my husband, even when I die, that he will be with another woman is disturbing. So I wouldn't, no.
So I think personally also never, I mean, not in this life, not in another life. I don't want to share my husband with anyone, but that's my personal belief. And as Oriane said, I know women who grow up in different contexts, in different religion, in different environment, can think differently. And as I strongly believe that, you know, relationship with just one partner, you know, it enriches family, it's beneficial for children. Another woman might think that, you know, it has economic benefits. It has, you know, its own, you know, input in the family. So it's, again, I agree with her that it's very contextual.
I have to say that there is a consensus here. I'm way too romantic, too territorial, or maybe as, you know, women who advocate for polygamy say, maybe I'm too selfish. But yes, the idea even, no, too insecure. I don't know, but I wouldn't.
Hey, why not? It's just how you feel.
Oh, I embrace it.
How you feel, how you grow up, how you are socialized into this life.
I spoke to a woman recently, a Muslim woman. I was interviewing her about that, just that very statement that the president said in Burundi. She said, we don't consider it as adulterous. And so you have to just accept that and respect that.
I had a colleague who believed she wanted to be a second or a third wife because that's how it would work for her.
So yeah, I mean, I remember her. I remember her because she was young. She was raised in a modern society in Europe, But she said, you know what, as young as I am, I'll take an older married husband because it's just the norm. My mother did that. And sometimes I question and I'm saying, wow, really? Are you sure you're going to be okay with that?
Security. Well, some women are. Some women
especially
truly
Western
are.
women, it's surprising.
Well, in Central Africa too. So before we go to our Your Voices segment, where we ask some ladies on the streets of Johannesburg, South Africa, to share their thoughts on polygamy, let's talk facts and numbers, lady. In a Pew Center report published in 2019, researchers identified a polygamy belt. I didn't even know that existed. A group of countries where polygamy prevalence is particularly high, namely Burkina Faso, Mali, the Gambia, Niger, and Nigeria. The same report says, whereas polygamy affects 2% of the world population, 11% of the population is in Africa. Also, in many countries, marriages are governed by religious or customary law, which means that oversight is in the hands of clerics or community leaders. What do you think, Oriane?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I mean, even in predominantly Christian nations like the Congo and Uganda, where polygamy is forbidden in civil marriage, it's still practiced in customary, laws. Yeah. So we asked this question to people on the continent, what do you think of polygamous unions? And we have Sifilele Magubane, Balindile Kumalo, Mona Lisa Monyeni, and Ntabisang Muhwang. And here is the response. Take a listen.
I don't support polygamy. As a wife, if I were to be told that there's another one joining me, I would never accept. I don't think there's peace in polygamy. Women are very jealous. I'm very jealous, so I don't think I'd ever accept polygamy.
As much as I personally wouldn't like it, but then I feel like at some point, like, you should be realistic about it. Like, it happens every day. You know that, like, it might happen even when, like, let's say you haven't found out yet, but then you know that it might happen. Like, there are probably 60% chances of it happening. I mean, it's already happening, it's just that it's not official.
People get jealous. People are fighting over, it can't be me. It just can't be me. That's all. It can't be me. Nah, look at me.
It's very risky to be in such an environment because some can start things. There's also witchcraft in those cases. So, Mina, for my side, I'm for monogamy, monogamous relationships, not polygamy.
She's like, monogamy. Well, thank you so much, Tuso Kumalo, for getting our questions answered on the streets of Joburg. Now, let's go deeper in our topic, and our guest that we have at this moment is Mrs. Kumba Makalu. She's a consultant here in the Maryland area, questions answers on the streets of Joburg. Now, let's go deeper in our topic, and our guest that we have at this moment is Mrs. Kumba Makalu. She's a consultant here in the Maryland area. She's joining us from Silver Spring, Maryland. Mrs. Makalu, thank you so much for being with us. And I want to go straight into asking you, and we have her on also on the phone. Do you think that polygamy is beneficial for men as much as it is for men as much as it is for women?
Thank you, first of all, for having me on and for asking the questions. I believe that, it depends on the individuals, and it depends on the societies. And some of our African societies are structured in a way to make polygamy beneficial for both men and women. We have to remember the strong agricultural nature of our societies. In terms of also bringing together large families, right? And doing that in the most healthy way and the most, appropriate way based on our cultures. And that leads to polygamy, usually.
Right. So the economic part of it.
The economic and the societal part of it, just making sure, in many societies in America, there is an informal polygamy going on, where there are people who are involved with several women.
Fair enough. Miss Makalu, but I've seen research reports that women in polygamy relationship had a much lower self-esteem than women who are in monogamous marriage. So is being happy and being fulfilled possible for women in polygamous marriage?
I think that's a very difficult question. I think you would have to ask the women. I have seen women who have actually worked really well in polygamous relationships. My grandparents, there was a polygamous relationship, and to this day, some of the kids don't know who their actual mother was, just because the structure was so healthy, and the women got along so well. But I've also seen the opposite, and it's there's a question of are you able to share?
So you are saying it's contextual and it depends. It varies from families to families. There is no general happy and not being happy.
Exactly. I think there's a
not being happy.
Exactly. I think there's a
Are the women the one controlling the happiness, or is it the men? Because I've heard that the man is the one who has to keep them in check, make sure that they get along, or is the control is amongst the women who decide, look, let's get along? What do you think?
I think it's really the context, right? And if the women go in knowing they're going into a polygamous relationship and they're willing to do it, they know what that entails, right? So they should be ready to accept it. Now, some women go into polygamous relationships not accepting it, but wishing that they would be the only one, right? And then they haven't been honest with themselves or with the husband or with the other women, and then there's conflict. So it really depends. I think it's the individuals who have to understand what they're capable of handling and what it entails, because you will have to share. You will have to, know that there are other women who are equal to you.
Yeah, sharing, and there's no way around. Ms. Makalu, what I really appreciate with this discussion is that you introduce nuance. From the beginning, you are saying that it all depends on context and nuance, and I think it's very important, especially because none of us on this set would consider such a union. So it's very nice that you bring that with you. So I have a bit of a personal question for you. Would you consider, because you seem to have a positive view on polygamy, and I think it's very interesting, would you consider that for yourself and for your daughter?
No. I personally do not, based on the way I've been brought up, I think, and the modern society we live in, right? Maybe in a different context, I might consider it, but the context that we live in, it's already illegal. Right? So,
but I was not asking on a legal point of view. I was asking your personal, would you agree to share a man with another woman or other women and share resources and raise other women's children and have other women raise your children?
Relationship, right? But I know in my personal relationship, my husband has had previous wives and other children. So there is that
component,
dynamic.
Yes.
So, but I wouldn't be like, you spend 2 days with her.
So maybe let's pivot and go to the children's situation. You are from Mali and predominantly Muslim culture. How do you see the impact or the benefit when it comes to children relationship? Because I've heard that the first woman's children or the first woman has a much more say into the resources, into things like that. Maybe I might be wrong, but what is the dynamics amongst the children? And, what do you think?
I think it varies. It depends on how they were raised. Now, if there was a rivalry within the women and the first wife, maybe was more dominant and was, fighting for those resources, there will be a competition. And I heard someone speak about witchcraft, which we have to not ignore, where, people will resort to spiritual means to
control,
for protection, or other things, and that's a very real occurrence actually in a lot of these relationships. But I think it really does.
Let me follow up. Let me follow up on Oriane's question, and just a lot of research again showed that the role of both parents being present in child's life is very important. So as a man alternates between wives, and sometimes, children may not see their father for a few days, few weeks. How would you say that has an impact on the children upbringing?
Yes, I mean, I've seen it. I've seen it turn badly because there isn't that balance. And actually, I will say it will turn. There's not true polygamy, right? When it's like it's a polygamous relationship, but there's no balance, right? So the children are not actually treated. Yeah, children are not treated equally. The mothers are not treated equally. The time is not spread out equally. Yes, it turns very, very badly, right? Because there's resentment, and there's a balance, like a struggle for power and attention. And I don't call that true polygamy, because those are not, like you said, Mali is Muslim, so it's based on Islam. And Islam really actually, what that religion says about polygamy is that you should not take more wives if you cannot treat them equally, right? So it's not necessarily a right, but it's really saying that you have to be sure of your character.
Thank you so much, Miss Kumba Makalu. You are a consultant specialized in women's issue, and your point of view was really precious. So we'll take a break now, and
in times of change, when the world seems uncertain and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
Health, wellness, sports.
Show you the whole picture.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Moudou, in Washington, every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
You're watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us each week right here on Red Carpet. We bring you the latest in
You are watching Our Voices. Welcome back. We are discussing a controversial marital choice, polygamy. and the African women who voluntarily embrace it. Diaspora Literatures on East Carolina University. She joins us via Skype from Greenville, North Carolina. Hello. Hello, Dr. Gay. How are you?
I'm great.
So my first question to you will be that I would really like to know, do you think what do you think of polygamy to start with?
I've listened to the previous guest, and there are so many things I agree with her in terms of contextualizing, but I also think that there are so many sanitizing points about polygamy that is not talked about, especially in the case of Senegal, where polygamy is practiced in a new way in urban areas more than in rural areas. So the men who do polygamy or who practice polygamy are not tilling any farm or need more men, more manpower. So I think that there are so many things that we can say about the choice now in urban areas, especially when you were talking about how so many educated men are now engaging in polygamy and
until after 10 years. So
of Africa. The way that polygamy is practiced now in Africa, it is more for men than it is for women, just because the institution itself is not open to women. Women cannot have more than one husband, for example. So that choice isn't there. And the fact that women are pit against each other in terms of competition. Somebody talks about the witchcraft that happened in there. So women are trying to top each other in the upkeep for the man. So the attention is always on him. And for women, instead of engaging in relationship with the husband, the relationship is more with the other women in terms of conflict.
Yeah, so you really can look at it the other way around, because I have spoken to women who say that we are equal. And then I have spoken to other women in other polygamous relationship where they respect the first wife, and I've brought that up in the previous segment. So you believe that that competition is definitely there?
The competition is definitely there, especially in this new era of polygamy. I come from a polygamous household. My father had 2 wives. We all lived together. And in the beginning, when we call her our aunt, is coming to join us, my father sat us down and said that this is my second wife. And it was clear to us that the relationship between the women, for example, are none of our business as children. And we respect each one of them, but for the most time, also the second wife respect the first wife because she has been there for a long time. In the new way of doing polygamy, women enter polygamy in terms of conflict. I'm going there to destabilize her. I'm going there to top whatever she has been doing. And there is even in Senegal a term that is called defante, which the Wolof word is def, which is to do, and defante brings this reciprocity in terms of conflict. She does something, I do more. And this is in terms of sexuality, in terms of economy, in terms of attention to the husband, in terms of who's cooking what. And women go to so many lengths in order to top each other. So that is now the new kind of polygamy that I think is benefiting more men than it is benefiting women.
Maybe can we look also at the positive aspect of it, like for example, economic advantage, where more women, can have more secure family economically. Also, in context of conflicts where a lot of men might go to war, or women, the number of women could be less, and in that case, men can have more women, have more children, so that they can, increase the population. So, is that something to consider as a positive part of it?
I think that for some women, the economic aspect of polygamy is very important because they are able to be in the institution of marriage and being taken care of, especially because in many African societies and communities, the man have financial opportunities. Polygamy could be an advantage for them. But for the most part, the women actually who now participate in polygamy are financially, what is it called? They do not need the financial upkeep. They're stable financially, they have jobs, they are educated, they have active professional lives. So the reason why these women enter polygamy is because it gives them more flexibility in terms that the man is taken care of by several women. So the women who say, I would like to be in polygamy, and usually it's because they want to be second, third, fourth wife, because then they will be able to share the care of the husband with other women. And if he's not with them 2 days, then they can go and do other things and not have to worry about cooking and taking care of him. And that brings us to this point of men being taken care of all the time. There is always, it's this notion that...
Wait a second, Dr. Gay. Are you telling us that nowadays polygamy is led by intellectual and financially independent women who actually see it as a way to have a man and still lead a single life in a way?
Yes. Your previous guest was talking about how women will be having 2 days each, and that the father is not going to be there, for example, 2 days.
So it is beneficial to women.
That is because it is beneficial to women in that sense, but that is because now in polygamy, these women who enter polygamy, they do not want to share the household with another woman. They are in their own spaces. They live their own parallel lives. And then they have the husband in a few days, and then he's gone to the other woman. Then they take care of their own lives. So that's the flexibility that it offers. In their own spaces, they live their own parallel lives. And then they have the husband in a few days, and then he's gone to the other woman. Then they take care of their own lives. So that's the flexibility that it offers them. And who are we to blame them for doing that in a society that is patriarchal, where men are always taken care of in terms of chores, in terms of domestic upkeep?
Well, that is the end of a show that we didn't see coming. Thank you.
We want to speak more.
We really want to thank you, Maram Gay. You were with us in East, you are a professor in East Carolina University. Thank you for joining us from Greenville, North Carolina. Thank you for this very interesting insight. Thank you to Komba Makalu for joining us today to share her perspective on polygamy. This has been Our Voices. Thank you for watching. And thanks to our formidable editorial and production team. You can rewatch this episode, and we too, on the previous ones on the VOA website, voaafrica.com, or on our YouTube channel. Let's continue the conversation. See you next week.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
a decade ago, I'd start my day like this. I was alone. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I didn't want to work. I had no interest in socializing. I had my phones off most times. I used to feel really sad. I'd ask my mom what was wrong with me, and she'd say, "You're just sad, don't worry, you get over it." But was I truly sad? This is TW Lounge. I'll be joined by my sisters and a clinical psychologist who would actually answer that question. Be right back in a minute. Welcome back to the lounge. Thankfully, I don't need this anymore. It's 12 years later, and I've been joined in the lounge by my sisters and a trained psychologist who would actually answer my first question. Was I depressed?
Please give me the wine.
Well,
what is that? Whatever it is, just give me that one first. This is the last. You can take one like Abi sister.
Okay, now.
Forgive me.
Yes, you were, because you mentioned some of the symptoms of depression.
Okay.
You know, like saying that you didn't want to be with anybody.
Okay, let me introduce you first. This is Pamela Udoka. She's a trained clinical psychologist, and she's here with us today to educate us about the difference between what we call in Nigeria sadness and depression, which can actually be a clinical condition.
Where did you find Pamela? You guys, I mean...
We exist, though. Clinical psychologists exist. They don't just look for us, but we are here. At least you can see me live. I'm here.
And you're needed desperately.
Yes. Yeah, so I imagine. Yeah, but it's real. It's real. We are here. We are
so what
here.
do you think? What do you think? You think I was depressed?
Well, I mean, the good thing about some of us is that we just assume things. I just believe that if somebody has been sad, you don't know what the person is being sad about, and you say, get out of it. You know what I mean? So I think maybe it's a consistent sadness.
Yes.
What do you think?
Know?
I think there's a loneliness that is attached to being depressed. I say that because I'm given to melancholy, and I don't consider it the depression. I just think sometimes I'm just sad because there are things that aren't in place fully. I may not be able to put my finger on it, but I know it's there. And so for that period, I'm melancholy, trying to sort of figure out, and in as much as I may not talk to people, I don't totally cut myself off. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people are given to melancholy.
Do you think melancholy and depression?
Well, I don't know if to call it. I don't know if to call it depression. Can you call it depression yourself, or someone like you needs to treat me to be able to say yes, you are depressed, not sad? Can I say it myself that I'm depressed?
People use the word loosely. Yes, use it loosely. Or I'm depressed. Even when they are sad, even when they are frustrated, some things are not going right, like she said, and you are frustrated about it. You are sad. You want this thing to be better. And maybe you want to make progress. You're not making progress at the speed you want, so you're frustrated. And you say, oh, I'm depressed about this. No, but depression, it's like having a headache. You know, you have a headache. You have to now know which one. Is it a migraine headache? Is it tension headache and stuff like that? But the bottom line is I have a headache. Depression is a perpetual state of sadness for a long period of time. So you were near it.
1 day, 2 days.
No.
Exactly.
For a long time, maybe 3 months, 6 months. You know, it has to be...
So I can't be depressed in 1 month if I'm just sad all day, 31 days in the month.
If you're all sad, you know, apart from the sadness,
yes,
then you don't... The things that used to give you pleasure, you lose interest in them.
Okay.
Like maybe you're a party person, and they say, okay, auntie is having maybe a 50th birthday party, or maybe there's a celebration going on, you're not interested in it. They'll be like, what's that? And it does not mean that if you say you're not going for a party, just one of, they say, oh, depression. No. You know, it's like you lose interest. Everything that used to give you joy, excitement, happiness, you lose interest in them. And then you now have this feeling of hopelessness or worthlessness. You amount to nothing. The future is bleak, you know, and then you have a poor sleep pattern. So all these are symptoms of depression.
Are there different types? You know, like you said with the headache, there's a migraine, there's a tension headache. Are there different types of depression?
Yes.
Because you have like women who've had babies and
that's postpartum.
Yes,
that's postpartum depression. You know, after delivery, you're just like, what have I just done? What's this? Who's this one? I have to be responsible for another person. So, some of us can cope with that. And then it triggers it.
Is it every woman that kills her child that is depressed? Because people can hide under anything. Is it every child? Does that mean that she's... I just want to know.
That's why there's assessment.
Okay.
Because it's been reported that most women that do that have postpartum. So not everybody said. That's why you have assessment for each case. You don't just generalize. even like she was talking about different types of depression. You know, we have depression in stages. We have the mild, we have the moderate, and we have the severe depression. That's why you can see somebody just being sad, just being depressed, and he's not thinking about suicide, or he doesn't have suicidal ideation. Or
it looks to me like Ifeoma wants to say something.
Yeah. I've been looking and thinking and saying to myself that, you know how we are, stiff upper lip.
Yeah.
Like, you can be depressed, but you force yourself to do things.
That's
person.
There's something we call...
can be depressed, and yet you force yourself to do things. For example, you know you have to go to work, so you'll get up. There's a discipline that you have, which forces you. You socialize, and people look at you, which is why I think you see people. I say, but they didn't look as if there was anything wrong, and then they throw themselves out of the window.
Yes. Now, there's something we call smiling depression. Oh. That's what you're trying to describe now. You put up a facade.
That's your own term?
Yeah. No, it's a real term. It's a medical term. It's a psychological.
Smiling depression.
Yeah, smiling. You know, you're going through like hell inside, but you're like...
But that makes it very dangerous, doesn't it?
Yes, that is why, you know. So, and then you are in denial of what you're going through. And then because you have tried to talk to somebody and the person does not believe what you're going through, or they tell you snap out of it, or tell you go and pray about it, you're like, let me just stay with this.
I was coming to that. That whole go and pray about it thing that we do in Nigeria. Is that,
we don't
is
get
that reasonable?
It's
prayer work, though.
No, prayer works.
It's a condition.
Prayer works, but it's not everything. You know, you don't use a spiritual solution for a physical problem, a problem that you can just solve using therapy. Then you now sit down and praying about it. You can pray that your therapy works. You can pray that the medication works. Yeah, but you don't pray off treatment for the issue.
I have a point of view, and that is that a lot of depression stems from a spiritual emptiness.
Thank you.
No,
so yes, I'm saying a lot because when I think about these things and I look at people and listen to people, it's as if there's a sense of a lack of purpose.
Is that the hopelessness?
That drives, you know, that unworthiness, a lack of purpose. Because if you have, you know the Nigerian expression, if you're up at doing, if you're up at doing, you know, there's no, it's as if there's, yes, you're feeling sad, but you're occupying your time.
When you occupy your time, when you have depression, it's something we call burnout. At the end of the day, you will break down.
So you have to treat this. I was actually very busy. I was running 2 businesses at the time. So that didn't work. I was very busy. I was having to do social events with the smile on my face. Yes. And I did try to commit suicide.
Yeah.
So
I took a whole bottle of paracetamol.
No, you know what you talk about. How do you get to the points that you now know? How do you ever know?
How do you know that's
depression?
How do you ever
know? You wouldn't know you might not know it's depression, you might not have a name for it. But you will know that something is wrong with you. You are not sleeping well. Either you are sleeping too much or sleeping too little. Either you're eating too much or you're eating too little. That we call poor eating habits or poor sleep pattern. Or you withdraw from everybody. Or you just feel that, what's the need? Why do I need to wake up tomorrow morning? That's why I start thinking about this suicide.
People have different coping mechanisms.
No, you have to devise. Yes, you have to devise coping mechanisms when you are feeling that way. When you feel...
When you say you have to, is it that you as a doctor, you advise that they do, or people just naturally devise...
No, you have to. If, for instance...
Because mine was alcohol, like I said.
Yes.
But that's not a good coping device.
Some people
an escape.
Get...
Yes, an escape.
You know, when you find an escape can be positive or negative. Yes. You can get into positive escape, get into drugs.
Like dancing. Okay.
Dancing is a positive one. Okay. Yes. That is changing your lifestyle.
Charity. Get into charity.
Yeah, you know, changing your lifestyle. You want to go to the gym, you want to socialize with people. Yeah, you make a conscious effort to change your lifestyle. I want to go to, instead of staying alone. I know that I keep thinking about it.
If we did share some, because I know, for example, now, in recent times, I find that I just don't want to dress up to go out. It's not because I am
depression.
No, because I know.
But she has mild depression.
Yes, it's a stage. Let me tell you why. I tend to think about
going out.
No, that's different. It depends on what's going on. If you are doing something that is different from what you used to do,
exactly.
That what I would gladly just dress up and go out. I just don't care. I don't care about those, and I'm beginning to think that maybe it's menopause.
Remember the day I saw you in person? I said, I don't know.
You know, I don't care. I look like
no makeup at all.
Nothing. They're just like, you know. So I just realized that, you know,
no. If it's consistent, I mean, you might just wake up one morning and say, okay,
I have to do that every day. So watch out.
For 3 months.
If you guys see me doing it for 3 months, please take me to
yes. Yeah, you see, but yes, if you wake up in the morning, sometimes you just wake up. I don't feel like making up. Don't feel like just. I mean, that's one of that's normal. No, it's not a sign. It's not a sign. But if you wake up every day, and they say, okay, this is what I saw you last week like this. You know, I've seen you today. I've seen you like this for a month. What's going on? You yourself, because it now becomes a problem for your family, your friends. They notice that something is wrong.
So you say why don't we notice before people kill themselves?
Because we don't know the symptoms of what to look out for.
In saying that, it was in the news recently that a young child, a teenager, took his life in school.
Because we don't expect that we have what we call childhood depression.
Yes, that was my next question. You say there's signs. So are your parents, friends, family supposed to investigate signs of just
They are supposed to be more observant. That's why we have family support. Yes. If I'm related, you are my friend, I should be able to notice that, what happened to you? Why are you not... I know...
Nigerians don't like talking. We don't like telling.
No, we observe people. Because we're in denial. Or maybe when you even talk, a person will not believe you.
What do you mean by when you say we're ignorant? What do you mean?
We don't acknowledge the fact of depression in many ways. Okay. And so you're not looking out for the signs of something you don't even acknowledge. So, which is the reason I've been saying for a long time that we need a lot of psychiatrists and psychologists.
They have to seek us out.
Visible.
Do we have a local name for it? Do we have a local name for depression?
For depression,
we have a local name. I think it's just that we just think, what is in that one? That their word is complete. Your word is complete. So
yes, it's the village people.
You will not be feeling sad. You will know you have to get up and go and look for something. And I'm being very serious about this because the truth is, a lot of people are depressed in this country.
Yes.
But we're not calling it depression because we don't acknowledge it. And even the person who is depressed denies that they have a right to be depressed.
Okay.
And will say, no, but
it's not me. It's not me.
No, God has given me this. I have a job. I have this. So why should I be? And then you get up and you do it. And I think it's very dangerous. Yeah. Because that's where you get to the end of the road. Yes. And there's nowhere else to go.
And the suicide is when you have gone to the last stage of depression.
I was going to say that because now there's an unspoken, it's not a law, but an unspoken law in Lagos that if you find someone at the side of the bridge and looks like he's going to jump, the police should arrest him. So you see, take for instance, I'm depressed and I'm about to commit suicide. And then the police will fall upon you and lock you up. They'll lock you down. Isn't that making it worse?
It's making it worse. And to start, it's not only jumping off the bridge that people use to commit suicide. Taking medication, overdosing on something.
Yes.
Rat poison, everything.
Rat poison. Yes. I read somewhere that this depression thing can be hereditary.
Yes. So when we do assessments...
I'm happy and everything is going fine and the next thing...
Yes. That's not my fault. When we do assessment, one of the questions we ask is, do you have a history? Not of depression, of mental health illness in your family. You will know.
How?
Most people will know.
For instance, so I can just be happy-go-lucky and because my forefathers have it.
But it's possible that your grandmother was depressed.
Yes.
And there were times when she didn't like to see anybody and she didn't do anything and just said, that woman, she's just angry.
So they won't know the word for it, but they know that family, they have scoring, they have something in that family. They won't know.
You just called it a name.
Yes, it's your person.
Behavior.
It's a mood.
It's a chemical imbalance.
It can be. When it's hereditary, then it runs in the family, then it's genetic, then it's...
Chemical in the brain.
Yes, hormonal imbalance or something. That's why you need medication to adjust that, not just psychotherapy. Yes. Okay. And then most people, when they now start taking medication, which clinical psychologists don't give medication, we just do talk therapy. The psychiatrists give medication. Most of the medication they take have side effects. And you find out that...
Hold that.
Sorry.
We'll be back after the break. Welcome back. So you were telling us that, people refer to it as all sorts of things.
Yes.
And it's something that can be treated.
The scoring.
But it's not scoring.
What's it called?
No, like a local...
It's a mental health disorder.
We say kilikili.
But it's
mental health.
It's derogatory.
Mental health.
I won't talk to you if you tell me I have scoring.
If you can use words like scoring and
kilikili,
why will anybody say they are sad?
Exactly. I will just keep quiet.
Kilikili means that they're small something.
So the knot is loose. And it's not only for depression.
Sorry?
That's coin or kilikili, whatever, can just refer to mental health disorder. Okay? Not necessarily depression, because we have other mental health issues.
No, but can depression get to that level?
Yes. You can get to that level and it becomes, you have a manic depressive. That's why you now have to like give depressive medication, okay?
I have this friend, I used to say to him, he was bipolar.
Yes.
I read up because he could be ecstatic one moment and, so happy and everything. And then
It drops. It drops.
He would just
be
really sad.
Is that
then suddenly?
Bipolar. It's also a mood disorder. Depression is a mood disorder. Bipolar is a mood disorder. It's a mood disorder.
You're using these names sometimes. Some of us we don't know
schizophrenia.
No, schizophrenia is not mood. It's a mental disorder. It's like when you have distortions. You have distortions, maybe hallucinations. You have delusions of thoughts of perception. You perceive things differently from the norm.
From depression to schizophrenia.
Then you're having comorbid mental health. You're having
no, but I think the question here is that a lot of this is happening more in our society. We're just not giving it the right names. Because even in my own family, I have those issues. I mean, my mother, having experienced a marriage that wasn't the best there was, right, was never really happy, right? But by the time we all left home and mom was alone with dad, and I know many families that this happens, dad wasn't getting the kind of attention that he wanted. He couldn't really go around like he did. My father is passed now, God rest his soul. But what he did was that my mom wasn't giving him as much attention. He didn't understand. And she began to say, why are you bothering me? She was totally depressed. She was even at the point of where she was telling my father, if you come near me, I'm going to kill you. That's when we knew there was a problem. And we sought help. Do you understand what I mean? Of course we got help. We went to psychiatrists and helped her, but that's only to manage the situation. Okay, so what but the deep-seated resentments that you have in your system is enough to turn you into a depressive person.
So hers was resentment. What other things can cause depression?
Resentment. No, I just want to also talk about, she said it's rampant. Is it rampant now, or are we just more aware now?
See,
have we always had it?
Social media has made a lot of things to come to the fore. We have always had this issue, but now, there are issues going on, situations going on in the country that can make people get into depression. Okay? There is always a trigger. You can't just wake up and be depressed. Something caused it. Okay?
How is social media going to trigger this?
No, I'm saying making you aware. You are more aware. Yes, you're more known that this kind of thing exists.
She said resentment, deep-seated resentment, yes.
Something also causes resentment. You don't just resent someone. Something has caused it. Yes, that's something. The trigger. Okay. Yes, if you're in an abusive relationship, for instance, it can trigger depression. You can't help yourself. You just feel, why am I in this relationship? Why am I in this marriage, for instance? So you can just feel, let me go end it all. A depressed person just wants to end everything and stop the suffering. Some of them escape into substance abuse, just to escape, just to find that, have a referral that, okay, I'm not going through what I'm...
So like this codeine use now, this codeine has been banned
that's another thing.
What if a child, now you hear children are committing suicide, children are being treated for depression. What do they, what is it?
Yes,
bullying, exactly.
That's what we're talking about, the family support. When you observe, you know your child now comes back from school, and instead of wanting to play or wanting to watch cartoon, wanting to go to the playing ground, goes to his room or her room and sits down. A child that used to read maybe storybooks doesn't want to read anything. How are you? The child is withdrawn. We call it withdrawn to self, withdrawing to his or herself. You will know something is wrong because in school, either like you mentioned, bullying, or maybe then you ask some parents don't even go for parents-teachers meeting or something. They don't even go for the class thing that you talk to your teacher. So you wonder when the child is dropping in grades.
What kind of things can a child say to alert you to the fact that the child is depressed?
Nobody loves me. I'm not needed in this house.
We've always said that for years. Why is it now we are killing yourself because of that?
That's all talking about individual differences.
Oh, right.
Yes. Okay. I might say something like that. Mommy, you don't even love me. Just because maybe she bought sweets for the other child for me. Yeah, but when the child keeps saying it persistently.
Oh, okay.
You understand? Nobody loves me here. I'm not needed here. Let me just go and kill myself.
But
some people say, some people don't, but you have to observe because the mood, how does your mood affect your behavior? How does your mood affect your relationship?
I was going to say that I think that there's something that's happening in the middle class families.
Okay.
There's a lot of depression, and I think...
There's no middle class again in Nigeria.
Well, the little that is left.
Yes, I think that the middle class is providing too much for their children. And so the children don't grow up with that. gut instinct to survive and to achieve something.
Okay.
No, there has to be something in you that's pushing you to do something.
Okay.
And if you provide everything for a child, again, let me use that word, you socialize the child out of survival.
Yes.
So they're in a world, no matter how comfortable you are in this world, you have to survive something. Because there are different people around who are not like you.
Yes.
So you have to survive the world in which you live. And if you socialize a child out of that survival instinct, which is what I think the middle class are doing.
So if you're pushing them too much, you're saying it could bounce, you have an adverse effect.
You're not allowing them to fall down and dust themselves up and
get up again. Okay.
You're doing everything for them. So what are they looking forward to doing? What is their ambition in life? To fill their time. They're going to be depressed, and to do something about that depression, they have the money to go into drugs. And they have the phones to do social media. It's an addiction. Social media is an addiction.
And there's also this poor communication pattern in families. A mother or father cannot even discuss with the child. The child cannot talk to the parents freely. So even when the child is going through certain things, the child cannot tell the parents.
That didn't start today.
Yeah.
In fact, it's even now that children are saying what they
so
like.
we have to change the narrative so the children can talk to us, tell us things.
I have always said that there's different parenting styles for different ages. And if you don't recognize when your child is signaling to you that I'm growing up and I have an opinion, you lose it.
At what age do you think
For me, my son indicated to me, because he'd be calling me from school and saying, so Mom, what's going on? And I'd be thinking, what's going on, please? However, I recognized that was what he was doing. He was trying to tell me that I'm getting to be an adult, 13, I'm asking what's going on. So I responded. And because of that, my younger son didn't have to do that. I recognized when that was coming, when he started having an opinion.
What's the same with you as well?
Well, what I do know, as you're talking about it, I think it's important at this point to also share again, because it's like, I have a bit of experience in this area. Now, I've raised, by the time my number 5 child, my number 5 child, 4 children had gone to school abroad. Then the 5th one went to school abroad, and he suffered depression. You know why? Because we found out that his vitamin D levels were very low. Vitamin D, now, when he did the test, because, why did I find out? Because I called him. And he says, look, Mama, I want to come home. I say, why? Where are you? He said, I am tired. I don't want to do this anymore. I say, what is it? Where are you? I'm in front of the pond. What are you trying to do? But of course, I said, okay, you know what you need to do? You must go to see a psychiatrist, because it's available in school. Now, this child goes, they do a test, they find out that actually his vitamin D levels were so low. It should be somewhere, the minimum he should have is 30, and this guy had 6. All the other children probably did. But because it was winter. But they survived. You know what I mean? But he couldn't survive because his personality is different. So he suffered depression. I wouldn't have known if I didn't catch that. But parents must realize, we send our children abroad because there was no opportunity for them. We don't want children to go to school and be truncated. What the farmer said about the middle classes it's important.
Yes.
Most of our children who are going abroad, they are going to come back, they must have suffered some form of depression or the other. Because this guy's level, they increased the vitamin D intake, did everything, and all of that. But depression sets in. So if parents don't get involved and talk to their children, you're going to have a handful. It was a tough thing for us as a family. But we thank God that we had the information.
I think that because the middle class is pampered,
they're pampered,
it's a bit more difficult. It's like when I was talking about, when you're depressed and you're hungry and their children, the children, you see, sometimes it doesn't click in because the hunger makes you look for the food, so you put the depression to one side. But you see,
remember it after you have eaten.
Honestly, because I think
the person who is going through that is not depressed.
Maybe there is mild depression.
Yeah, because
maybe it's mild.
The person is just hungry.
Hunger can cause depression. The inability to provide for yourself, the inability can make you depressed.
Yes.
And there's a lot of that now.
Are we interchanging depression
for frustration?
It's a link. It causes depression.
It can lead to depression.
How did you survive, Dion? I wonder.
Yes.
I had 2 sessions. I couldn't afford it. People can be pricey. This man, the clinical psychologist, well, he taught me how to. The major thing that I was battling with was the feelings of being abused, taken advantage of. So I was angry. So he taught me how to turn that anger and throw it away. He said to me, I think he used the mild hypnosis. He said, close your eyes and think about the worst experience with your abuser. And then he said, my face contorted. And then he said, now wrap it up, put it in your hands and wrap it up into a ball. And he said, my hands clenched. And he said, now think of it as a ball of fire. And I did this straight away. He said, that's how you get rid of it. You can't hold on to something, to your pain. So you have to let it go. So every time that happens, think about it as a ball of fire and let go. So yes, so it helped. No, so it helped me. So every time I had to deal with that, I did that exercise. Yes.
That's a therapeutic technique. We call rational emotive therapy.
See, we have English.
Yes. We also have what we call cognitive behavioral therapy. You see, when you have a mood disorder, you have what we call cognitive distortions. You start saying things. Magnify them. By generalization, we have a lot of things like just in things in black or white. If I couldn't achieve this, then I'm a bad person. You don't have any middle ground. If I was good enough, he wouldn't have left me. You know, you don't say, maybe I'm too good for him. That's why he left me. You don't think that way. You always have negative thoughts. There's no positivity.
So we can't do mind over matter.
Yes.
And be trained in how to do it.
That's what I'm talking about.
This is the lounge. You know, if we keep going, we can keep going.
Don't tell me 20 minutes is off.
This is off already. So,
but have our one-liners, please.
What can we do?
Exactly.
To
all of us.
All of us collectively.
One-liners.
Yes.
One-liner.
Maybe she should have the last word. Let's all have you. What's your last one?
I don't know about depression. I just like to be happy all the time.
Frustrated. I change my lifestyle. I just do differently. I think differently and do differently. That works for me.
I think keeping busy, you know, sort of helps people. Just not thinking of, because keeping busy is better than taking drugs and drinking and all of that. You keep busy.
Well, I just say nothing lasts forever. I'm sad today, I'll be happy tomorrow.
One of the things that we should do when we think we are getting into that situation is to talk to the right person, okay? And what us that we are being spoken to, we should not be judgmental. Don't say, this person got over it. Now, this is a small thing that you cannot get over. No. Listen. Yes. We have empathy.
Real,
yes.
And we have to deal with it, but collectively.
Yes.
Thank you for coming. It was nice having you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
What a beautiful lounge you have here.
I appreciate
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Sadness, melancholy, being hungry, and being depressed. It's a collective responsibility for us to identify it, talk about it, and get rid of it. Because it's happening more and more now. Thank you for joining us in the lounge.
It is engagement we need to have. those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
Many thanks for staying with us. This is the news update on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. The governor of Kano State, Abba Kabir Yusuf, has ordered the immediate arrest of the deposed Emir Aminu Ado Bayero. The order was contained in a statement on Saturday by the Director General Media and Publicity Government House, Kano, Sanusi Tofa. The governor said Bayero should be arrested for allegedly creating tension in the state. Now, in light of recent tensions surrounding the chieftaincy matters in Kano State, the Commissioner of Police, Mohammed Uzaini Gomel, has addressed the media on the collective effort of all security agencies to maintain peace and provide security to law-abiding citizens. The CP stated that the police command is fully compliant with a court order issued by the Federal High Court in Kano on the 23rd of May, alongside other law enforcement agencies. He assured the public that the command is working closely with the military and other security agencies to provide adequate security. Commissioner Gomel emphasized the importance of cooperation from the public and urged everyone to remain calm and patient as the court addresses the matter on the 3rd of June. He warned that anyone found planning to disrupt the peace will be arrested and face the full extent of the law.
The police command is expressly obeying the court order with suit number FHC/KN/CS/182/2024 dated 23rd May 2024, issued by the Federal High Court sitting in Kano alongside all law enforcement agents in the state. Therefore, we are calling on members of the public to know that the police in the state is working together with the military and other security agencies and are with full capacity of providing the adequate security to everyone, as we are committed to carrying out our statutory duties as provided by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. No doubt, the law-abiding people of Kano State are known for a revered cultural heritage and respect for constituted authority, and in this regard are advised to remain calm, patient, and to keep cooperating with security agencies, as the matter described will be addressed by the court on the 3rd of June 2024. Let me also remind you that the position of the law is very clear, as whoever, under whatever guise, is found to be planning to disrupt the peace being enjoyed in the state or bill, that he or she can jeopardize the existence of certain of the state that will be arrested and will be the full rules of the law. Therefore, as police command is leading.
And straight now to Rivers State, where the governor, Siminalayi Fubara, has asserted that a higher standard of leadership style will be set by his administration, adding that it will set a new bar in improving the quality of life of and socio-economic status of residents. He made the assertion at Ogbogoro town, venue of the official flag of the Okania-Ogbogoro Road project in Obiakpo local government area of the state. The governor said there are determined overtures by detractors who are bent on distracting his administration from set goals with unproductive fight, emphasizing that fighting back would be a waste of energy.
They want us to miss our goal. They want to distract us. If we fight with them, we'll be wasting our energy. So what we need to do is continue to do that thing that we promised our people. So our style will be to set the standard that will be above them. That when they come, people will say, but what the people are doing, everybody is saying it now, and it is about the people. So that will be our style of leadership.
Speaking on the road project, Governor Fubara insisted that Okania-Ogbogoro Road would not end at the stage of flag-off, but will be completed and inaugurated in the next 5 months.
Most of these roads, this one in particular, is a road that will take off some pressure from the main route that we are familiar with. And we thought it wise that it is proper for us to fix this road. Fixing this road will also improve the economy of the people living here. It will also improve the security state of this environment. So we're thinking not just for ourselves, but also thinking for the good and wonderful people of our states. So I want to say, support us so that we'll continue to deliver on our promises.
Now, the Labour Party in Edo State has suspended the party's national chairman, Julius Abure. This is following the party's state executive ratifying Abure's membership suspension from Array Ward 3 as a northeast local government area as conveyed in a letter dated 14th of May. In a press conference in Benin City, the Edo State capital, the LP Eson Northeast Local Government Chairman Patrick Onogbenin disclosed that he had on the 14th of May received a letter from the Ward 3 Chairman Thompson Ehigwese detailing Abure's membership suspension from Array Ward 3 Eson Northeast Local Government area. According to Onogbenin, he had subsequently deliberated the issues raised with other members of the party's executive in the local government, and upon conclusion that the reasons for the suspension were weighty enough, and wrote to the state executive for ratification. Now, the state chairman of the Labour Party, Kelly Ogbaloy, who received and read the two letters, said, considering the contents of the letters and reasons given for the suspension, the state executive had no choice but to ratify the suspension, which had been ratified and upheld at the local government level. Now, a foremost human rights activist and the 2023 presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, AAC, Omoyele Sowore, has described the present administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as insensitive to the plight of the citizens. Sowore made the comment in Benin while speaking with journalists at the party's campaign flag-off ahead of the Edo governorship election slated for this September. Expressing frustration over the hardship Nigerians have been made to face owing to what he described as poor policy decisions, Sowore expressed the hope that the country will one day bounce back if only the people are allowed to take charge of their affairs.
When I say survive, because successive regimes in Nigeria have always been worse than the one before. I've survived at least 7 or 8 presidents. And I can tell you that there's nothing these guys have nothing to offer. But the important thing is that he said it during the election that these guys have nothing to offer. Why waste your time? But people, they always often listen when it's too late. Yes. Inflation has gone almost the percentage that's ever been seen before. Unemployment has become a major problem. Insecurity got worse in the last 1 year. The minimum wage, as you know, remains. That's the only thing that's pretty much static in this country today. The value of Nigerian currency used to be called naira, now it's a toilet paper.
Yes, we just flagged up our campaign, and now we'll have to move around all the wards again, like we have always done, engage more people. We have a schedule for our campaigns before we start moving local government to local government. We will go around all the wards again, like we have always done.
You're watching the News Update on Plus TV Africa. More stories when we return. Stay with us.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts, and even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
I will take you through this
And now to other parts of Africa. South Africa's government has hailed as groundbreaking a ruling by the World Court that ordered Israel to hold its military assault on the southern Gaza city of Rafah. Judges at the International Court of Justice earlier on Friday backed a South African request to order Israel to hold its offensive in Rafah, a week after Pretoria called for the measure in a case accusing Israel of genocide, an allegation Israel has denied. While welcoming the court's ruling, President Cyril Ramaphosa's office said South Africa remained concerned that the United Nations Security Council had not succeeded in stopping the human suffering in Gaza. Well, moving outside Africa now, United States President Joe Biden has welcomed Egypt's commitment to allow UN-provided humanitarian aid to flow into Gaza on a temporary basis through the Kerem Shalom crossing. Biden also told Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi in a call that he supported efforts to reopen the southern Rafah crossing on the terms acceptable to both Egypt and Israel, and that the U.S. would send a senior team to Cairo next week for talks. That's according to a White House statement. Sisi agreed to send the aid temporarily until legal mechanisms are in place to reopen the Rafah border crossing from the Palestinian side. Now, some of the food supplies waiting to enter the Gaza Strip from Egypt have begun to rot as the Rafah border crossing remains shut to aid deliveries for a third week, and people inside the Palestinian enclave face worsening hunger. Business news now. Nigeria's electricity generation has reached 5,000 megawatts in May this year, marking a significant improvement over previous levels. This was disclosed by the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, during the second day of the ministerial sectoral update for the present administration holding in Abuja. Adelabu said this achievement highlights the government's commitment to enhancing the nation's power infrastructure and aligned with President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda aimed at providing reliable and sustainable energy.
5,000 megawatts of power was achieved in May 2024 for the first time in 3 years. Exactly 3rd of May 2024, we generated, transmitted and distributed 5,003.45 megawatts of power, where we have been generating below 4,000. We all know what we passed through in February and March, but we rose to the occasion and we made sure we changed the situation for the better. Our target is to achieve 6,000 megawatts before the end of this year for the first time in the history of Nigeria, and to happen, inshallah.
In sports news now, Nigeria's head coach, Finidi George, has named his squad for the upcoming 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifier against the Bafana Bafana of South Africa and the Cheetahs of Benin Republic. Leading the names on the 23-man list is the informed Atalanta forward Ademola Lookman, whose hat-trick on Wednesday handed his side the Europa League trophy. Victor Boniface of Bayer Leverkusen is not left out of the squad after being instrumental in the Bavarian side winning their first league title in 30 years, while going unbeaten for 51 games in the process. Also on the list are Victor Osimhen, Alex Iwobi, Terem Murphy was the news of Italy goalkeeper Maduka Oke returning to the team after being out for some time. And sports news wraps it for us on the update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, on X and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channels at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also watch us from Limex on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. This week on the show, we chat with curator and musician Simon Javan Okello about this year's Madaraka Festival, an annual celebration of African culture in America. Women basketball is gaining popularity in Kenya as players are signing up to play for local teams. We check out a fashion show by the African community in the Washington, D.C. region. Those stories plus Nigerian rapper Odumodu Black is on the last leg of his 9-city US tour. Let's get on with the show. On Becoming a Guinea Fowl, a comedy drama film written and directed by Zambian Welsh filmmaker Rungano Nyoni, completed in the Uncertain Hogard section at the 77th Cannes Film Festival on the 16th May 2024. Afrobeats artist Odumodu Black, who is currently on his first North American tour, dubbed Nigeria's Most Wanted Tour 2024, made a stop at the Fillmore in Silver Spring, Maryland, selling out the iconic venue for 2 nights in a row. The 9-city tour kicked off on April the 27th in Minneapolis. The Madaraka Festival is an annual celebration of African culture that aims to empower diversity and inclusion in Seattle communities and inspire through music, art, and activism. Simon Javan Okello, the founder of the Madaraka Festival, visited VOA and talked to Red Carpet about the festival, its impact on the community, and its vision for the future. Let's check it out.
My name is Simon Javan Okello. I am from Kisumu, Kenya, and here in America, I live in Seattle, Washington.
Mko poa? Mko sawa? Nikisema mada, mnasema raka. Mada?
With organizing Madaraka Festival, having done it for the last decade, we've been bringing different African artists. So we've worked with artists from over 18 countries, actually. We've been very privileged, you know. And so I would say that as we speak, there are over 200 artists who want to be on the Madaraka Festival lineup because they've seen what we are doing. We've been consistent. When it comes to promotion of East African music and how East African artists are promoting themselves, they just have to invest in their crafts, and that requires, financial investments or finding investors that believe in you, For us as a festival, what we do is when we bring these artists to America, we connect them with major media organizations. And we've made it our job to expose African artists, market the festival heavily, and so it's on the artists to take advantage of that and also create new music, be involved with the marketing efforts. Everybody must really work hard so that we all succeed together. Otherwise, East African music is just going to stay where it is.
First of all, I want to say thank you to, all of you for being here tonight.
Music is about legacy. Music, the most successful musicians in the world are building legacies. And decades after they are gone, like Michael Jackson or Bob Marley, their music is still being consumed and it's benefiting the masses and even their families. South African artists are succeeding with Amapiano because it's original South African message. It's the voice of the sufferers in South Africa, similar to reggae music from Jamaica. That's why Nigerian artists are actually succeeding, because they are grounded in their music. They can sing in their mother tongue. Fela Kuti, who is the father of Afrobeat, he used to sing in his mother tongue. When you're grounded in your roots, that's where you can then become a global force.
Women's basketball has gained popularity in East Africa, with many professional players from around the continent signing up to play for Kenyan teams. Aminata Samaseku, a teenage basketball player from Mali, and Grace Irebu, her teammate from DRC, are emerging as professional basketball stars in Kenya's Women's Basketball Premier League in East Africa. VOA's Josephat Kioko has more from Mombasa in Kenya.
Aminata Semaseku is a professional basketball player from Bamako, Mali. She is leading her KPA ladies teammates for home fixtures here at the Mombasa's KPA Indoor Sports Complex. KPA ladies team represents the government parastatal Kenya Ports Authority. In this live action captured by VOA's Collins Adede, Aminata's KPA ladies team played against the visiting team of United States International University, USIU Kenya, and won 68-46. 18-year-old Aminata is all smiles for this home victory and shared her story.
Well, I started playing basketball at the age of 12 years, and I was selected into Mali national team at the age of 16 years. I was the captain of the under-16 Mali national team and under-17 team at the age of 17 years. I played for the under-16 in Egypt, and then at the Africa Cup for Mali, and also at the World Cup in Spain. I don't come from a basketball family. I'm the only one who plays the game. My brothers plays football.
For 2 years, Aminata has been winning trophies and accolades for KPA ladies team. In 2023, the team won the Kenya Basketball League title. December 2023 was even sweeter for the Kenya coast-based team, as it won a silver medal in the inaugural African Women's Basketball League in Alexandria, Egypt. Anthony Juku is the head coach for KPA ladies.
Aminata is now 2 years in the team. I saw her playing in World Junior Championship in China. I talked to her agent and we agree on the terms. Now she joined us. She joined us before we went for the Zone 5 Championship in Rwanda. She did well. She helped us win the championship in Rwanda. We went with her in Egypt for the African Women Ball Championship. She did so well. We were in the runners-up, and she's a good player. With her age, she has places to go.
The FIBA, the International Basketball Federation website, has published Aminata as a Malian point guard player who has played for her national team for 3 years now, including for the Youth World Cup. This year, a new player joined the KPA ladies team as Aminata's friend and teammate. Grace Irebu, a former student of Santo Thomas University in Manila, Philippines, hails from Congo, DRC.
Yes, I like the way she's playing, and we have a good combination because we're practicing here together, me and her. So we know how to, even when I see her, she knows what to do. She knows how to play with me. So the way she's playing, she's so she's so young, but she has more experience, you see. So I like playing with this kind of players. So she understands the way you're playing. She knows how to play with you. That's a good thing.
Language can be a barrier for some players in sports, which explains why Aminata keeps closer to Grace for crucial translations on and off the basketball court. One cannot miss noticing the remarkable chemistry between the two players.
In Washington, the African community spent a recent evening showing off and promoting African fashions and creations. VOA's Thierry Kawori has the story.
Complete with red carpets and a photo shoot, the evening began with performance by artists, followed by the African King and Queen election at the Haiku Event Hall Center in Bowie, Maryland. The Temi collection and graphic clothing, two ready-to-wear African clothing, unveiled their latest creation at the DMV Cultural Fashion Show early this month. The event brought together African community members living in the area surrounding Washington, known as DMV or District, Maryland and Virginia. The founder of the fashion show and the African Fashion Week, Maryland, Temi Kayode, is a native of Nigeria who has been promoting African designers for 25 years.
African people are beautiful people. We are here to bring all Africans together to celebrate our diversity and to celebrate our culture, our traditions, and also to inspire the youth and the young adults to actually integrate them into fashion industry.
Guests Irene Kamau and Olaninyi Thompson Tabi, both from Nigeria, proudly show off their outfits.
This is Nigerian outfit. It was made in Nigeria, and these are the beads made in Nigeria, and I'm here to enjoy the African culture.
This represents community. It represents friendship. It represents who we are as African people.
Part of the profit of the event will be donated to the Temi Foundation, a non-profit organization that supports women and orphans.
We are actually empowering a lot of youth in a vocational training, paying scholarship, and we donate some money also to charity organization together. And we are planning ahead also to do more to help the less privileged, to empower, to inspire all the youth and the young adults.
Participants at the DMV African Cultural Fashion Show say they are enthusiastic about the long-term vision of introducing the African fashion industry to the world. Thierry Kaore, VOA News, Washington.
The 60th edition of Venice's International Art Biennale kicked off with the theme Foreigners Everywhere, an exploration of colonialism and the different realities of migration in an exhibition curated by Brazilian Adriano Pedrosa, the first from the Southern Hemisphere to assume the prestigious role. The Venice Biennale takes place across the Lagoon City from April 20th to November 24th.
Shows from 86 pavilions reflected a meeting between art and activism and touch on issues involving colonialism and the marginalization of indigenous people at the Venice Biennale this year. One of the most talked about shows during the opening week was Tesfaye Urgesa's Prejudice and Belonging. Urgesa's paintings use Ethiopian iconography and traditional figurative art and explore race and identity.
For a long time, Ethiopia, even though we have like very vibrant artistic movement inside the country, it's never been outside. So this is like a huge problem for the artist community as well as for the country itself. And every promotion, everything that artists do outside of the country brings the attention, the light to the country. And I think that's what we need right now.
The selection inside Venice's Palazzo Bolani draws on 13 years he spent as an immigrant in Germany before returning to Addis Ababa a few years ago. It's Ethiopia's first ever appearance at the Biennale.
Until now, things are kept outside of the country because of lack of awareness and because of lack of people who are involved, in international movement like this. And now people become aware, and I think the museums also, they start to understand the importance of, giving back, the things to where they belong. And yes, of course, it does affect, and it does stimulate that movement, in the future.
The 60th Biennale's theme is all about cultural diversity and celebrating the Global South at Europe's most prestigious art event. However, out of the 54 African countries, only 12 are participating in this year's exhibition.
As you can see from this year's Biennale, only 12 countries are represented. We're all having a pavilion from 54 countries inside Africa. So it's just a beginning, it's getting better, but there is a long way to go.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Vunganyi. For more entertainment news, remember to check us out at voaafrica.com. We are also on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube. Don't forget to like, to share, and to subscribe. Until next time, goodbye everyone.
It is that time of the year when parents, grandparents, family, and friends gather in college and universities to watch their graduates get their moment on the spotlight as they walk across the stage. Yes, it's graduation time again. This is a time of significant milestone for young adults, marking the end of an important chapter and the beginning of a new one. While this is a significant achievement, graduating can also bring anxiety as graduates ask themselves, what's next? How will I find my first job? Hello everyone and welcome to Our Voices. I am Sembenyi Shekoye and I'm joined by my co-host Oriane Itangshaka.
Hello.
And Anastasia Tudieshe.
Hi.
Today we will discuss the daunting experience of job search for new graduates. We were once there, right?
Yes.
Yes. How was it like, landing on your first job after school? Did you have any difficulty?
So yeah, I didn't graduate because I didn't go to university. So after high school, I was lucky enough that my father found me a job, a dream job for me, because it was in a bookshop.
Oh, wow.
And I love reading. And he knew that I was looking for a job, and I was always asking him, please help me, please help me.
I'm sure that had something to do with you getting into journalism, that reading. And
my way to journalism starts way before I was 8,
wow.
when I decided I was going to become a journalist. And he was one of their best clients, so it was easy for the shop owner to say, well, okay, if it's you, and if she's your daughter, she probably will be good with books. And that's where I met my husband.
Oh, wow.
Job reference. Another story. Yes. Job reference are always so important. Right. Well, for me, the feeling of, the anxiety of finding a job after school wasn't really there. During my graduation at high school, I was just happy, being graduated. I wasn't really thinking about the future. Even after I finished my bachelor's degree at Morgan State University in Baltimore, the same feeling was there. I was just happy to graduate, nothing more. After my master's degree, same thing. I was like, oh, life will figure itself out. But my advice, I think, would be if, you know, you go to school and you graduate, you should really, even if you don't really think too hard about it, we have innate skills, and then we have skills that we want to learn. So I think you should hone both of them. You should
probably communicating those skills and bringing them out is something we'll be discussing in this show.
Right.
On how to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
because you seem to be very good at it because you were not worried.
Well, but I think that, you know, because I think that skills, we have skills we are born with.
Yeah.
Like communication skills are sometimes something you're born with. So I think in the back of my mind, I feel like life will figure itself out. I wasn't worried, but I would just really hope that I just wished that I knew that there was something that I can hone, like your natural skills and the skills that you learned from whatever school you went to or whatever.
What about you? Yeah, for me, with my first graduation, which was in Ethiopia, finding that first job was not as difficult. And, you know, maybe because there weren't that many people in journalism field, or maybe because the job market is not as complex as it is now. But after my graduation, my master's graduation here at Georgetown University, it was a hassle. I mean, I started preparing my CV and applying way before graduation, but it took me 2 years to get back to the workforce. Yes, but in both instances, as you both already implied, what helped me was networking and communication. And I always tell people, you know, it's easier to look for people than the actual job.
Yes, I agree. And you know what they say? Your network is your net worth.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And that's what we'll be
really true.
We'll get deeper into that.
Yeah.
Well, graduation is a huge day for graduates and their families. But once the party is over, many young people experience panic and depression, especially if they don't have set employment plans. As a continent of the world's largest youth population, Africa also has the world's highest unemployment rate. According to the World Bank, the youth accounts for 60% of the continent's unemployed. It's even tougher for recent graduates, as the job market is extremely competitive and entry-level positions sometimes require years of experience. Not only that, a recent survey by Intelligent.com, an online magazine focused on student lives, shows that 40% of business leaders believe new college graduates and are unprepared for the workforce, citing mainly their work ethic and communication skills. On this week's edition of Our Voices, we will explore how new graduates can get ready for the workforce and discuss the need for soft skills to help boost their chances of employment.
Well, let's first go to Mozambique and hear the experience of Amanda. Amanda is a 25-year-old college graduate with a bachelor's degree in mathematics, but the only job she could get was working at a store.
My name is Amanda. I'm 25 years old, and I'm a digital content creator and store manager. I hold a bachelor's degree in mathematics, yet I'm struggling to secure a job that aligns with my training. Job openings are posted in WhatsApp groups and on social media every day, and I have sent several applications. I have only received one callback, but unfortunately, that opportunity did not work out. Lately, young people join companies as interns in the hope of getting a job in the same company, and sometimes the internship ends and you leave without a job.
Thank you, Amanda, for sharing your experience. But Amanda is not alone. Her story is similar to that of many young African graduates who end up staying home jobless or struggling to make ends meet. Experts say there are many reasons to why new graduates are not immediately landing on their first job. To discuss these reasons, we have invited Rose Dodd, Executive Director of the Education Collaborative at Ashesi University in Ghana. Ms. Dodd, it's a great pleasure to have you on Our Voices.
It's a really good pleasure to be here.
Yeah,
Thank
definitely.
you.
So is the challenge of not getting a job after graduation, is this something new for the new generation we refer to as Gen Z, or is the struggle has always been there?
I think it's a challenge that has always been there. What has made it worse or exacerbated it is the fact that the youthful population on the continent is increasing, and it's increasing at an exponential level. And also the job market is changing rapidly, right, with the advancements of technology. The industry is looking for new skills that our traditional higher education institutions up to now have not been capacitated to train students to have those skills. So the challenge has gotten, you could say, worse over the last few years.
So there's also another question. Why do you think is it increasingly harder for recent graduates to find new employment? What are they missing?
I think it's multiple things. You know, some of what we are learning in our work, there's one is the mismatch of what I studied and what my market needs, right? So there is the market in which I live. So I live in Ghana. Maybe I studied a program that is not very easy to get a job in Ghana. It may be possible to get a job in a different country in Africa, but mobility of labor is not, it's not as simple as, just packing your bags and going to another job in a different country, right? So that's one of it. Another one is what you mentioned in the beginning, soft skills, transferable skills. Those skills that allow you to move between or move, within a certain industry, regardless of the specific course you studied. So say you studied engineering, meaning that you should have learned, things around thinking logically, learn math, learn physics, etc. You should be able to technically transfer some of these softer skills, right? On how to communicate, work in teams, for example, use technology to a job that may not necessarily be, say, electrical or electronic engineering, but perhaps, managing a team as a project manager, right? A team that maybe is an engineering team or a technical team, right?
Okay, so we took good note, Ms. Dodd, mobility, soft skills. And before we continue, please stay with us. Before we continue our discussion, let's also hear from another recent graduate from Zambia who's also struggling to find a job. Take a listen to recent grad Chansa Memory Kaluba.
My first qualification from the University of Zambia was a Bachelor of Arts with Education. I majored in English with curriculum studies. The challenge that I began to face after the excitement of graduating from the University of Zambia with great grades, I say excellent grades, was first of all that there was no room for me in the place that I thought I would firstly be working. That's the education sector. That's where I was targeting. That's where I was sending all my application letters. Even when the government had opened up to employ a bit more teachers, I applied, and we all know the strategy, applying the rural areas so that you get picked, but it didn't happen. So the disappointment, firstly, that even the place of work that you were being prepared for when you were in university may not actually have room for you to work is quite the shock.
Yeah, it's really difficult. But Ms. Dodd, I have a question regarding the mindset of the graduates and the mindset of the employers. Some graduates, some Gen Z graduates feel that the employers are not understanding their skills and their mindset. And maybe that gives a question to the education system not matching or, really being up to par with the market. Is that true? Are Gen Z and the employers not really matching in terms of understanding each other?
I would say yes and no. And you're right about the education system, right? Because to date or in the past, it's been more like the universities or the schools are the ones preparing the graduates, and then the workplace or the industry are the ones receiving the graduates. That doesn't quite work anymore, right? The industry and the educational institutions need to work together and be in sync on how to get these graduates ready to transition from learning to work to learning to work, right? It's a space now where continuous learning and upskilling is very critical. So that break or that disconnect that has existed till now needs to be reconnected, and that's where I think we see that mismatch or that perceived mismatch of what the Gen Z and the work world. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Mrs. Rose Dodd, the Executive Director, for your insight on this.
I have one more question, though. Like, what would be your tip, Ms. Dodd, for education centers, schools? How should they prepare these new graduates for this tough job market?
Well, I'll say three things. One is, really putting in some resources to determine how to connect better to the job market, right? Bringing in the industry, bringing persons that, are working in the jobs the students are looking forward to working into the classroom to influence what the curriculum looks like, for example, right? That's one. Two is figuring out a way to incorporate these transferable skills across the time that the student is on campus. So not just, at their final year when they're trying to go out, but from year one, how are they, preparing, how are they learning to present? How are they learning to communicate? How are they learning to write? How are they learning to work in teams? Building that skill throughout the academic journey is very helpful. And then finally, teaching young persons how to look for a job and how to match their skills and communicate what they know to the work market, right, is very important.
Wow, thank you so much. We appreciate you, Ms. Dodd. She is the Executive Director of the Education Collaborative at Ashley University, for joining us. Thank you so much. Well, it is now time for a quick break. When we come back, we will meet Grace Nzula, founder of Atara Solutions, to discuss how to develop soft communication skills to boost chances of getting a job. We also love to hear about your experiences, how easy and how difficult it is to find a job after school on our social media platforms. We are on Facebook, Instagram, X, formerly known as Twitter. Our handle is VOA Africa. Use the hashtag VOA Our Voices. We'll be right back.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
Welcome back. You are watching Our Voices, and today we are discussing why recent graduates are struggling to get hired and expert tips on how to enter the workforce. Joining us on Skype from Nairobi, Kenya is Grace Nzula, founder of Atara Solutions. This is a consultancy firm that trains individuals and organizations on how to get the best out of their human capital. Thank you so much, Grace, for joining us.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, definitely. So a new study shows that business leaders or employers say that recent graduates lack ethic and communication skills. So let's first break it down. What are those skills and why are they important?
Right. I like using the phrase, what got you here will not get you there, literally, because the communication skills is what you need to actually get to interact with everyone. It enhances collaboration, it enhances teamwork, it also enhances, it helps you achieve your goals. And then it also clarifies the strategy for the organization. So if you're not able to communicate clearly, even when you're dealing with people becomes harder. You get to be misunderstood. You get to be, your communication gets to be misinterpreted. Now, you're not able to achieve your goals. You're not able to work together in terms of a team. You're not able to move from A to B. So in terms of communication, it's one of the skills that everyone actually needs. I tend to believe that 90% of the world's problems are based on communication. So in the workplace, it's one of those skills that people are looking. Are you able to communicate? Are you able to express yourself? Are you able to pass instructions? Are you able to even show understanding whenever something is communicated to you? So communication is not only a must-have. No, it's not a need to have. It's a must-have of a skill when it comes to the workplace.
Yes, I agree with you. I was watching this past weekend a Nigerian movie where a young man was going in for an interview and he would just get so nervous and he would cry. So when we talk about communication skills that are very important, who's to blame for those skills not being had? Like, is it the education system? Is it the family system? So let's use the example of communication. Whose fault is it?
I think it starts right from the beginning, from the family setup to the environment that you're raised in. I mean, in Africa, you expressing yourself is something to be disrespectful. Every time you want to question an authority,
yes.
you're termed as...
Respect your elders.
You know, thank you. So, and imagine, since you were born, you were supposed to respect your parents. You go to school, primary school. Your head teacher is like a god.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Then you go to the workplace, and you're expected to now be able to express yourself. And all this, the culture has really affected us in terms of honing our communication skills.
Grace, I can only imagine the relief of those listening to us and who are now looking for a job, because you are speaking of goals, really.
Yes, it's not their fault.
Yes, it's not their fault, and everybody is relieved, and even us around the table, actually. Let's now hear from upcoming graduates in Mombasa, Kenya, as they share their hopes to find a job after graduation and how they are preparing for it. Our reporter, Collins Adede, talked to Winnie Ahaya, an upcoming design engineer, Meryl Atieno, a mass communication student, and Aziza Pervez, student in our Your Voices segment. Take a listen.
My job prospect is that I'm sure that I'll get a job because I'm done with my college. I did welding engineering, so I'm very positive that there are a lot of opportunities out there, and I'll be able to get a job.
I'm so hopeful, having been in university for 4 years, and being a graduate of mass communication, I've learned a lot, and I also have skills that I'm hopeful I'll get a job in a very short time.
I have skills, I have the capability, and according to what I want to do, I think I pass all the, qualifications, but I wouldn't say there are enough jobs yet, or better yet, there are jobs, but you need to find a way to pave in for the jobs.
Most importantly, your skill matters a lot for you to secure a job. Aside from you having the necessary skills, I feel like also knowing people. The connection that you created while you were in school, and I think out here is the best time to use the connections you had.
It's 50-50. Because in some places, yes, it applies. You have to have a good father so that you get what you want. And in some places, it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter who you know, but it's you. It's how you're going to speak. It's how you're going to carry yourself in that office.
I would say skills, but not skills per se, because lately skills don't really matter. It's all about the connection you make. I would differ, because I'd say the connection you make when you are in school is different from the connection you make outside here. Because outside here, it's all about the people you know who know people, they know that can give you the job.
It depends with the kind of job you are looking for, the kind of field that you're going into. Because for some jobs, another qualification, apart from the papers, apart from your confidence or that, others look for good looks, others look for height, others look for physical appearance or such. So it depends with where you are going to and what your field.
Oh, thank you so much for those beautiful images. Don't you want to go to Mombasa, Kenya right now, guys?
Yeah, definitely.
Grace Nzula, are you still with us? We still...
Yes, I am.
Yes, yes, great. So, as you heard from the upcoming graduates in Kenya, students in colleges and university still aspire to get that employment thing right after graduation. So, what is your advice to them?
I think one thing that they need to practice is the art of patience. I think a lot of graduates, and especially in Africa, are lacking patience. They want to make money very fast. So I ask of them to be resilient, to practice just being patient. Something will give. The next thing is communication skills, or rather the soft skills, emotional intelligence, communication skills. Just practicing some of these things. Even if you're going to, I mean, we're in Africa, we have all this somewhere, and somebody had been there for a whole year, and they were just volunteering and getting internship. I mean, it's a process. It's a process, and it's more progress. So let's celebrate progress. Every time you clean up, and please, let's stop being lazy. I mean,
so maybe sticking to that communication skill, would you say that this fast-paced, digital environment has affected the communication skill of this Gen Z generation? And if so, how can they improve their communication skill in this digital era?
Communication in the workplace is different from social communication, and that's the one thing that they need to separate. Somebody asked me the other day whether they can reply an email with an emoji. And I was like, it's an official email. Why would you use an emoji? So it's about drawing the boundary between social interactions and official interactions or workplace interactions. So if it's an official communication, there's some boundaries, there's some rules around it. And that is the part where the young people need to start practicing. What is business language? How do you speak business language? How do you interact in the business world, as opposed to the social aspects of it? Social comes. I mean, nowadays we are doing integration. So the social aspect of it will come, but there are things that need boundaries and clarity in terms of this is business language and this is social language.
Speaking of social environments, and we're looking at social media nowadays. It's everybody has a page somewhere, right? Do you think that employers looking at social media is also affecting young people not getting jobs? Because we have people have different lives on social media. They have a different life from their professional life. What do you think about social media and getting jobs?
Yes and no. There's some recruiters who will definitely go on social media and judge a character. It depends on what you're posting. Of course, it has an effect. If you have posted something negative about my company when you're in campus, personally, I would be curious and call you in because I want to understand how can we improve. But that's me. There are people who will take offense and lock you out because you posted something on social media. Of course, there's to what extreme is this the post looking like, So for me, I think I would want to be curious to know what exactly is the issue and how can we do better, because that's feedback for an institution. But others will take it personally, and that's why I keep telling young people, lean onto the conservative every time you think these things are happening, Choose a media that I will not go finding you when I'm trying to answer about what we do. And you see, if you're a journalist, somebody will want to see what you post online. If you're an HR, for example, if I am there on top of tables and dancing with my body and I'm looking for an HR job, I'll definitely get locked out.
Yeah, I mean, that is very important, and I hope new graduates are taking notes and are going to apply it on their... but thank you so much, Grace, for joining us and for sharing your expertise.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. So this is where we end our show, and we thank our guests, Rose Dodd, Executive Director at the Education Collaborative at Ashesi University in Ghana, and also Grace Nzula, founder of Atara Solutions, for joining us. To all students around the world graduating this year, congratulations on your milestone accomplishments, and we here at Our Voice wish you good luck on your next steps.
Yes.
Be sure to watch our voices on the VOA website at voaafrica.com and on our YouTube channel, where you can catch up with the latest episodes and the world's top news stories. Goodbye. Have a good day.
Hello and welcome to Timeless Conversations. Well, today what we're going to say would end up being very, very timeless because we can repeat it from time to time. I guess it's something that had started with creation itself or with the evolution of mankind itself. I have a guest with me. He's someone who, once he comes on now, you'll see why he has the title Sage, but real name Samuel Hassan. Hi.
Hi, hello.
Yeah, good to see you.
Good to be here.
Your profile says you are a teacher.
Yeah.
And I said, you know, I love teachers a lot.
Right.
Without teachers, we don't be here.
I agree.
Right. So why do you call yourself a teacher, or why are you called a teacher? Are you a real teacher? Did you go to learn teaching?
Yeah, so I teach quite often. When I was young, my best game was to pretend to teach.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'll be in a classroom or gather a few younger kids, and then I'll pretend to be teaching them. But I realized back then that I didn't have the information to teach. I didn't have material to teach. So I just pretended. But it bothered me even at the age of 7 or 8 that what I was teaching was not accurate.
Wow.
Yeah.
So.
But then the funny thing about it is, I also didn't like school. I never really liked school. I felt it was a bit too constraining, too constricted. I have to wear a uniform, I have to sit in one spot, you have to speak for 40 minutes as a break. I felt constrained by it. So it was a conflict for me. What kind of teacher are you going to be since you don't like school? And I grew up and I realized that teaching was a concept that was bigger than school. It was much bigger than school. Teaching was about life itself. So I have taught in very, very different many capacities, and I realized that you don't have to teach mathematics or English or chemistry or science. You know, exactly.
So what have you been teaching?
So I've been teaching life.
You've been teaching life.
Yes, you just spoke about life coach earlier on.
Yes.
The issue about the life coach, and this is my story for that. One day I was at the field. I like to exercise quite a bit. I was on the field and I was watching a team of footballers play. Now I don't like football. But I was watching two teams of footballers play.
We're kindred spirit, by the way.
See, I just don't understand it. So there are two teams playing, and I was watching, and there was something wrong. I don't like football, but I saw that there was something wrong with how they were playing. And I was watching, and because I was running around the field, and at some point it hit me. These teams do not have coaches. And I understood that the difference between a good team and a bad team, a good player and a bad player, is the coach. That's when I understood what it meant to be a life coach. And I understood that the life coach, his primary goal is to teach. Teach you, not teach you how to play the game, but teach you how to be better at playing the game. Because it's possible that as a teacher or as a coach, I am not better at the game than you. But I can see what you are lacking. I can see how you can be better. Because the whole essence of a teacher is to look at your subject, look at your ward, and to love them enough to want them to be better.
But let's talk something.
Yes.
your background.
My background, yes.
What's it?
You mean educational background?
Yes, let's talk education and then we'll go into family background.
So I didn't like school.
Hey, I know.
So I studied mostly at home.
You did?
Yeah. My father didn't finish secondary school. So he ended up living with some white guy, one retired military guy, a British guy in Minna. And the man said, "You're really smart." So the man made him do, I don't know what they call it.
That's
Cambridge GC.
Cambridge then.
And my father had to do it from home. So I think my father learned the benefit of home study.
Homeschooling.
Yeah. You know, so I went to school, but I didn't even pay attention in school. Everything I learned from home.
From home.
And I ended up learning a lot more than was taught in school. Because my father was quite a disciplinarian, so you had to learn it.
Yes.
So I just go to school and I'm playing, you know. But in university, I practically just didn't go to any classes. Practically just sat somewhere, did some stuff that we're doing, and didn't finish. You know, so that's my educational background. But when I was done, because I'd learned to study at home, I began to study by myself. And I gave myself a target of reading 100 books a year in my early 20s. Yes. So I'll read psychology, I'll read philosophy, I'll read motivation, I'll read science, whatever it is. The goal is you must read 2 books a week. The goal was 2 books a week, but there was 56 weeks. But I never read 100. This was the target, read 100, but I always stopped at 94 or 96.
Why?
I don't know. I just never made 100. So my younger brother, who was following my footsteps, ended up doing 110. He spent more time at home than me.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But how are you able to hold your own without what would be called conventional education?
So I did go to the school, but
No,
I
know.
didn't really pay attention. So as far as I'm concerned, I didn't really do it. So you see, I'm from the north. This is going to sound really bad. You know, I think we have a different system of education, or different system of cultural, socio-cultural education. You know, and we learn through the language that we speak. You know, I grew up in Minna and in Jos, Kaduna. You know, I grew up in the north. So I think we learn. Our system is a bit different from the Western here, the Western system here, where, you know, everybody must have a master's degree and a PhD. And it's really pertinent for you guys here to have a master's degree and a PhD, you know. And for me over there, what was really important is you must know. So I chose an informal structure of education.
Yes.
I needed to just know. I wanted to understand philosophy. I wanted to understand psychology. I wanted to see what was quantum physics. I just wanted to know this thing.
Yeah, quantum physics.
Yes, I thoroughly was interested in quantum physics, but that came much later because when we were growing up, physics was not that. There was no quantum physics.
Yes.
There was physics, but when I grew up, I began to see quantum physics in my 20s, and my interest kind of shifted. So the whole goal is, what are you going to understand? You need to understand life. I needed to understand, you know, astronomy, you know, astrology, not so well. Just understand how the whole world affects you, which is what quantum physics was for me.
But, you know, I said, let's go into your background because you already started speaking like a life coach. Just before we came on, I asked you, I said to you that I wanted to ask you
about the life coach.
About this life coach business. Who is a life coach? Who needs a life coach?
Right.
What does a life coach do?
Right.
Then I'll add the clincher. What does a life coach know?
So the life coach might not know too much. But the life coach might not even do too much. So I think I got my idea of coaching from, I don't know if it's Socrates or Plato, who was a teacher. But besides gathering knowledge and putting knowledge together in books and teaching knowledge, there was a way that Plato or Socrates, I'm not sure which one of them, because one was a student of the other, but one of them was coaching his students. This is what he did. What the job of a life coach, I see it in their action. Anytime a student asks him a question, he answers back with a question. So his job is not to teach you. So that's the difference between a life coach and a teacher. His job is not to teach you. His job is to make you think.
Reason it out.
Make you find, because the belief is that all knowledge is resident in all of us.
That's powerful.
Yeah. So the job of a life coach, if you were going to be a writer, my job as your coach is not to teach you to write. It's to make you, help you discover the tools that will help you bring out your writing skills. That, to me, is the primary job of a life coach. And because we're saying life coach, we're trying to help people navigate through life, whether you're going to be, you're going to be a businessman, or just to help you navigate through life, give you the tools that make it a little bit easier, help you, develop, the tools of having vision, purpose, discipline, those tools that will just help you be better at what you are. I'm not teaching you how to be a business person. That's different. I'm only teaching you how to be better by being you. That's basically.
So it sounds like the life coach is a mirror to the student.
Yes, you can be a mirror. So that's the difference. The one that's a mirror is a mentor. So I look at you, and I want to be like you. The life coach is the guy behind posting like this. The mentor does the same thing, but the mentor doesn't have to be with you all the time. But the life coach is someone that, they're basically almost the same.
So, but as a life coach,
yes,
how do you measure your performance as a life coach?
Great. So, I measure my performance from feedback. Now I coach quite a number of people individually, and by the way, I don't take money, so I just do it.
You don't take money?
I don't take money. Yeah. So I coach quite a few people. Maybe, I'm not saying there's 1,000, maybe 20, 30 over the years, and I coach them on different aspects. Some might be some emotional trauma, and then some might be professional advice. Some might be writers like me. Some might be coaches like me. So I measure my success based on how much improvement I see in you. If you're going through emotional stress, and I see that the tools that I provide, or the tools that I help you find, help you discover, you are utilizing them, I know that I am making headway. But it is not my responsibility that you succeed. It's my responsibility to show you and give you the tools. I think you can do it like this, you can do it like this. It's your job to, make it work.
So why don't you get paid for being a life coach?
Because I grew up in Jos. Grew up in Jos. We never thought, when we were growing up, we never thought you're supposed to be paid for anything.
I didn't grow up in Jos, and then I didn't think you could be paid for most things.
Growing up, when I came to Lagos, I was shocked to realize that people were going to pay you for stuff. Yeah, you're going to pay me to do this? Really?
Yeah,
I thought that the only way to be paid was to get a job in an office and do something there. I didn't know that I could give you advice, and I never ever imagined that was possible. So it's hard for you to come to me and say, I have this problem, and then I'm supposed to give you advice, give you suggestions. It doesn't matter how long I'm supposed to do it, and then say, give me money. I can't do it. I haven't been able to do it. But I take money if I was going to come to an office to speak, if I was going to go to a church to speak. It's church not all the time, but I'll take it. I'll take money if I was going to come to a group of people are gathering, come and give us a talk. I will take money. Because that's how I make a living, from performing poetry and giving talks.
Oh no, well, you just jumped the gun, because I was going to go to
I'm in a hurry.
Poetry. I was going to go to poetry later to find out, okay, how did that start? But let's still talk a little bit more about life coaching. What I've discovered is that most times now, well, in these days, you found a lot of people who say they are life coaches and all that. And please pardon me, I sometimes feel that even those coaches need some coaches themselves.
Yeah, so, coaches need coaching.
You understand? So that what's going on? It's like a fad now.
Yes.
Everybody says, most people say, oh, I'm a life coach, I'm a life coach, so and so.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is why I don't refer to myself as a life coach now. So if you see life coach in my bio, it's something that must have been done a while back. So,
so what do you call yourself now?
I just say I'm a teacher. But the question is, they always ask me, what do you teach? And it's harder. So I say, I'm teaching life. Which life are you teaching? Which life do you know? You know, so it's harder. So sometimes I say, I'm teaching wisdom. They say, which wisdom do you know? So it's such a difficult place for me to explain what I'm teaching. So I just leave it quiet like that.
So it's like there's that tincture to life coach.
Yes.
That you don't like.
Yes, because like you say, it's a fad. You know, everybody has jumped on it. You know, and this is how the world works. People look for what will work. People look for what will succeed. People look for the easiest way to make it. You know, but I think that life coaching, I think, is an important and a vital aspect of modern living. I think is really, really necessary. I think the Western cultures, foreigners understand it, which is why, you know, you're not expected to know more than anybody, but you're expected to know the thing you're talking about, study it, you know, have a system of presenting it. The whole idea is spend 100 hours, 200 hours, 300 hours, 1,000 hours, you know, honing your skill on the part that you want to present. Practice it one-on-one until you have developed a system. That even if somebody is an MD of a company, you know, the people that I know MDs, they have life coaches.
Yes.
You know, just have, you know, it's not that you know how to do it better than me, but there's a way that you have that might make it a bit easier for me to execute my own purpose.
Yeah.
So I think it's an important, vital, necessary profession. But I also think, like you said, that life coaches need a bit more coaching. So all of us need to go to older coaches, more experienced coaches, those who have been there 40 years, 50 years, and learn. And then we also need to come together in seminars and conferences and then share and sharpen each other's knowledges, you know, so yeah.
Okay, so you're with us on Timeless Conversations. My guest is Sami Sage Hassan. We'll take a short break now. Don't go away. So, Sami.
Yes, sir.
Your stage name is Sage.
Sage Hassan, yeah.
And Hassan is the family. But the full name, your regular name, is what?
So, you know, I'm very confused about my identity. My name is very funny because, you know, I was born Muslim, so my name is Sani Hassan.
Yeah.
And then, you know, I got a baptism name, Samuel Hassan.
Yeah.
You know, then I have an artistic name, Sage Hassan.
Yeah.
So sometimes I don't know which, am I Samuel Hassan, Sani Hassan, or Sage Hassan? Is a bit confusing for me too.
Your birth certificate would call you what?
My birth certificate, Sani Hassan.
Okay, so you're Sani Hassan.
But my declaration of age is Samuel Sani Hassan.
Okay, that's right. Yeah, well, that one comes before the other.
Yes.
So I think in law they say there's precedence.
So,
the precedence.
So I'm Sani Hassan.
You're Sani Hassan, yes. Now, you love the spoken word.
Yeah.
You perform it.
Yeah.
How did that evolve?
So I think it started from the storytelling and from the teaching, because Horace, an ancient poet, said the task of a poet is to instruct and to entertain. So I think, but my own started with the instructing. Like I said, when I was younger, I'll be talking. But before then, around that time, what I liked to do was tell stories. So it started with telling stories. But I have my cousins who will sit. Besides the teaching one, this one's my cousins, I will tell stories. So they would call me and say, tell us a story. And I would say, what story? They say, tell us a film. But we live in the same house. We'll watch the same film, all of us. So I'll start a film. They'll say, no, not that one. Tell us another one. I'll start saying, no, not that one. I say, but I don't know another one. Say, tell us another one. Then I started to formulate stories by myself. At the age of 7, I think, 7 or 8. I started to formulate stories. And then but I kept on talking, kept on being a talkative. And I used to get punished during prep. Then at the age of 13, I went to go borrow a novel, and I saw somebody writing some stuff. What are you doing? And he says he's writing a book. So I came back, and instead of telling my stories, I started writing my stories.
Are you kidding?
Yes, I started writing my stories. And then I started thinking, do I only just want to write stories? So I was also starting to write lyrics because I liked music. And for spoken word, I was watching, they used to show Reggae Sunsplash in Jos a lot.
Yeah.
And there's this particular guy, I used to like to watch all of them. There's this particular guy who got on the stage and he was a poet. They called them dub poets.
Yes.
His name is Muta Baruka.
Muta Baruka, yes.
So he got on the stage and it was, "It's no good to live in a white man country too long." It was just chanting, and I was wondering what that was. So I started writing the same thing at 14 or before 14, you know. And I kept on doing it in the same Jamaican way. Then I also write poetry and publish in a newspaper. So I started working in the newspaper at the age of 16 in Jos, Nigeria Standard. You know, so I published poetry, published short stories, entertainment stories. So I started doing that, you know. But for this spoken word, gone. I don't think I've said this story in this way. My former boss, Dele Momodu.
Okay.
When I write stories in Ovation Magazine, he used to read them out. You know, so it was the seed. In a way, it was the seed of it.
He used to read them out.
Yes, he says, this guy is a poet, he's writing poetry. Because, you know, Ovation Magazine at that time was doing a lot of weddings.
Yes, that's true.
And I got bored reporting weddings. So I had to create poetry and art around the weddings. I felt every day, it's the same thing. I would attend 4 weddings in 1 month, writing the same thing. So I started writing poetry, poetic prose out of the wedding information, and daily would read them. I think that's the seed of it. But before then, that was the seed of jumping out in this way. But I was also doing this reggae part, doing the other one where I go, you know, rage. Why do I rage? I ask myself, because I was told a lie that I could not fly, so I live my life by the lie. I was doing those things. But the way Daly was doing it made me think that maybe there was something more here. You know, and then I started to, we used to also have, what's called GAP, Guild of Artists and Poets. We started in Abuja. I was working for Dele Momodu in Lagos, but I was in Abuja and Lagos. So we had that Guild of Artists and Poets where we'll come together and then we'll recite our poems, you know. And then because I had the musical background, musical inclination of Muta Baruka, I began to make my own little musical. And then Hip Hop Wall Awards was going to happen.
Yes.
And I presented, there was a poem I'd done about music. That poem had been on Rhythm FM Port Harcourt.
Yeah.
And there was a response. And every time I performed that poem among my guild of artists, poets, guys in Lagos, there was a reaction I saw. So I made it better, and I took it to Ayo, and he put me on that show. And it was...
Yes, Ayo Animation.
Yes, Ayo Animation. The response was like incredible. I still have one of the videos is still there.
Please. You need to send that to me.
Yes, I will.
You know, that's like the response I can imagine would be like, where have you been?
Yes. It was like, first of all, everybody was just looking quiet, and then there was an uproar of applause, and it was wild. Yeah. You know, because I was doing the poem with the names of artists, the Nigerian ones. I was just going, and it was like, whoa, what's going on? So, yeah. So I credit Ayo in particular. I credit Ayo, I credit the Hip Hop Wall Awards for launching the poetry the spoken word poetry movement in Nigeria, because I was the first to start. And if he hadn't put me on that platform, it might have taken a while longer.
A while longer. But in the spoken word performance, what do you need? How do you prepare?
Very interesting one. Yeah. So, because spoken word is from your soul. So if I'm going to perform a poem, you can tell how connected I am to the audience by how I had prepared.
Yeah.
You know, so if I'm not that well prepared, there'd be a loss of connection, you know. How do I prepare?
There will be a lot of try again later.
Yes. You know, so I go into myself. I do a bit of visualization, I must say. You know, so I see myself, I'm closing my eyes already, so I see myself, you know, reciting that poem, you know, delivering it. I go through, in the past, we used to rehearse quite a bit. I will have practice, you know, and I come on that stage, and then I don't perform, I perform from my spirit. I try, because it's harder. You know, I used to do all the major concerts. I've done the big comedy shows, this Day Music Festival. I've done major events, and it's harder to just stand on a stage and belt out poetry when there's somebody playing music, you know. So I have to go into my spirit and stand, and then, you know, project myself into the audience.
Yeah.
That's how I do it. But before then, it has to happen backstage or a week before or a day before, you know, where I center myself.
Now, that seems to be quite some work.
It is very difficult. It looks easy, but it's difficult.
How can you teach that to somebody?
So I can coach you. So I can coach the poets, but I can't teach him. I can tell him this. So if I'm going to give talks to poets, I tell them my experience. Because I'm feeling that in the experience, the magic is in the telling. You know, the magic is intangible. So it's an element that they can, some things cannot be taught, they have to be caught. So I want them to catch it. And I've seen some who have caught it much, much better than I've done it. I've seen some poets who just get on there and they just deliver magic and it's like, whoa, where did you come from?
Yeah. Now, there's also always this issue of once somebody starts something, others jump on it.
Yeah.
And when people report it, it sounds like they're protesting.
Right.
Should there be that protest?
That where people jump on it?
Yeah.
Well, actually, in my case, when I started spoken word, I wanted people to jump on it. So I gave myself a name that was, you know, a precursor or a predeterminer, a prophetic for people to join. I said the sage has sons. The whole goal is this thing has to grow, has to increase. So I think it's important. Success to me is marked by followership.
There's even a rhyme to everything you say.
Success is, yes, success is, you know, followership. So I want for 8,000 people to follow. I want to see someone do better.
Yeah.
You know, because every generation we can't, because I caught it from someone else. If he didn't want me to follow him, then where will I be? So yeah.
And now with the field that's further opening up wider and wider, and there's technology that's helping to project stuff, right? How do you protect your copyright?
I don't.
You don't?
No.
Why?
So I have a very funny philosophy. I think that art belongs to the society. Anybody should take it. I think it is stupid. You know, this is part of me that is stupid, but that's how I see it. You know, when I throw a poem out there, I feel it belongs to the world. Take it. Now, I've said this, I'm also going to say that there's one particular young poet who took my line and claimed it. I didn't like that. So it's funny, as much as I want for take it out there, I don't want you to steal it. I want you to use it, utilize it, take advantage of it.
Acknowledge it.
Yeah, don't pay me even.
No, acknowledge it.
But don't steal it.
Yeah, but if you don't claim it, you didn't claim it. Somebody else will claim it.
So,
yeah, you did not patent it. You did not copyright it.
How do you patent this thing, you know, this art? So the way I patent it, the way I will claim it is, I will have my byline, by Sage. So what I expect is, if you take it, write by Sage. Don't take it and remove by Sage and put by...
You know, there's this thing about language, yeah?
Yes.
You use the word stupid.
Yes.
When you were describing it. No offense meant. Right. You could say that to yourself. If I said it to you, you would consider it rude.
I think that is, you know...
You understand me?
You know, I am not going to take
Again, you're the only one who can say that to yourself. Because if I say it, it will be rude. You will not like it.
Well, no.
I'll be confirming what you are presenting.
You know, I know.
And I don't want to confirm it.
But
no, I'm fighting it. I'm saying, please, when you get off this...
So I'm going to be wiser.
You have to be wiser. You cannot continue to do that.
But funny thing is, when I'm going to perform poetry, I have a very strict amount that I charge. I do free and I do also charge money for my work, but I do a lot of free as well.
Yeah, I'm not against the free thing.
Yeah.
What I am trying to open your mind to is, please, right, copyright your work. Right. We'll take a break here and then continue later. I'm still with Sage, who is not showing much sageness in the area of copyright.
I love it. So good.
Welcome back. Yes, Sage is still here and hitting below the belt a little bit. Before the break, as we were taking that break, because I still don't understand how he would not copyright his work. You have to.
Right.
It's not just for your own sake.
Right.
You have children?
No.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Or no?
No. But not yet.
Not yet.
It's no, not yet.
No for now.
Yes.
Possibly later.
Hopefully. I really hope to have kids
beautiful.
in
All
this
right.
decade.
Very good. So now those children, your offspring,
yeah,
can live off
That's
your
right.
copyright
That's right.
income. So
That's
please.
Right. You need to,
for their sake,
you know, need to copyright material.
Yeah, copyright. And then even for the simple feel-good factor.
Right.
Where somebody uses your work and acknowledges
very important.
it.
So
Yes.
that hurts me when that doesn't happen.
Yes, and
you know,
and people. It's not everybody who has your kind of ethics or ethos or ideals.
Right.
That's the truth.
Right.
So sometimes you need to force them.
That's right.
To acknowledge.
I agree.
What they know.
I agree.
Right. I wouldn't quote you without referencing.
Yes.
That's the
But
right
this
thing.
last generation of people, they don't care. They just take whatever they're taking. So there's this particular life coach that I really liked. You know, I didn't know who he was. He's Indian, British. And then I think someone called me one time and said, oh, there's this guy that sounds like you. It was really nice. I said, what's his name? He told me his name. And I went online, Googled him, and I found him. And I saw that he had over 1 billion views. I said, wow, this is incredible. Like, you think he sounds like me? And it was so, I was...
Over 1 billion?
Over 1 billion, I think 3 billion.
What?
Yeah, it has like 3 billion views. He has a lovely story, you know, and he was just kept on going. And last year or the year before, a number of YouTubers began to pick on him. And they realized that everything he said were little bits and pieces that he took from 100 different people without giving them the credit, claiming that these thoughts were his. You know, so it's a number like 4 or 5 YouTubers just actually picked it and kept on saying they will show the original and show what he said. And he said that the point was when he was taken, he didn't learn, he just stole a whole, you know. So this last generation doesn't care. They just do what they want. You know, so I think he reminded me of that kind of level. I mean, he reminded me of the Gen Z millennial attitude of not, you know, having honor in instances like this. I just want people to be honorable. You know, take what you can, use it, you know, and just show some honor. But like you said, you know, it's stupid for me to expect honor.
No, I didn't say it is stupid.
Yes,
you said so.
Yes, I know.
No.
You know,
you said
I should stop expecting honor. So this one I believe about wisdom. You know, one of the things I'm going to say why my name is Sage is because, you know, there was a lot of foolishness in my life growing up, and I didn't want it. So I think that no matter what, there's still some residue. But I think there's a lot of me that is not that stupid, that is pretty intelligent and pretty wise and pretty given. I think there's quite a lot of that, but there's still some residue that hasn't finished, you know, going away.
I really don't think it's stupid. I think it's just you not being bothered.
Yeah.
It's not stupid. Yeah. That's why I refuse to use.
So I just say maybe I'm just maybe self demeaning. I'm just
no. I think you're just putting it out there before somebody else says it to you. That's what I think you're doing, which is all right. See, take it from me. Right. I believe that the body of work that you have done and you're still going to do, right, should be protected.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree.
It should be.
I'm lowering you up on that. I have a new management, and that is part of the things that they're dealing with.
It should be protected, not just for today.
Yeah.
You say, look, if we still quote Shakespeare, it's because it's protected. If it wasn't protected, you wouldn't be. Yes. It would just be some random name. You can even invent a name for it.
Yeah.
And then people will start, that's Shakespeare. I say, Utalunjebe. You understand? Who is that? Who is so called?
Yeah.
Now, because of the work you have done, a lot of people believe that your contributions to the spoken word sector of the Nigerian art scene is such that it should not be wished away.
Right.
So you have to lead in that.
Yeah.
You have to.
Yeah.
And
yeah. I have let down on that, but yes, I'm going to have to, like, pick up and, get serious with that aspect.
Yes, because for instance, when you referenced Dele Momodu that you spoke, he used to speak out your story.
You just read it, and
yeah,
he always say, man, this. I mean, everybody knows it's my story.
Yes.
And the funny part was when he was doing that, I wasn't around.
Mm.
Is one of my colleagues or somebody else that would tell me this is what he did.
Yeah. No, because you see, there are some people. Dele is one of those people who would love to read out something.
Yes, yes. He loved words.
Yeah.
He loved literature.
Yeah.
He loved good stories.
Yeah.
When you write, he really,
Yeah.
he was a fan of great copy.
Yes.
He
still is.
He is a fan.
Yes, you understand.
Yeah.
See, now that gave birth to something that was in you all along.
Right.
And you didn't know it. Which is why you must also give birth to something that others will come back and be able to say, that was what Sage did. And the spoken word as a performing art in Nigeria is just growing.
Yeah.
It's just growing.
Yeah.
If we want to trace it now, we'll trace it to you. Which year did you start?
Which year did I start?
Mhm.
Officially?
Yeah.
Well, people got to see me in 2006. But like I said, I've been doing it in little bits, even from my teenage. But from like...
No, we didn't see you then.
You didn't see me then. So the
just
day
talk of when
they started to see me.
Yeah.
But it was on radio, in rhythm, from 2004, 2005.
Yeah.
But it got on a large stage in 2006. That's when, like, boom. But from the early 2000s, there was a gap. Guild of Artists and Poets in Abuja. From 2000, 2001, 99, 2000, around that time.
Yeah.
So that's actually where we were just reciting, So I think let's leave it from the 2000s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now.
But it came to the general public attention of everyone on television 2006.
So then you evolved from being a writer to being a poet, and then to becoming a performing poet.
Right.
And you have written some book or books. You also write for a living. You write for others.
That's my work. I write. I'm a commercial writer, so I write for organizations.
Commercial?
Yes, that means you pay me money to write a book for you.
Okay. Oh, good.
So it's ghost writing. I can say ghost writing, but sometimes it's just commercial writing.
It's better that way.
Because the ghost writing is when you want to write a book in your name and you want me to do it for you. So I do that as well.
Yeah.
But I also do books for organizations.
Okay.
I do even coffee table books. I've done one I did one fantastic project for Ikoyi Club some time ago. I've done something for Nigerian First Ladies. I've done quite a few books, So I do books for organizations, for individuals. The last book I did, for instance, is on Olokun art, the Olokun heads.
Oh.
I'm not Yoruba, but I did a book on Olokun heads. And that's what I do, for a living. I also I have a poetry book, but much more, I have poetry albums. I've had 2 poetry albums. I'm working on the 3rd right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, an album, poetry with music and like that.
And it's performed by you?
Yes. So I'm working on one currently, and then I make film. Yes, I make film. So it's all about storytelling. I make documentary film, and I'm starting to make feature films now. So the first one is, I just made a short film right now. I'm working on the 2nd. So I'm allowing...
So how are you exposing that, the short film?
So I just finished doing one short film, and I'm hoping to either YouTube. I'm going to present it first to Mnet to see if it's something they might want to use. Because they have those fillers.
On Netflix.
Yes. But I'm going to put it on YouTube. And then I want to do maybe a screening. There might be a screening here and there for the short films. They're setting people who do short film screenings.
Okay.
So I want to present it.
We could work with you for that.
I'm looking forward to
We could do that.
Yeah.
We could work with you for that and push something.
Yeah. So, but I also make documentary film. But that one's usually the same thing as the books, usually commissioned.
Yes, commissioned.
So I did a documentary film called The Nigerian Dream, and it was shown on like a number of TV stations, one in the UK, one here, and then there have been some festivals where the films were screened.
Okay. Okay, let's go into unfamiliar territory now.
Right.
We're familiarly unfamiliar, and that's about the love life of artists.
Right.
It's said that it's very turbulent.
Yes. I think this is what I find out about artists a lot of the time. Someone says that, when you see a man, when you see an artist, an adult artist, is a child in him that survived. So there's a little bit of scatteredness in a lot of artists. Now, I have some senior colleagues who are single. And some of my friends are telling me, looks like you're going to be exactly like these people. They're telling me. There's some that are 70, there's some that are 60, some just turned 60 recently. And they say, looks like you're just like one of these people. And I'm looking and I'm thinking, looks like I'm one of these people. I don't want to be one of these people. I don't want to be one of these people, but it looks like I am one of them. Because I mean, they were single in their 40s, single in their 50s, and then now they're 60, 70, and they're still single. And you're looking and you're thinking that, oh, man, no, you are going to be different, but time is passing. But I'm making my mind is made up to not be one of those people, to halt this singlehood right now.
Because what I learned or heard, I shouldn't say I learned it. What I heard was that it's very difficult to be with an artist. Females say it, of the males, and the males say it of the females. So.
Yes, but I think I'm able to. I'm able to, at this point in time in my life, I'm able to rein in my madness, rein in the difficulty, mature enough to understand my difference, and to, keep it under control, so that a woman being with me will not be as bad as it would have been if I was just a mad artist like normal. Because there's a lot of us artists who are not single.
Can you just hear yourself?
Yes.
You said, I'm quoting you.
Yes.
If I would have been a mad artist.
That's because
that as normal to be a bad artist.
Yeah,
a mad artist.
I'll tell you this. I went for a book festival in Port Harcourt. A lot of us writers were there. This is a book festival, so it was writers. Now, this is 10 years ago. That was my first major one with everybody coming in, and we're just there hanging around, and I just said, wow. So my other friend, who was a writer and a publisher in the UK, he turned to me and said, these people are mad. He said, they said, yes. So I told him, yes. So he said, I used to think I was the mad person, but now I'm seeing mad people. It's insane. The writers are crazy. See, there's this particular one writer amongst us who came. Every day he wore a different color hair. Every day he sprayed his hair. Today is like football. Tomorrow is stripes. He wore one long dress. This is just what writing makes you, because it's creativity. Your brain is constantly trying to bring things that are not there. It actually affects how you live your life.
And that's normal.
That is normally what it means to be a writer. It is insane. So one of the writers that day, and that particular thing, had just won a very big prize. He came all the way to that place wearing one jumper. I don't know what they call it. It's a native thing.
Native thing, yeah.
He had it on all through. And I was thinking, all you had to do was carry a bag with one extra. He came like that. He's not combing his hair. Just everything, he's just talking. And then he's talking philosophy, talking literature, and talking quantum physics with me, because he liked quantum physics as well. But this particular person has a very normal relationship with a wife, married, no problem. But the rest of us, there's a lot of issues, to be honest.
Okay, so then in that wise, would say he was normal.
He is normal.
And you guys were the not so normal.
Even though we thought he was, I thought, you're not very normal. You don't bring one shirt. Where's your comb?
Because you already said, oh, he's married, he has children.
Yeah, so he was quite, I mean, that part of him had already been settled.
Yeah.
But this other aspect could have been better, you know. So I think with writers, there's always one thing that, you know, just always one thing.
So to use your words now, when are you going to settle that aspect?
This one?
Yes. No.
Before the middle of next year.
Before the?
Middle of next year.
Okay. Before the middle of next year?
Yes.
Okay. God will preserve us.
Amen.
And I will be there.
Yes, so. Yes, sir.
I will be there.
Yes, sir.
Now, see, if we go a little bit back to the teaching aspect, you started off as a child, expressing the desire to impart knowledge.
Yeah.
But you found that you needed to first acquire that knowledge before you could share it.
Yeah.
Have you stopped acquiring?
No. I'm always thinking. I don't read as much as I did in my 20s, you know, but I'm always meditating, always thinking, always trying to learn new stuff, always trying to increase with information, you know. And so sometimes, nowadays, this is what happens. When people want you to come and speak, they give you a subject. Can you come and tell us something about this?
Okay.
You know? So that gives you room to now do some research, do some study, you know, and when I quote someone, I will actually give them credit. I don't quote and tick, you know, so you just study and then you come and try to present, try to, you know, do that stuff. You know, so I also I've written books that I've taught my philosophy. You know, I have one little book called The Quantum Chemistry of Success, you know, it's my perspective of what success is outside of the material, you know. And then I have another book that was really, really liked at one point. It was done a while ago called Dream Maker. You know,
Dream Maker,
yes, it's philosophical, it's fictional, but it's philosophy. You know, so yes, you know, I study and I try to impart.
Okay. All right. Well, as I said, you really cannot impart anything if you don't know anything. Can you build something on nothing? You can't.
Yeah.
We will take a short break now and come back for our final segment of my talk with Sage. Please stay tuned. Yes, Sage is still with me.
Yes, sir.
And we referenced your book, The Dream Maker.
That's right.
And something about success, how to define...
Quantum chemistry of success.
Chemistry of success. Now, how would you describe success?
So it's really simple. It's really simple. You know, and it's not the same thing for everyone.
Yes.
Success is just the achievement of a set goal.
Of a set goal.
Of a set goal or a series of set goals. That's what success is.
Yeah.
You know, that's how you succeed. But if you want to say a man is a success, that's a whole different level of it. When I say you're a success, like you now, you're a success.
Thank you.
Yes, you are. So a success is a man who has achieved set goals so well that he's not recognized for it. And he becomes a standard of achievers in that area. So that's a success. But success is simple. If I say I'm going to wake up at 6 o'clock today and I'm going to do 10 push-ups and I do it, that's success.
I feel that because I know some people who say they want to work out and they don't ever
So they're not
work out.
succeeding in that aspect of their lives.
Yes.
So whatever goals you set, achieving it is success.
No, but as a filmmaker,
yes, sir.
When you go out to make those films, those short films or your documentary films, when you're commissioned for them, what do you see of Nigeria?
That's what the Nigerian dream was about. I'm not. Nigeria is something else. You know, I see. Let me try not to be negative, you know, but I see a system where it's on its head. It's like when we're acrobats, rather than standing on our feet, we're standing on our head, and we haven't really tumbled over yet. You know, a lot of things have been turned upside down. That's what I see here.
Is there hope?
I honestly don't have too much hope.
That means there's still hope.
I don't know. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. When I was under 10, I remember when they started taking light. When I started noticing that, I was not 10. I waited 40 years to see 40 years, and I'm thinking, man, how long am I going to have to wait to see things change? You know, I saw the 80s. I saw how things were. You know, I saw that it looks like it's improving in the 90s or in 2000s, and then I see them tumble back, and I'm thinking, wow, what is going on? Is there going to be a situation where this country will actually move forward? You know, I do not know.
Because you're a thinker, what do you think could be the solution? Or what would you prescribe?
Somebody asked me this question yesterday. I was on another TV interview yesterday, and I gave them this is my solution for this. We're going to start with Generation Alpha. Luckily, Alpha, it means the beginning. So we're going to have to start with Generation Alpha. That is the children that the millennials and the Gen Zs are giving birth to. We're going to have to start with them.
Oh, they are the ones that you think we should.
That's the only way I see a permanent solution. Start with Alpha. I have two options, but I do start with Alpha. Take all the Alpha. I don't know how many they are. They might be 300,000. Change their education system. Don't put them in the same type of schools we are in. Create a whole different type of education system for them, a whole different type of orientation, and inculcate in them that they're going to have to fix the country. Not give them this mentality where, you know, millennials and Gen X's and Gen Z's that you just find your way. You have to give them the mentality that you all have to fix it. So they start from primary, knowing that we are supposed to fix stuff. Now, they're not going to be on the same side with their parents. Parents have to accept it, that these kids, this is a whole different generation. You know, so I think that to fix Nigeria might take another 40 years. You know, now the second way is to have a leader like Lee Kuan Yew. You have someone like that who is that intelligent, that incorrigible, uncorruptible, that hard. There has to be someone really, really hard, because Lee Kuan Yew said that, you know, when he was leading, people had to be afraid of him. He wasn't there to be loved. But you love him for what he's doing. You know, he was so strict that if you did what was wrong, if judgment was, you just get, there's no shortcut, no, he's my brother, no, So instead we're going to have that kind of leader, where Gen Xers, millennials, Gen Zers are forced to abide to a rule of law. If you go off, you face the full wrath of the law. And then, as well, Alpha is now being trained differently. To me, that's the only real solution.
That sounds like a book you're writing.
There's a midway point. As a midway point as well, you know, where we'll be managing ourselves and fixing everything. As we're managing, we're fixing, we're managing, we're fixing. That one too will work, you know, but I honestly don't have that much hope, because, I mean, I've waited 40 years and I'm not seeing anything yet.
Because what I see is that the rule of law, the respect for simple rules must be enforced.
Yes. They must force us to follow.
We must
but then
force,
Alpha
we must force ourselves. And because, see, the children learn from example. They learn from beholding.
Yeah.
They learn from seeing.
Yeah.
You started your story. You learned from your dad.
Yeah.
And the first thing you established was that he didn't go to secondary school.
Yeah.
But
he went to university.
But whoever he worked with found that this guy is smart. So started teaching him. And so he went on to write Cambridge. After Cambridge, went to university. He left you to go through the same thing. That's why you can speak about him now and say, this was what he did, and that's where I copied from.
But you know what the army does?
Yeah.
What the army does? The army takes a civilian, puts you somewhere, break you down, and then build you up anew.
Yeah, sure.
That's what needs to be done with Alpha.
Yeah.
You know, so even if the old, because there's 200 million of us, tougher. Yes, maybe for Nigeria, tougher.
Yeah, tougher, and who can succeed in changing the constitution? Because there are stuff that you will need to do.
Yeah.
It has to be law-based. It has to be law-backed.
Yeah, true.
If it's not, we're wasting our time.
That's true.
You understand? But at least that's what you feel.
You
take a number of them.
All of them.
All of them. Change their particular orientation, their education, and then watch them grow.
Yeah.
Nurture them.
Right.
Right. But if any one of them goes astray, what happens?
He knows that he knows that
I'm not talking what
full
he knows.
wrath of the law. That's what they are taught.
Yeah.
You're taught because what Gen Zs were taught is the millennial parent or the Gen X parent is ready to pay a teacher a bribe. These things happen. Parents are paying bribe to put their children, to give their children advantages. They pay bribe to put them in school. This school doesn't like, so you bribe. So the child believes that this is how this thing should be done. But the alpha, the government should take over. That system doesn't work here. These guys, the first 7-8 years of their lives, they grow up knowing that things must be done a proper way. I think it helps.
Okay.
And I think maybe when they're 40, 50, we might have a different society totally.
Okay, on a final note, do you still work out?
I work out like a beast.
Why?
Well, I'm a beast. My whole life is working out. I work out 3 hours a day. Yes, I'm a beast. I love working out.
3 hours a day?
Yeah,
What's the purpose?
Pleasure. Pleasure.
Because the doctors say you don't need to work out that much.
Yeah, they say. But I don't think the doctors know that well. I love it. So the whole workout is about, it lasts like 2-3 hours. But it's not that I'm working out every minute in that 2-3 hours. So I take breaks. I'm 51, so I take breaks. I'll do a set, then I'll take a break. I might be doing 100 push-ups. When I'm done with those, I take a break. Then I do something else. So there's breaks in between a routine, but there's longer breaks. So that's why.
So you have a regimen of different sets and all that, but they are infused.
Right. There might be like an hour running, an hour walking, 30 minutes running, the different sides, the different things. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's your typical day like?
My typical day. Some days I'd never have a typical day, but basically my ideal day is I wake up, I do some meditation, do some praying, and then I go to the field to work out, either to a gym or to the field. When I'm done, I come back, I take a little rest, I eat fruits, I try to eat a lot of fruits, oranges, I try to eat a lot of fruits, and then I should write some script.
Okay.
Or write something. The goal is I need to write maybe 100,000, 20,000 words a year. So every day I try to write something. If I have a job, then I work on that job.
Okay.
If not, then I just do my scripting. And evening I might do a little walk again, an hour or an hour and a half or whatever it is. And that is my day. Exercise, healthy food, and writing.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Sammy? Sage?
Yes, sir.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having
really
me.
Enjoyed it. It's been a very lovely time with Sammy Sage Hassan as my guest on Timeless Conversations. I hope you had a very good time. I did, and I look forward to when next you will come, because I'll call you soon.
I look forward to
follow up on that. 2 things to follow up on. Remember, 1, in a few months' time, before the end of next year.
Before the middle of next year.
Before the middle of next year. And then 2, that's your film.
Right.
Yes, let's work on that.
Yes, let's work on that, yes.
So, thank you very much for watching. It's been Timeless Conversations. I'm Lekon Obumbanwo. Bye.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Many thanks for staying with us. This is the news update on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. The governor of Kano State, Abba Kabir Yusuf, has ordered the immediate arrest of the deposed Emir Aminu Ado Bayero. The order was contained in a statement on Saturday by the Director General Media and Publicity Government House, Kano, Sanusi Tofa. The governor said Bayero should be arrested for allegedly creating tension in the state. Now, in light of recent tensions surrounding the chieftaincy matters in Kano State, the Commissioner of Police, Mohammed Uzaini Gomel, has addressed the media on the collective effort of all security agencies to maintain peace and provide security to law-abiding citizens. The CP stated that the police command is fully compliant with a court order issued by the Federal High Court in Kano on the 23rd of May alongside other law enforcement agencies. He assured the public that the command is working closely with the military and other security agencies to provide adequate security. Commissioner Gomel emphasized the importance of cooperation from the public and urged everyone to remain calm and patient as the court addresses the matter on the 3rd of June. He warned that anyone found planning to disrupt the peace will be arrested and face the full extent of the law.
So police command is expressly obeying the court order with suit number FHC/KN/CS/182/2024 dated 23rd May 2024, issued by the Federal High Court sitting in Kano alongside all law enforcement agents in the state. Therefore, we are calling on members of the public to know that the police in the state is working together with the military and other security agencies and are with full capacity of providing the adequate security to everyone, as we are committed to carrying out our statutory duties as provided by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. No doubt, the law-abiding people of Kano State are known for a revered cultural heritage and respect for constituted authority, and in this regard are advised to remain calm, patient, and to keep cooperating with security agencies, as the matter described will be addressed by the court on the 3rd of June 2024. Let me also remind you that the position of the law is very clear, as whoever, under whatever guise, is found to be planning to disrupt the peace being enjoyed in the state or bill, that he or she can jeopardize the existing security setting of the state that will be arrested and will be the full rest of the law. Therefore, as police command is leading.
And straight now to Rivers State, where the governor, Siminalayi Fubara, has asserted that a higher standard of leadership style will be set by his administration, adding that it will set a new bar in improving the quality of life of the and socio-economic status of residents. He made the assertion at Ogbogoro Town, venue of the official flag of the Okania Ogbogoro Road project in Obiakpo local government area of the state. The governor said there are determined overtures by detractors who are bent on distracting his administration from set goals with unproductive fight, emphasizing that fighting back will be a waste of energy.
They want us to miss our goal. They want to distract us. If we fight with them, we'll be wasting our energy. So what we need to do is continue to do that thing that we have promised our people. So our style will be to set the standard that will be above them. That when they come, people will say, but what the people are doing, everybody is saying it now, and it is about the people. So that will be our style of leadership.
Speaking on the road project, Governor Fubara insisted that Okania-Ogbogoro Road would not end at the stage of flag-off, but will be completed and inaugurated in the next 5 months.
Most of these roads, this one in particular, is a road that will take off some pressure from the main route that we are familiar with. And we thought it wise that it is proper for us to fix this road. Fixing this road will also improve the economy of the people living here. It will also improve the security state of this environment. So we're thinking not just for ourselves, but also thinking for the good and wonderful people of our states. So I want to say, support us so that we'll continue to deliver on our promises.
Now, the Labour Party in Edo State has suspended the party's national chairman, Julius Abure. This is following the party's state executive ratifying Abure's membership suspension from Array Ward 3 Esan Northeast local government area as conveyed in a letter dated 14th of May. In a press conference in Benin City, the Edo State capital, the LP Esan Northeast local government chairman Patrick Onogbenin disclosed that he had on the 14th of May received a letter from the Ward 3 chairman Thompson Ehigwese detailing Abure's membership suspension from Array Ward 3 Esan Northeast local government area. According to Onogbenin, he had subsequently deliberated the issues raised with other members of the party's executive in the local government, and upon conclusion that the reasons for the suspension were weighty enough, and wrote to the state executive for ratification. Now, the state chairman of the Labour Party, Kelly Ogbaloy, who received and read the two letters, said, considering the contents of the letters and reasons given for the suspension, the state executive had no choice but to ratify the suspension, which had been ratified and upheld at the local government level. Now, a foremost human rights activist and the 2023 presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, AAC, Omoyele Sowore, has described the present administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as insensitive to the plight of the citizens. Sowore made the comment in Benin while speaking with journalists at the party's campaign flag-off ahead of the Edo governorship election slated for this September. Expressing frustration over the hardship Nigerians have been made to face owing to what he described as poor policy decisions, Sowore expressed the hope that the country will one day bounce back if only the people are allowed to take charge of their affairs.
When I say survive, because successive regimes in Nigeria have always been worse than the one before. I've survived at least 7 or 8 presidents. And I can tell you that there's nothing, these guys have nothing to offer. But the important thing is that he said it during the election that these guys have nothing to offer. Why waste your time? But people, they always often listen when it's too late. Yes. Inflation has gone almost the percentage that's ever been seen before. Unemployment has become a major problem. Insecurity got worse in the last 1 year. The minimum wage, as you know, remains. That's the only thing that's pretty much static in this country today. The value of Nigerian currency used to be called naira, now it's a toilet paper.
Yes, we just flagged up our campaign, and now we'll have to move around all the wards again, like we have always done, engage more people. We have a schedule for our campaigns before we start moving
local government, we go around all the world again like we have always done.
And now to other parts of Africa. South Africa's government has hailed as groundbreaking a ruling by the World Court that ordered Israel to halt its military assault on the southern Gaza city of Rafah. Judges at the International Court of Justice earlier on Friday backed a South African request to order Israel to halt its offensive in Rafah, a week after Pretoria called for the measure in a case accusing Israel of genocide, an allegation Israel has denied. While welcoming the court's ruling, President Cyril Ramaphosa's office said South Africa remained concerned that the United Nations Security Council had not succeeded in stopping the human suffering in Gaza. Well, moving outside Africa now, United States President Joe Biden has welcomed Egypt's commitment to allow UN-provided humanitarian aid to flow into Gaza on a temporary basis through the Kerem Shalom crossing. Biden also told Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi in a call that he supported efforts to reopen the southern Rafah crossing on the terms acceptable to both Egypt and Israel, and that the U.S. would send a senior team to Cairo next week for talks. That's according to a White House statement. Sisi agreed to send the aid temporarily until legal mechanisms are in place to reopen the Rafah border crossing from the Palestinian side. Now, some of the food supplies waiting to enter the Gaza Strip from Egypt have begun to rot as the Rafah border crossing remains shut to aid deliveries for a third week, and people inside the Palestinian enclave face worsening hunger. Business news now. Nigeria's electricity generation has reached 5,000 megawatts in May this year, marking a significant improvement over previous levels. This was disclosed by the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, during the second day of the ministerial sectoral update for the present administration holding in Abuja. Adelabu said this achievement highlights the government's commitment to enhancing the nation's power infrastructure and aligned with President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda aimed at providing reliable and sustainable energy.
5,000 megawatts of power was achieved in May 2024 for the first time in 3 years. Exactly 3rd of May 2024, we generated, transmitted and distributed 5,003.45 megawatts of power, where we have been generating below 4,000. We all know what we passed through in February and March, but we rose to the occasion and we made sure we changed the situation for the better. Our target is to achieve 6,000 megawatts before the end of this year for the first time in the history of Nigeria, and to happen, inshallah.
In sports news now, Nigeria's head coach, Finidi George, has named his squad for the upcoming 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifier against the Bafana Bafana of South Africa and the Cheetahs of Benin Republic. Leading the names on the 23-man list is the informed Atalanta forward Ademola Lookman, whose hat-trick on Wednesday handed his side the Europa League trophy. Victor Boniface of Bayer Leverkusen is not left out of the squad after being instrumental in the Bavarian side winning their first league title in 30 years, while going unbeaten for 51 games in the process. Also on the list are Victor Osimhen, Alex Iwobi, Terem Murphy, was Udinese of Italy goalkeeper Maduka Okoye returning to the team after being out for some time. And sports news wraps it for us on the update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, on X and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channels at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also watch us from Limex on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
been an unusual year for us all. We've been forced to learn to adapt to the changes that COVID-19 has brought upon us. However the cards may have been dealt to us this year, we have remained resilient. The Afrima Fashion Show stems from the Afrima Award Show, which is the biggest African award show in the diaspora. Every year, we have showcased designers and we bring together people from all over the world. This year, the Afrima Runway is graced by the top 3 African designers who have welcomed the challenge of doing a virtual runway show without any physical audience. Don Murphy, Ese Ezanabo, and lastly, Sai Sanko. Let the show begin.
Hi guys, my name is Sai Sankar and I am a luxury resort wear designer and I make the most amazing and fabulous kaftans and everything that you desire for traveling. I just really love the way women carried themselves back then, you know, the Marilyn Monroes, you know. It was sexy, but there was still glamour to it, you know, and elegance and sophistication. And I feel that's what my designs are about, you know. I've also been inspired just by my continent, the continent of Africa. Growing up in Sierra Leone, it's just this beautiful, bustling colors, you know, it's so vibrant, the marketplaces, you know, Christmas, it's just, everything about it is just so energetic and it's so powerful and colorful and it just makes me really happy. And so no matter what collection I do, it always goes back to that. And so that's why you see all this colorful prints and all these bold colors, you know. I feel women wearing it, it just makes them so extremely happy, you know, and they look absolutely gorgeous in it too.